carries. Why not Ogre?
If it comes out, you need to go down there and start drafting.
I will.
Let me ask you, do you buy Helm on Ogre or Midas on Ogre?
Midas. Midas 100% of the time.
There you go.
100% of the time. Oh, let's see what exactly is going to be banned out. Last time that they picked the Medusa, they banned the AM, and it was just the Darks here. They felt like that was what they were looking for, something that really countered the Medusa. But the offlane already being shown in Undying, so is that still where your ban was?
Maybe Tidebound could pick Morphling, because I think it's really good against Medusa.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that the crowd was doing waves. Yeah.
Come on, dude, I was setting up for the punchline. Come on. Yeah, it was a wave type thing, but then I thought Shiro actually plays Morphling. It's not genuinely not that bad. Turning into Medusa is very powerful.
Now, full of jokesters on this panel. Having too much fun. They're thinking a lot about this. It went straight from this clockwork. They knew exactly that they wanted the Medusa out of this into the AM ban, but now is where it's stalling out a little bit, Winter.
I mean, there's definitely still a lot of other decent options. I think Terrorblade is kind of okay too, you know, you can kind of hit the egg and you can make Medusa copies of your own. You're kind of like a Darkseer in a way. So I think there's still options here.
Jug would make it.
How come?
Diffusal builder against Medusa. I also think people generally enjoy that matchup. Like in the Omni Slash, you can do enough damage to kill.
I mean, you also spin and kill the egg, so there's like 2 reasons to pick the Jug. I mean, the mask kind of also really rounds up the whole lineup here. Protection for the egg. It kind of also maybe stops certain heroes like TB. You know, you dissuade those heroes. Well, they're gonna go for the Faceless Void here, so the other lineup is gonna be very, very slow, and you have triple melee calls here.
That is a classic Medusa counter, though. I remember BB Team was the first team to show this, where you simply kill everyone else, and Medusa does such small instances of damage that Void will...
Yeah, but what if the egg is the carry right now, because you can't kill the egg? You have 3 melee calls, and your supports are probably not going to
pretty bad at it.
And
so it needs to be Faceless Void who needs to actually hit the egg.
Yeah. Early Manta style from him. This is going to be necessary. Attack speed items.
Yeah.
So the impact of the Phoenix is still going to stay there. You know, it's rising in popularity a little bit, but we mostly see it played in.
I mean, it's also Phoenix plus Medusa, right? The gaze and the egg, so you're not hitting the egg. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, tough to disengage there. So now the question is, you guys have favored a team normally when it comes to a team fight, when you see the lanes play out. But can you see that when it comes to these 2 drafts and these 2 teams?
I mean, the trifecta again, right? You're going to be looking at the trifecta. So it's going to be Moita, Phoenix, Clock. I think that's probably more all-rounded compared to the Sand King, Bane, and Grim. I think Grim is the weakest hero here when it comes to the rune fighting. So I think I'm going to give the trifecta advantage to Enigma Galaxy. They're probably going to be able to get slightly ahead in terms of their runes, and they're going to be able to use it to snowball game, what happened in the first game with the Moita.
I think Tidebound is way better than last game.
It is.
We're going to see an actual competitive game here rather than just the stomp of game 1.
Yeah, it's not like last game, but I still think that the Grim is going to be a weaker one. The weakest hero among the
Yeah, he's playing into Mars, which he doesn't like to play. Clockwork as well. I think these 2 supports from Tidebound could suffer a lot if they're getting initiated on. Sure, there is some counterplay to it with the Sanking Stun, with the Undying using the Tombstone, popping the Aura's Chronosphere from the Faceless Void. But overall, if Enigma Galaxy is being the one who's super aggressive, they're initiating the fights, I can feel these 2 supports having a really rough time.
And yourself, Jenkins?
Yeah, I agree. I would say I think NGX got something very similar to what they got in the first game, perhaps even easier to execute. It's just they're dealing with a Tidebound that has an actual good duo in their supports.
Yeah, Tidebound powering up, having a bit of drive for themselves in a game number 2. Let's hear from that coach exactly his thoughts on it.
Thank you very much. I am standing by with the Blink, coach of Tidebound, with Helen helping to translate, where we are seeing something interesting 2 times in a row. Sumail Muerta mid. Now, I haven't seen this before, but I was wondering, how prepared were you for them to do it 2 times in a row now?
我们2序2把都看到了苏缪的中单重音碧灵奶绿，我们是没有见过，你有见过吗？而且有没有做好准备呢？
之前有耳闻吧，也在TNT上看到他玩过。就第1把可能是我们没有处理好他这个中单奶绿，但是这把我们想了办法，好吧？我觉得他打不出上把的节奏。
So we have seen him play the hero before. In game 1, we didn't properly deal with it. However, we'll find a solution and not let him have his tempo.
Well, let's see if the solution works out. And I know behind me, are there a lot of Tidebound fans on this side? It sure sounds like it. So Blink, I was wondering, do you have any message for all the people on this side of the crowd that want to hear you really get them going?
我们身后有那么多太棒的粉丝，有没有任何想跟他们说的话呢？
谢谢大家的支持，相信我们中国队的大和，好吧？
Thank you everyone for your support. Please believe in China's ultra carries.
The Ultra Carries are on the field. Now let's see it in the game as we get into game number 2.
Yeah, I'd say Faceless Void is an Ultra Carry for sure.
It's the bill.
Indeed, it feels like it comes back every single TI one way or another. The question is, will it be effective for Tidebound, as already we're getting action planted inside of the cogs. That is first blood for GH. Feels like we've seen this before.
Yep.
3 of the same 5 heroes from last game for NGX.
There are some pretty meaningful adjustments being made here, though, that do give me more faith in Tidebound to have a better showing than game number 1. The panel was talking about it. I think this time around, possibly the support pairings they have will lead to better laning. And in comparison to the Shaker mid that you and I have had some trouble seeing the impact of, mid Sand King has looked very strong and consistent in this tournament, and also doesn't lose its lanes very hard. When you have bad matchups, you just pull waves, you farm with Sandstorm, you semi-jungle. So if that is indeed the case against Muerta, again, playing that melee matchup into that, this time around, I just don't see Nothing to Say suffering as much. He's also better at getting rotated by Clockwork. You can actually stun your way out of cogs. There's a lot of upsides compared to game 1. But that said, Tidebound again have a relatively slow lineup. So can Enigma Galaxy play the same pace as last time, then we could see the same outcome.
Well, they don't have a Lycan this time, so gonna be less action in that regard for sure. Okay, I'm gonna bring up a storyline. We'll see if it comes to be Cinderin, but it is gonna be mega hype if it does. So you remember we cast, it was Tidebound versus Extreme. Bach was playing Centaur with the cart, of course, which we're going to bring up the singular time in this cast, I promise. And on the other side, XXS was playing the Undying with the Tombstone. It was save versus save. Yep. Undying prevailed. This time, it's Bach playing Undying with the grab ally versus GH Supernova save. Which one is stronger?
Yeah, good question. We saw GH having massive impact yesterday. Even though they lost the series, his Phoenix against BB team was no joke.
It seemed almost uncounterable at that stage of the game. It feels like you just literally can't kill Egg anymore. And the range that he had was insane. Like, you can't do much about it other than try to jump him and just deal with him outright.
I guess the one upside here is the only... They have technically 2 BKB piercing abilities on the side of Enigma Galaxy against Void, which is Hookshot for a little stun and the Stone Gaze. But potentially Void can kill the Egg. The panel is talking about how he almost has to do it on his own. Oh, nice find there. Planet will get him.
Indeed.
Blood Grenade.
Looks like Tidebound is now on the board for game 2. And in terms of the Chronosphere damage this time around, we've talked about that being kind of a lacking thing in some of these lineups. You have Epicenter, and what else?
Epicenter, Inkswell, Stroke of Fate. It's not bad.
Does Tombstone, the zombies continue to spawn, I assume?
They spawn, but they don't attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's mainly the Sand King, obviously, but Grimstroke can be a bit of an X factor in those Chronos. It also allows Void to make plays that he usually can't. Giving him that Inkswell can be very powerful.
And how's Dark Portrait this game, if the Ags ends up coming to be for Planet?
I mean, it's really good against Medusa, so that's the only hero it's good against. It's pretty bad against Muerta. So you're not necessarily looking for like a Soulbind Dark Portrait, but just a single target on the Medusa could be a really strong ability. If you consider how teams are banning Darkseer when they're running Medusa, this is a more, in some ways, more reliable counter. It's just you have to get there.
Yeah.
But the Dark Portrait illusion is very, very strong.
Nightmare Force so that the Courier survives. Omar already with less action here at the 4-minute mark. I feel like he was involved in 3 or 4 kills at this point last game, so Tidebound has certainly made some adjustments.
In similar fashion, though, the laning stage is still going well for Enigma Galaxy. It's not through kills, now it's just through the raw laning, but they are once again off to a head start. Shiro on the Faceless Void is struggling, 11-4 against Noob, 22-10 on Mars. This is, of course, a lane that you would argue favors Mars Clock, but probably not by this much. So I think a little bit of just raw outplay here as well from the side of Enigma Galaxy in their off lane. And that's probably the lane of theirs in this tournament that has leveled up the most. Noob was receiving some criticism earlier on for falling flat in some lanes in some games. I think on the big stage, he has been playing his best. And Omar as well.
Sure.
Oh, that is not an expected
soloed
kill.
by Sumail. That is a huge deal. Nobody even came to assist.
Yeah, I was not even looking for this. This is kind of crazy. Sand King, like we talked about, generally draws even bad matchups. He's just getting stomped. Sumail 34-15. The Sand King only 21-1. It makes me wonder if this is a little bit of inexperience on Nothing to Say's part. I can't help but feel that a player like Malrine will just get more out of this lane as Sand King.
Right.
He's just playing... Sometimes the best way to play the lane is just not play it in the middle. You just pull the waves around and find a different way of navigating. Perhaps he's getting countered out by the threat of Clockwork intercepting him when he tries to go for it. But either way, the result is the same. Sumail with a 1,000 gold lead in mid at 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's looking a lot like last game without the ganking needed.
Yeah.
I guess as Omar. Looks like he'll find Y. Still hasn't leveled battery. Salt still holding on to those levels. Has 2 in cogs right now. As the 6-minute rune is coming. GH and Sumail. Looks like NGX actually in good position to get whatever it is. As it will be a regen, so Sumail will be pretty happy with that. Close to his helm as well.
Yeah, he was down to like 20% mana. Just gonna get it nicely filled up here so he can keep that pressure up.
Ooh. Good dive from GH. Has nothing to say. We'll be using the Sandstorm and Inkswell to clean up this stack. GH will be taking a bit of that XP though, but of course the gold a little bit more important. We're only 30 seconds away from this Wisdom Shrine play as well. It feels like so consistently in this tournament, at the first Wisdom Shrine, it feels like we have several supports at like level 3, sometimes level 2 even. It feels
yeah.
Just all this roaming, I suppose, just hurting their levels overall.
It's really important for both teams to try to get one here. Bach, under some pressure. He's actually getting cooked. Gets a double decay, though, but I don't know if this is going to be enough.
Sunray pretty strong. Dive to follow. Mystic Snake as well. He gets off another Soul Rip and will walk away. It looks like both Wisdom Shrines will be traded.
Yeah.
He's going for the Helm of Dom on the Undying.
Standard.
Let's get a shout out to Helm of the Dom, everybody. All right, mixed reaction. Okay.
There's one guy very loudly booing. I love that.
It's not that bad. It's really not that bad, I feel like.
Can we get a boo for Suns fans tasting items?
Okay.
Oh,
hey, my favorite item is
what I'm talking
Aghanim
about.
Scepter, so you're just fooling yourselves here, all right? And Shiro. I mean, at what point can Faceless Voids join the fight these days? Do you, like, obviously old days need to be stacked.
Right.
But this time around, it feels like you do need to get into the action a little bit earlier. Speaking of which, Nightmare onto Noob. Level 6 has the arena. Uses the Spear as Shiro does have Chrono if they need it, but this is a 1 versus 3. So Noob will be brought down. Will be to Y on the Bane.
It's a 3v1. You at least don't have to use Chrono there for the Faceless Void. The hero is able to join earlier. Obviously, the Helm of the Dominator build really helps with that, working in the Chronosphere and doing some extra damage. Nothing to say.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's better to be a Sand King than a Shaker there.
Indeed.
Actually getting out. But Void can't do it on his own in the Chrono for a very long time, so again, you're kind of reliant on team damage. If Sand King's game is as weak as it is right now, you're very far from a Blink on NCS, and he's not realistically doing meaningful damage in Chrono without a dagger. So then what do you really have? A Grimstroke Nuke and an Inkswell? It's not all that inspiring. And again, how do you kill Medusa? I think that's my big question once more.
Can come back to that as well. As the calling place from Sumail, they want to try to do something about this ancient stack. Deadshot does miss, but why? Taking pretty heavy damage as the Pinecone will continue autonomously, it feels. Burrow Strike onto Omar. It's outside his cogs, but Bach has come to make sure that he does not get out with his life. So the clockwork death as Pinecone is continuing the pressure onto Y. He'll finally get some reinforcements for this pesky creep.
If that fire spirit would have hit, he would have died.
Jeez. Nobody wants to deal with this bad boy.
I don't know if that was intentional or not, but the neutral team, yeah, they weren't happy with him, so. They ran out of zombies to attack, and now they're just seeing everyone as a zombie.
Nothing to say he's going to get most of these. Sumail, though, doing a good job of taking a few and disrupting this farm session for Tidebound.
I will say it's been a little bit interesting to see some of the stubbornness in drafts. Earlier this tournament, of course, we saw Heroic against Yakuto brothers to get to this main stage. Yakuto let Meepo through twice and just got owned by it twice in a row. Now you have this series with Tidebound against Enigma Galaxy, just got handled by Medusa, and in this second game, potentially the same thing could happen. I don't think you've counterpicked it much more than last game. It's a bit better, but slightly worrisome for the side of Tidebound, whether they came to the right conclusions after game one. You're not getting a third chance. Got to deliver in this individual game or you are going home, indeed.
And in terms of Noob's performance, obviously he's playing the Mars this game. We've talked about it in a couple of our casts in the past. It feels like he's been pretty inconsistent. Where would you put Mars on his list, though? It feels like he is one of the better ones.
Yeah, it's been one of his best heroes this tournament, but the hero in itself, it's also one of those heroes where it's really easy to look bad because the spear is so telegraphed and so iconic that if you miss 2 or 3 spears in a row, you might be like, man, I'm having an awful game, but we've had games in this tournament.
Arena comes out with the reinforcements as well. Shiro's in a bit of trouble. Gets silenced thanks to the calling. Sumail showing up.
Oh, the re-silence.
There, and Y looks to be next on the list for NGX. They're going to be able to get 2 kills here. And obviously the big one onto Shiro.
That was really nicely set up with the calling. Gets the silence, and as it's breaking, the dead shot from Sumail, perfect for the re-silence. Needed both of those to land. And now this is also going to give them a tier 1 tower, most likely. I don't know if Tidebound can really muster any defense here. They're trying to get the trade. Bach with his own Warpine Raider down bottom. Going to work, and, well, they might try to defend. At least Bane has TP'd up here, but he's no threat. He's going to need some backup if you want to truly defend this. I don't think the Hellbear Smasher is going to give up anytime soon.
And
just kidding, it'll give up, but it'll wait for next
solo
wave.
pushing.
Yep.
That's Helm of the Dom right there. Pretty crazy. So the tier 1 is Tidebound. This one is taking considerable damage as well, but you can see NGX just kind of chilling a bit at the moment.
Compared to game 1, I really look forward to the later team fights here in, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes, because I think this time is less clear-cut. First of all, whether Nothing to Say is going to find impact. In the last game on Shaker, he was really struggling. Oh, hang on, might have to wait with that. GH might just get chronoed here.
Chrono shows up, and actually it's a chrono onto 2, so Noob can't do too much. That's going to be a freebie for Tidebound.
Okay.
Actually, a Burrow Strike finding Omar in the meantime. Gets off the cogs up. The calling comes out with the Pierce the Veil. It's going to be a lot of damage applied. A hook shot onto the top side as Y gets stunned out, but Nothing to Say is the big kill for NGX. So far, a 1-for-1. As Tidebound now on the run. Arena is up, and Noob traps 2 members of Tidebound inside. They're going to be able to get the Tombstone along with the Bane, but Bach trying to go on top of Sumail. The Inksword doing so much damage. Nice cogs, though, separating him from the fight. Sumail now in a fight versus Shiro as the Stone Gaze comes out from Ghost at the last moment with the spear to follow. Huge kills from NGX. They save Sumail, and they get the core kills they came for.
Wow.
My goodness, that was as close as it gets.
Flawless spellcasting from Omar in this fight. He finds the perfect hook shot. He finds the perfect cogs. And on the flip side, Nothing to Say with the initial jump in the river onto the clockwork. Have to question that one. He had no backup nearby when he went for that. You're going to see the replay here. This is when he just opened up on the clock, and they're trying to use this as a setup onto the grip, but as NTS is trying to make his way out of the cogs, he makes way for Omar for the interrupt. Now, this is a nice 2-hero dead shot. Sumail is going to start being in trouble now, though. This was what I wanted to talk about. The Radiant don't have very good ways of destroying the tombstones. This is going to take Ghost a while, but he will get through it eventually with a little help from Noob. And now, surely Sumail just dies here, right?
Yes.
But these cogs are perfect.
Nice Lotus coming out as well. I believe that was from Ghost, actually. And the volley to trap Shiro in. Man, that was a crazy fight. Meanwhile, GH dies in live play. But this team fight puts NGX ahead so far in this game, too.
I mean, there's no sugarcoating it. They've just been playing better today so far. I mean, draft is one thing, but you're looking at all the small engagements, the skirmishes, the map movements. One of these teams has leveled up and the other one has leveled down. That's a saying.
Sure. We'll go with that.
And Team Tidebound, you got to find your footing soon. We're approaching the same state of Medusa as in game number 1. Now 3,000 net worth ahead of the Faceless Void. And yes, while that matchup arguably is a bit better than what you worked with last game with a Gyro, it's still not exactly a great counter when Medusa is ahead by even a slight amount.
Oh, hook shot from Omar. Bach gets silenced as well. They're going to use the arena, but the spear misses. They're going to take out the tower in turn, and they might just back away as Bach is going to get reinforcements now. TP via the Bane, but here comes the epicenter from nothing to say. A lot of damage applied as GH will drop to the deck, and now Sumail slowed to a crawl.
Oh, that's
Soul Line, a double grip to follow, and Tidebound have finally woken up in this series. Double kill for nothing to say, a 3 for nothing for Tidebound.
And this right there is the perfect example of what we talked about with how polarizing Mars is. You miss that stun, you lose 3 heroes.
Yeah.
You hit that spear, maybe you get the Undying kill and you just get out. Everything completely different from that one mess up. And they're not always easy to hit, to be fair. So a good counterplay from Tidebound, getting themselves up to an 8-8 scoreline. Make no mistake, they're still behind, but they just need something to start going their way, and this time around, Nothing to Say has a meaningful amount of net worth, and he's putting it to use.
Yeah, they're going to use the Inkswell Burrow combo.
Not enough.
Amount of damage, but the Yules is going to save Noob. Meanwhile, Nightmare to prevent Omar from initiating. As the hook shot actually does hit on the other side of the river, Planet stuck inside the cogs now with the Sunray to follow. Dead shot as well. That'll be a dead Grimstroke.
It's honestly... It's such a cool combo for Sumail to just be able to hit these dead shots all the time in the cogs. Saw the same thing in game number 1. Very well executed there.
Shiro working on his Maelstrom, still 600 away from finishing that. And for Ghost, who in that game 1 was uncontested for the entirety of the game, it feels like.
Yep.
We'll be going for the Maelstrom as well. He's a little bit closer.
120 CS incoming at 17 minutes.
Not bad. Yeah. This Medusa seems like you need to do something about it at some point.
Eventually, Void in this game is going to buy a Disperser without question.
You said that last game.
No.
Well,
First of all,
Void.
there wasn't a Faceless Void, and secondly, I didn't say he's definitely going to buy it.
You said he will eventually.
Well,
we never got to eventually because they just lost.
He will eventually.
Okay. Late game dotes, here we come. Oh, they actually see Faith Beyond. Has the cover of his creep here.
I mean, I'm sure you would agree that this game state for Tidebound is significantly better than last game, right?
Yep,
like, you're behind, and Dusa is big, but you can see the potential for the team fights with the snippets of good fights that we have had so far from them. And I think the overall value of Grimstroke in this game, it totally eclipses that of Snapfire in the previous one. Because this Ags that Planet is rushing can really change the game on the Grim. So he's missing about 2/3 of it. I say rushing, he's not rich.
No,
he's getting it first item.
Nightmare set up from Y. There's nothing to say with the Inkswell. This is going to bring GH down. As Ghost does show up, looks like they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Bane as here comes the rest of NGX to easily take out Nothing to Say. A good response after their Phoenix goes down.
Nice and easy there for Noob on the Mars Spear, and then immediately forms the arena. Sand King walked into him in Sandstorm, so that one is just a clean hit. And another great trade, and once again, Medusa just chilling. Keep on growing here. Void will be able to catch up in a relative sense to the farming speed of Medusa once he gets the Mjolnir. That helps you a lot with keeping that higher GPM, but until we get there, expect Ghost to grow this lead now up by almost 5k. The entire lead, as a matter of fact, is sitting in the carry matchup. The rest of the cores are pretty even, which is also interesting to see compared to the previous game, because it does mean that if Tidebound managed to find fights that Medusa is not involved in, you're not at an inherently major deficit, unlike in game 1 where you were just losing in all lanes and all your cores were starting to fall behind. You have the pieces to work with here, you just need to get there. Sand King, 400 away from Ags is a big damage upgrade for them and will allow them to kill in Chrono. So if they can weather the storm a little bit and accept the fact that Ghost will just have a free game, perhaps you can solve him in the late game.
Oh, this would be a huge kill if they can find Noob. Get Silence to start things out. He's second net worth in the game, by the way. Really good start for him. Shiro jumps in, though, with the Chronosphere. Sunray is there, and that's going to dissuade Tidebound from going any further. Epicenter combo, though, onto GH, but he gets the egg up the last moment. Can they kill the egg? The Mars Arena is playing.
Oh, the Yule!
They get the Yules as well.
Oh,
the egg pops. GH is alive as a result. Nobody has died as well. Burrow Strike finds the Medusa. Inkswell onto nothing save. He's going to get hook shot now, and now he's going to surely drop to the deck. One down for Tidebound. GH, Sunray, right on top of Bane with the spear to follow and the dead shot. That is going to be 2 kills.
Damn.
And they can go for the Tormentor play.
Cut your losses, Tidebound. Get the hell out of there. That was perfect from Noob on the Mars. It's not just the Yule timing. He had the great arena placement to protect GH from the Grimstroke outside of it with perfect timing. And without that Yule, the last attack from Sand King will destroy the egg and make for a completely different fight. Clutch. And they'd also get this Tormentor now. And you gotta say, for Enigma Galaxy, the name of the game has been zone control in both games. This clockwork from Omar has been amazing, and now they're adding the Mars to the mix. Just really dictating in which way Tidebound get to fight.
Yeah,
Maybe got to question the Chrono, though. Maybe a little too early. Like, Sand King wasn't fully in range. He doesn't have Axe yet. Was that really the right way to start? That was on your initiative. You could have waited until you had Axe.
Noob has Pipe now. His counterpart in Bach also does. You can see how much magic damage outside of the Faceless Void that Tidebound has at their disposal.
I mean, this
pipe is
just
going to be...
S-tier.
Yeah, there's not much better pipe games you can ask for.
It's the best possible item he could have bought here. This is, of course, probably the Mars of the tournament we've been looking at has been XXS. Did go for this exact build as well in one of their games that we cast the Yules into Pipe. And I think he bought AC after. In that game, he maybe never even bought the Dagger. In this game, perhaps not needed. You've got Clockwork, and Omar's on fire today.
Oh, they're actually going for the Roche play. This is very risky. Rocket Flare is going to show them. Spear puts Planet back into the pit. Nightmare right now onto the Mars.
Are they out of their minds? Is this possible?
This is very
That
difficult.
is crazy. That is
Tombstone in the
crazy.
pit, and I mean, with that down, that maybe is enough for NGX just to go for this themselves, but obviously like to have it pick off first if they can.
Now there is also a Pipe on Box, so they have a lot of damage block of their own against the side of Enigma Galaxy, but as you mentioned, no Tombstone's a pretty big deal. You do have the Epi with Ags, and they are going to potentially try to contest this fight.
This is a huge deal. 8K lead for NGX. Arena finds 2 for Noob. No follow-up yet, though, as Ghost is trickling his way over. Nice rebuke onto the follow, though. Omar trying to disrupt the backline. Already the Grimstroke is dead, and this Undying is just evaporating. Double kill for Ghost now, and inside the Cosmos, Bane is just getting completely countered. The Undying back up and running thanks to the Innate, so it's a 5 versus 3, but surely this fight is over, as NGX will be able to secure the first Roche of the game.
Man, what a total disaster for Tidebound. Again, I'm going to come back to this. Starting on the Roche to begin with is kind of wild to me. They have really bad Roche damage. It's going to take them forever with the Tombstone. Enigma Galaxy are not going to get caught slipping there. They're going to check it. And they just get it. Not only the Roche for free, they had to work less for it than if they had gone there themselves. They also get 3 kills. And now we are looking at a game state that is reminding me an awful lot of Game 1. And unfortunately, as sad as it is to say, it does feel like Tidebound, in part, have just initiated 2 bad subsequent moves. The initial Chrono on Mars down bot where they didn't have the follow-up damage, and now this forced Roche. Perhaps the pressure getting to them a little bit. This is uncharacteristic. We did not see this from them in the first stage of the tournament, but on the big stage, they might just come in with a road to TI score of 4-1, and as it looks now, perhaps just completely bombing out 0-4 in games.
Yeah, they have not looked like the same team from earlier in the tournament, for sure. Which is weird because they have 2 TI winners. 3, including the coach. Nerves should not be an issue. But NGX on the other side, they have actually leveled up as well, because we've talked about this team in the past as well. Their biggest issue is they're inconsistent. Today, they have been very consistent. And if they can play this level, they can compete with anybody. White spotting Omar in the triangle, seeing a couple stacks as well. Has 0 backup, though, as Omar using that shard to get to the high ground.
It's a good point about Enigma Galaxy. If you think about their tournament journey in general, a lot of the games they lost, they were ahead. So in most of their games, they are actually outplaying opponents the first 20 minutes. If they have solved the mid-late game problems, this is potentially the start of something big.
Omar's going to get grip, and Noob is there again with the arena play. Fiend's grip is continuing. They don't have any damage, it feels like. Pipe is popped, and just like that, the fight might be over. But there's the Chronosphere. On to GH. Stonegaze is not going to be enough to prevent his death, as Shiro does take out GH in turn. So 1-for-1 support. Make it a 2-for-1 as Y will tumble. Will there be a stun here on the TPing Void? No. Battery Assault down for 7 more seconds.
Nothing to say, nowhere to be seen for that engagement. They did not combine Sand King and Void at all.
And we haven't really, I mean, we haven't seen the Ags that you spoke about, what, 5 minutes ago at this point?
Hasn't been used yet.
Well, 3 minutes on this Aegis. How much can they get this time out of the first Aegis? Last time around, it was basically all the tier 2s.
Well, looks like they're going for more this time.
Yeah, well, there's
straight up to
no
high
more
ground.
power.
They know there's no
Why
chrono.
not?
Like, no chrono, no grip. In what world do Tidebound kill Medusa twice right now?
Yep, Nightmare to start things out, but there's the creep at the ready. Helm of the Dom for the win. Nothing to say, jumps in with the Sandstorm. Gonna get that shot out of it, though. There's the
Some bail
fortification.
with the Ags as well on Medusa, or excuse me, on the Muerta.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, he is gonna have insane zone. The zone control together with Mars is unreal.
And Feeble's gonna make this a little bit more annoying for Ghost, but eventually with the help of that Siege Creep, they get the tier 3 tower. Tidebound. Bach is gonna pop his ult with the Tombstone placed pretty far away as well. Pipe is activated, though, as the Medusa getting pretty low on mana, but this is just life number 1 regardless. Stonegaze already used as well. Now New coming in with the arena, onto 3 heroes, gets the spear onto Bach with the dead shot to follow. That is a dead Undying. Nothing to say, gets hookshot from out of nowhere by Omar, as these heroes are just dropping like flies for Tidebound. And this is surely going to be a set of racks, if not more. There are 2 buybacks still available, but a spear finding the Grimstroke, planet dead. NGX dominating again in this game too.
I mean, this might be Noob's best game of the tournament.
Absolutely.
He has missed 1 spear and everything else has just been absolutely pristine precision on all his spellcasting, decision-making, itemization. He crushed his lane. He's had some haters out there telling him he doesn't belong. I'm pretty sure he's making a case in this game for why he's here. Can't really put a finger on his or Enigma Galaxy's play today, just crushing the opposition. This is not even close.
No.
We thought this series could get interesting, maybe 3 games, you know, maybe long games, and which Enigma Galaxy has had a history of struggling. Well, the great solution to throwing late game is just don't get there. Just win both games in 30 minutes.
What did they eat for breakfast? They need to replicate this for sure. Pipe activated already for Bach, and NGX with 40 seconds on the Aegis, likely to play this disciplined. They will back away with an enormous lead now. 20k effectively, 2 sets of barracks at only the 28-minute mark.
It's so weird how this tournament has played out. We had the first stage with all these marathon games, and you're like, all right, we get to the stage. These games are going to belong strap in for some long late-night days.
Yeah.
And so far, some of the shorter games on average have been on this stage. Like, some teams have just cracked the code of how to deal with the Helm of the Dom split push and slowing the game down. They're just accelerating and seemingly just have some really good individual team versus team matchups. Or the 3-day break, some teams have just learned something crucial that sets them that far apart of the opposition. I kind of feel like if this was a repeat series that we would have had in the road to the International, there's no way Enigma Galaxy win 2 30-minute games then.
Yeah,
absolutely
for sure.
no way. We're just improving at a rapid rate, and they're starting to look like a potential contender for a high placement. This is not an easy opponent. You're just making them look like a walk in the park.
I mean, we talked about this when the format of the tournament has changed in recent memory with these breaks in between. I mean, that 3 days apparently made a huge difference for some of these teams.
Yeah.
In terms of not only catching up to the meta, but perhaps solving some of it to prevent these 60-minute marathons.
Yeah, maybe Enigma Galaxy figured out the secret breakfast 3 days ago, and they've been pumping up on it, kind of like Asterix. You get that reference?
Sure.
You don't know Asterix and Obelix?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
Nothing to say. Gonna try to defend the high ground as NGX going without the Aegis, by the way, as the Tombstone is just easily gonna be cleaned up by Ghost. This is gonna be the last-ditch effort. Tidebound need to defend, need to delay. They're gonna smoke to try to get a good initiation. There's the Inkswell with the Epicenter from Nothing to Say, the Soulbind to follow. Shiro has the Chronosphere at the ready, but the Stonegaze is doing absolute work for Ghost. Finally comes on the Chrono, but the Egg with the beautiful Sunray placement, and Tidebound have basically nothing left in the tank. They are dropping hard as Shiro trying to time walk away. He'll get it. No! Triple kill for Sumail as one last dead shot for the road. Buybacks now fully expended on the Tidebound side, as Bach just getting kited to a high degree by Ghost, who's still fighting despite not having Aegis and no mana to speak of, as Noob brings Bach down and likely out for the rest of this tournament. GG is called as NGX 2-0 and continue their run here at TI.
Wow. You could have told me earlier today that Enigma Galaxy might be leveling up after their loss yesterday and they would figure something out and bring their best. I would have not believed you that this series was going to take about an hour total. Completely destroyed them both games. This Medusa strategy, Tidebound did not have the answer, and credit where it's due. These have been two really nice drafts from Kuro and the gang, and really not. When you look back on this series, there isn't really much to say about Enigma Galaxy making any crucial mistakes. They knew their limits, they ran something new, they're bringing this mid Muerta to the table that other teams in the future now have to address. And for me, the player of the series, probably if I have to pick one, Omar and the Clockwork, 2 games in a row.
100%.
Just stellar performance. And in this one, of course, for this individual game, gotta highlight Noob once more. What an incredible Mars performance.
Yeah, this might be the best Mars performance we've seen in the entire tournament, period. He was all over the place. And like you said, a single mistake, which is a hero that you typically will see many mistakes throughout a game of this length, but not the case this time for Noob. But they pick 3 of the same heroes NGX does as game number 1, and they still, Tidebound has no answers.
Yeah, it just seems, I mean, it is unfortunate, right? Tidebound had a great start to the series, now on the big stage, 0-4, not how you want it to go out.
Let's hear from the king.
I think we should. Sumail, what did you guys figure out? Because this looked so clean from you guys.
We had some calm issues yesterday and a bit of nerves maybe. First stage series, but we had good talks last night and this morning. I think turned out well.
I mean, you've been on the main stage of TI loads of times now, but what about your teammates that haven't? How are they dealing with the TI pressure so well?
I think they're fine now. Maybe yesterday was a bit rough. I mean, even for myself, I still feel it, you know, especially the first games with this huge crowd and stuff like this. It's amazing, guys. It's amazing, to be honest. I love it.
Do you have any word for the fans out there in the audience who keep cheering so loudly for you?
Yeah, it's always fun. Pretty much the reason I still compete for this crowd.
I do want to talk about your mid games as well, because Muerta mid, a little bit interesting from you. Where did this come from? Where did this Muerta mid idea come from?
I don't know. I just felt like there should be a new hero. Everyone has their heroes. I figured I'd do, why not Muerta, you know, with Dom.
It's very cool. It's looking really, really good, and it's certainly got the best of Tidebound this time around. So, finally, now you move on once again. How do you feel playing in the lower bracket? How do you stop that getting to you?
I think we played better when we are on the verge of getting out, to be honest. So maybe it's better for us.
Famously so. Sumail, thank you so much for coming to talk to me. Good luck. Hamburg, let's make some noise. The king is back to TI!
An absolutely massive brought to Advantage Arena here for Simmel, for Enigma Galaxy, and I love it because I was going to say the same thing. I think Enigma Galaxy are a team that thrive against elimination. This lower bracket is where we're going to see them step up just another level. That's where they were doing so well in the road to the international playoffs, is against those eliminations. And here Simmeo's like, well, elimination, it's time to throw a new hero in the pool, develop his hero pool a little bit more.
That's how you win. I mean, we saw Heroic in the previous series as well, bringing in new ideas, new stuff, and that's exactly what the NGX did in this one. Double Muerta, double Clockwork as well coming up from Amar. It was very, very clean. This is just a complete stop.
I think Sumail learned from Kuro that he's underplaying the Muerta on purpose because this is tech. Like, what he did in this game, in both games, was very significant because there's a lot of these melee mids that are being picked, and he stomped both games against like two of the strongest mid laners currently in the patch. So, like, they cooked. Whenever they cooked this, they cooked well.
I mean, it's also the way they did it yesterday, right? Because Omar played the hero yesterday, and he did really well with the hero, and then they pick it again today, so you would think that, oh, it's going to be a support again, you know? And then it's not.
Before we talk much more about it and move on, of course, with Enigma Galaxy advancing here, it does mean we unfortunately have to say goodbye to Team Tidebound.
Yes, thank you, Nat. I am here with Bart of Team Tidebound. Very sorry to see you guys go out at this stage of the tournament, but Team Tidebound have had a fantastic year in many ways. What was the highlight of this year for you, thinking back to happier times?
非常遗憾，但是太棒这个赛季也有很多的高光时刻。对你自己来说，过去这一年最高光的时刻是什么呢？
最高光时刻肯定是在雪如意拿冠军吧，那个是我们就是这队第4个冠军嘛，对。
Our highlight has to be our win in Club Vision. It was our team's first win, and it was very memorable.
Wonderful. These games seem to be a lot faster than they were in the road to TI. Is that something that you struggled to adapt to, the games being so much faster here on the main stage?
正在舞台上的比赛跟 TI 之路的比赛相比起，会节奏快很多，是没有适应呢，还是你觉得对你们有影响吗？
我觉得主要是我们自己做的不是很好吧，感觉在当前版本，就是如果打得够好的队伍。自己打的阵容体系够完整，然后失误够少的话，比赛还是会比较长的。然后我们这几把失利主要都是自己做的不够好吧。
I believe it was because we didn't deal with it properly. For stronger teams who would have a better, well-rounded strategies and less mistakes, they would have dealt with it better. So I think it was more on us.
I see. So what do you think changed between the road to TI section when you guys looked so dominant to now? Was it just the speed of the games or struggled to adapt to the changing in the meta maybe?
相比起 TI 之路的比赛，你觉得是没有适应节奏呢，还是有其他的原因呢？
我觉得是经过这几天的调整，每个队伍都有一些自己新的打法和理解吧。就比如说刚才他们的中单奶绿。然后我们就是没有，我们还是在玩一些之前比较老的东西，然后对对面没有做出很好的针对吧，对。
I believe it's because a lot of teams have adapted to new strategies. They're bringing out more new stuff to the table, and we're still playing strategies from before. So I think it's because we didn't have anything new on the table.
I'm sorry to hear that. Do you have any words for the fans here in the arena and back home who have been cheering for you guys, who have been supporting you guys throughout the year and here?
有没有任何可以跟粉丝这一整年来支持你的粉丝，在家里或者在现场，有什么想对他们说的吗？
首先很感谢大家一直这一年对我们的支持，然后很遗憾这个比赛我们就走到这里了，这个确实比较难过吧，因为我们一开始也是冲着更高的目标来的。然后，这个比赛还是很棒的，我自己也很享受这个比赛，然后就希望这个比赛之后一切顺利，然后大家也能继续享受这个比赛。
Thank you everyone for the entire year's support. I do really enjoy playing on this stage, and I think it's a great tournament. We came in expecting to do better. Unfortunately, we didn't do that. However, for the remaining of this tournament, I do hope that everyone continues to enjoy the event and see some great DotA.
Wow, Bak, fantastic answer. Thank you so much. You are a DotA legend. It's a privilege to talk to you, and we're very sorry to see you go out. So thank you for the interview, and back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Pyrian and Bak as well. Even in a moment of sadness for him, he's still wishing everyone's going to continue watching, having a lot of fun at this international, see some good DotA. And I'm sure whilst he's sad with his result deep down, he wants to see XG, you know, go on, carry that torch for China. And there's definitely possibility in that. But unfortunately for Tidebound, seeing the potential of the repeat for Y or Faith Beyond / Bak here is just not going to happen. An unfortunate loss for them.
Yeah, that was a very, very Bak interview. Always thinking of everybody else. Guy's a complete legend. And I think the whole year has been good for them. Like, I really do think that they've surprised a lot of people. Like, it felt like for the whole year, they were the team that, like, in China would do, like, okay. But then when they were competing on an international stage, they would do better than the other Chinese teams. Like, they were the international guys. So theirs were some of the disappointment comes. But top 8 is still incredible.
Amazing.
Like, this is unexpected results from the region in general. Of course, when you're a TI winner, you always want more, but they lost to an incredible opponent today too.
They did, and also when we look at teams that have already gone out in the road to the international, there is something to be said. Making top 8 is just a feat in itself. Yeah. To get to play on this stage twice is a massive feat as well. And in this game, number 2, it going the way of Enigma Galaxy, we want to focus on them and just how their journey is on the way that they could make this work. 2 debutantes when it comes to TI, not having nerves now that they're playing their second series on the stage. This game number 2 was a big one, seeing Sumail rotating a lot, helping those side lanes as well, someone who's very familiar with how to play this mid-water, apparently, Winter.
I mean, it's definitely new tech for me. You know, I've never seen it, but I could understand why it's really good right now with the Helm of Dom. And it kind of also punishes a lot of the melee heroes where you just lose the lane really, really hard against the Moeta, and she becomes this monster where the hero generally before wins the lane, but he doesn't take your tower. But now he wins the lane and he kills your tower with the Helm. So it's extremely difficult to play into it. And right now we see here the first rotation. He wins his lane, he kills his tower, and then he moves to the side lanes to start being useful and ganking the enemy carry.
It's kind of like a Lycan mid in that way, I guess, or like a Beastmaster mid that you can move to lanes and pressure, and you can pressure your lane as well, or like a Broodmother mid. It's some really weird mix of play styles where I agree, like maybe this is something that will turn out to after TI ends, like people consider overpowered because you have this lane dominator that, hey, also can apply pressure to this.
Omar cooked pretty hard in this fight. I think he's slightly underrated member of the team. We're not mentioning him enough, but his Clockwork performance in game number 1 was top tier. In the second game, he even did it better, like keeping them inside of the cogs, making sure that they're not dying, and also Sumail really pushing the limits of the hero, GH behind him, making sure that he doesn't die.
The spear as well, the cogs, like this
well. It was just a beautiful execution.
Full team play execution. S tier.
Yeah, we're saying sometimes the drops, even if it's just a slight outdrop, that's not enough. You really got to get in there. You got to make sure the execution is there. For Enigma Galaxy, having those strong lanes, yesterday it wasn't converting into wins for them. This time around, it felt very flawless. I got to give it to the off lane, just in general, not specifically Noob, but the combo of Noob and Amar, because Amar on his Clockwork was really something to be reckoned with here.
He definitely was. But Noob, I think this is also a player that is powering up with each game that they're playing, especially on the main stage. Like yesterday, he had some really good performances as well. But this performance on Mars specifically, they picked it on 23, and understanding that this is going to be a really good game for it. And look at how much he's going to be able to tank. They're pretty much using every single ulti on top of him, except for the grip and initiation onto GH. He gets the egg off in the last millisecond, and he's going to be protecting them with the arena so they don't see inside it. Also making sure that he's using that Yule Scepter, making sure that GH Nova is going to explode. And he's playing a bit of a, like, look at his understanding of the game. Knows exactly when Sanking is going to go in, so he goes back and he's going to be ready to round up another round of spells, making sure that they could get another kill.
This fight is a perfect example of why you should play as a unit in Dota and how strong it is. Because first, GH saves Noob with the Solar Crest when he's getting gone on with the Chronosphere. And then because Noob is alive, he can use the Yules at the last possible
return that
second.
favor.
He returns the favor immediately. Like, this is why you play together in team fights.
It's a big one there. It's something that I also think is being leaning favorites to other teams as well. Yeah. It's something that's really hard to break apart when a team gets ahead in these lanes, when they start working together as a 5, even as a trio that we talked about was important. How do you break that apart? Was there really a fighting chance against something like this?
I think it comes down to the team fight, right? And I already mentioned that one thing I got really worried about Team Tidebound is they have 3 melee cores into a Phoenix Egg, right? And it's going to be difficult no matter what when you have that type of setup against the Phoenix Egg. So in that regard, I think maybe some of the fights they could have dealt with it much better, but it was always going to be difficult from the get-go unless they somehow manage to snowball and get a lead from the laning phase and then play from there.
How do we deal with this Muerta going forward? Because now it's a big target on his back. Sumail potentially bringing that out at any point. Maybe even other mid laners trying to tempt their fate with it too.
They might. We're seeing the others copying the strategies, trying to improve them. This Monkey King position 4, suddenly 9 classes, bringing it to another level with the skeletons, blocking the camps as well. Now Sumail brings this Helm of the Dominator Muerta mid, and we might be seeing it just banned against him because the hero is doing way too much. It's also not just the hero, but it's the combination between the two and the way he's playing it, how confident he's playing the hero, so you just might need to remove it.
I mean, it's also the style, right? I think it seems like you want to pick a hero in mid that can win the lane and then buy Helm, kill the tower, and you want the supports to follow you all the way so you take control of the map from the start, you know. I think that seems like it's really, really strong right now, and it punishes teams that pick greedy mid heroes.
This is my question, is not about Muerta, but it's about what other mids can do that playstyle. Because that playstyle seems like the counter to the current set of heroes that are being played in mid.
This is basically what we had a couple of years ago when people were buying Necro 1 on every single hero, pretty much. Arc Warden with Necro 1, but you don't want to upgrade it. Same goes with the Helm of the Dominator. You do not want to upgrade it unless you're playing Lycan, unless maybe you're playing Beastmaster, and people are trying to figure out like which is the best hero, really pushing the limits of the strategies and which heroes can use it the best.
Everyone's adapting, everyone's pushing things to the limit, whether it's item builds, hero picks, exactly what is going on. Eliminations are done for today. We're only halfway through. We still have 2 more series to happen here at Barclays Arena. Before we jump on into them, though, we're going to check in with Tsunami and Slacks down on the stage.
Absolutely, my friends. How are we doing, Hamburg? All right. Now, you guys have been watching a lot of Dota games here, obviously, and you might have seen many interesting items, the worst of which, of course, is Helm of the Dominator. We're all sick of this item, of course. What can you do? But I decided to test today if Helm of the Dominator is as good in real life as it is in-game. So we're going to play a little game. Tsunami, my friend, we have gotten 6 victims here today, and we have designed for them Helms of the Dominator, all right? We got 3 creep tier and 3 humans. Now, creeps, please put on your helms. Thank you so much. First, we have Lil Booglet, my man. Then we got Dark Troll Summoner right here, and then we got Centaur Conqueror. Here is the game, my friends. I will be in the center of the arena. Humans, heroes, you must direct your controlled creeps to me. Whoever gets to me first wins. However, if 2 dominated creeps meet on the field of battle, they must fight each other for 3 seconds with their frilly little hands. All right? Tsunami, spin our wonderful neutral creeps. Spin, walk them around. Now, crowd, I do need your help as well. If any one of these creeps makes it near me, I need you to make it completely impossible for them to hear their heroes. There we go, Booglet, spin around. So, if little Booglet makes it close, I need you guys to cheer in the audience. Booglet, Booglet, Booglet. Can I hear it right now, please? There we go. If Troll gets too close, I need Troll, Troll, Troll. And if Centaur gets too close, I need Centaur, Centaur. All right. Neutral creeps, are you ready? Let's see. Oh, spin that Centaur, spin that sickle Centaur. All right, neutral creeps, are you ready? Thumbs up. Oh, they're really confused. They don't even know, they can't even hear that. All right. Humans, heroes, are you ready? Okay, on the count of 3, whoever gets to me first gets the wonderful prize. In 3, 2, 1, let's play some Dota, baby!
Let's get started. We're making movements.
Centaur,
neutral fight. Hold on now. We're shuffling, we're microing, they're looking, they're searching feverishly. Poor Centaur here. What are you, Falcons level micro? You're just standing there right now. Hold on. We gotta have a neutral fight. Neutral fight.
Yes!
Fight!
Okay.
They're on the prowl. They're on the hunt. I saw some contact.
That's slight contact, slight
You are
contact.
so evasive right now. Poor Dark Troll Summoner trying to rally some skeletons off in the distance. The botlet hoping to evolve one day. And we got another neutral fight. Neutral fight.
Neutral fight! Okay. Okay.
I feel like we're getting close.
We are.
Little Boglet is on the prowl.
Okay.
He's hunting. He's circling. He's tripping and falling.
Yeah!
The
Boglet! Yeah, man! Congratulations, little Boglet. Any words to the audience?
That was stressful, man. Holy shit.
Here is your prize. This.
Yeah, man!
Congratulations! Falcons, okay! And I got you a prize too, somewhere. Here, you can have that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, heroic fans! Heroic!
Thank you, my loser creeps. We all can't dominate like the rest. What can you do? Thank you so much, everybody. We'll get back to the game soon.
Thank you very much, Rexus, Lux, and the Creeps, and the Helm of the Dominator Carriers, and Tsunami, of course, as well. They're on stage. It is time for the second half of the day. We've had 2 series with elimination on the line, and for now, we can rest easy. Nobody else is going home today. It's time for some upper bracket semifinals. And to talk all about that, I'm joined by Kezu, Tigov, and Effie. Effie, we're going to jump right into our upcoming first semifinals. We got P-Vision, we got Extreme Gaming. Are you excited?
I'm so excited. I mean, the lower bracket was really fun, but here is where we're going to decide the top 3. And a lot of the teams yesterday really showed what they're made of, and who I personally think will be in the grand finals is one of the 2 teams in this series.
Ooh, you're not going to say bias?
You have to tell me which one.
Come on.
Don't put me on that. Okay, I'm going to say it. I think P-Vision will be in the grand finals.
What? Okay,
That's interesting, because I can go be the counter one, because I have XG winning this one and them going into the finals. I think even like through
XG winning the whole thing.
Yeah, like going through the upper bracket, but I will agree. Also, yesterday I feel like a lot of games were actually 2-0. Same with today. I'm expecting this one to go the distance, because at TI, and especially at this stage of TI, you don't know what's going to happen. Like, who shows up better, you know, who's in better form. Are you going to get some double damage runes when other people are not? Like, it's a lot about just the form that you show up in today.
I feel like this has to be the closest series we have today. Yeah. Like, we've already had one-sided series in the morning. When you have XG and P-Vision, you've got XG, Arme chasing his Aegis, you've got P-Vision, the creativity, a lot of like first-timers. Like, this has to be like the closest series of the day.
Yeah, and one thing that's going to make it very close is how obviously all the players perform, and we want to put our attention a little bit more on 2 players in particular, Kezu, in the support duo of Extreme Gaming.
No, absolutely. Like, these 2 supports, they're so damn good. Like, first of all, they're incredible, like, in their own, like, the items they buy, what they do. Like, here, this is just some, you know, like, some normal stats, average stuff, just like their devs. But I just want you guys to remember their faces for the clip that we're about to watch. And you're going to have to bear with me. This is a somewhat of a longer clip. This is from the Road to TI, Game 2. They needed to make a comeback here on XG, and they did. This Rax is 1 blast away from dying, and it's Mega Creeps. So, this is how it starts. And pay attention to the spell usage. First, Disruption here is going to dodge the RP from Amar. So this is how the fight starts. Jinkyu, Disruption save, super good. The Lincolns and Lotus also already reflected the first roar on Ame. Because our eyes are on Ame and what the supports do. X-Nova in this fight also leaps in and out. He's going to Lotus and Lincolns him again. He's going to reflect the Abyssal Blade. He feeds him 2 Lotus Orbs. He has a 4-staff from Jinkyu into a secondary Disruption, while Ame is on super low HP. Now X-Nova runs in again. He gives him a second greater healing Lotus. Because people were like, wow, you know, Ame, he's so good. He gets to man-fight this Lifestealer. But actually, in reality, it's about how they all play together. It's the spell usage. It's the items. It's the small things, how they kite in and out to actually come back in this game. There's very few teams that would have won this fight, let alone even made a comeback in this game to win it.
I mean, the critical thing is, Arme is averaging the 2nd most kills per game, right? He's getting nearly, 9 kills per game. Like, he's going to the crazy spots of the map. He's doing the things that will allow him to shine. And if his supports aren't there, if his off-lane mid aren't backing him up, it will look like Arme is just feeding it out of position. So the rest of his team is understanding the aggression he requires. They're backing him up. They understand him. That's why they're doing so well.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Ame is he doesn't really have a particular archetype of hero that works for him. It feels like everything does. He can play the Helm of the Dominator carry if he needs to, with his Anti-Mage or his Void. He can play for the ultra late game if he needs to, with his Medusas and whatnot. Like, he's almost a perfect carry, I would say, in this tournament. You
And
can
yes-
count on him in any situation.
Yeah, and yesterday he busted out the clings. It's a hero we didn't see. Sure, you had the Slaughter to like amp him up, and I saw it in pubs, but again, like you're saying, he can play anything, he can do any build, he can play for any timing. Just S-tier player.
Yeah, and all the players here, TGAV, are also very experienced in playing on the main stage of the International.
Yeah, it's been kind of a long time coming for them to find success. Sorry, for XG at least, we've got 7 TIs attended for Arme, including this one. For XM, sure, it's only 2, but he started in 2017. Like they've had such long careers, yet to get the Aegis. And if there ever was a chance for them to lift it, it feels like the form that they're in, the way that they're playing, there is a chance that for all these players with multiple TI attendances, this could be their one.
It could be their one. And on the flip side, I mean, there's a lot of experience on the side of Extreme Gaming, Effie, but then if we take a look at P-Vision, it's a bit of a different story.
Yeah, I mean, you do have your veterans, of course, in No One and DM, who are no strangers to TI, but we've also got Satanic, 9 Class, and Ducalis, who are almost fresh, And it's a bit odd to think about, because Ducalis is one of the names we've seen in professional Dota forever, like floating from Tier 2 team to Tier 2 team, having his stint in Tier 1 and finally finding his place here. This could be the year for these players as well.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, no, Satanic did not play when he was, I don't know, 6. I can't do the math very fast. It was actually 2023 for his first recorded results rather than 2013, which obviously he's one of the youngest players here at 17.
That would be really cool, actually. Yeah, that would be really cool.
Yeah. I mean, but his age, like, it's crazy. He's 17.
Yeah, 17.
Like, having, playing at TI, like, already, top 6 secured, like, it's incredible. And to go back to the graphic we saw, like, on XG, you have 3 players who got 2nd place at TI before. It's Ame, who I think he did it twice. You have Jinkyu and Xnova, who also played 2nd before. Like, these are players that have been this close, and this time, I think, like you were saying, this could be the run.
Yeah.
You also have an XXS who placed 4th, I believe, with Team Aster a couple of years ago.
Like, they have really high placements.
They have really high placements. They also have a very high-skilled opponent in P-Vision for this time, because when we're looking at P-Vision and the games they have played, Effie, it seems that they have a large arsenal of heroes to pick from.
Yeah, not even heroes. I wanted to point you guys towards their styles in particular, because P-Vision are a team that aren't locked to one particular style. They can play almost everything. And so I just divided into 3, simple categories that you can look at for this TI, but they've got the standard drafts, team fight, combos that make sense, nothing special coming out, no last pick heroes that will catch anyone off guard. Then you've got their surprise factor, their cheese, if you will. Sometimes they'll get the last pick Tinkers, the last pick Broodmothers, completely catch their team off guard. And then their last one is, of course, the Satanic will carry category, where their last pick is a hero, he plays an anti-mage, he wins the game.
I mean, I'm like super happy with what they're doing. Like, even in one of the first days of TI, I saw their matches with like the Post for Alchemist, with the Tinker, pulling him an axe. It got me really excited because we don't see it that often where teams break the meta, at least early on at TI. So this team, I love how they play and pick.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see them here on the main stage, because I'm sure they have studied each other and they have something in store for each other that we're going to find out very soon. Before we do so, though, it is, of course, time to get the teams on stage.
We're back.
Extreme Gaming!
Extreme Gaming has not dropped a single series this international. It is the most dominant team, and at the moment they are on a fast track all the way to the top. At this point, you might be wondering who can possibly stop them. Well, potentially today it might be their opponents. Let's welcome in P-Vision.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
running rally, the stage, it just amps them up. And yes, there are 3 first-timers here at TI, but it seems that it doesn't matter. It does not faze them, and if anything, it is helping them reach their full potential. Of course, still on the way for to be some royal roaders here as well with them. We don't have a lot of those, Tigo.
No, not at all. But the way that Satanic's playing, he's so young, but he's averaging like 2 deaths per game. Like he's at TI, his first TI, he's just dominating. Highest GPM, 2 deaths per game. Like every stat you look at, it looks as if he's meant to be the veteran. It's like he's meant to be like the no one of the team.
He's so good. He's got that team spirit DNA. Back from Yellow Submarine, where he's got the Yatoro energy, where he can put a game on his back if he needs to. But also, after he joined P-Vision, it feels like he's developed that early game aggression, that ability to cheese. He's blossomed into his own player, where I do think you can finally put an end to those comparisons.
Yeah, like I've seen it a lot also in like a lot of the vlogs that they post. Like he has a pretty good bond with No One, who of course is the veteran of the team, who's like, yo guy, like yo bro, after this game, like you need to chill it out a bit, like control your emotions, let's do this more next time to like, you know, just rally him and make sure it's correct. But I agree with you guys, like this guy, it's probably the best for you to be the maybe more so cocky carry player, because you're young, you're going to the TI stage, you're going up against incredible players. Like you need to just focus on yourself, and this guy, if there's one thing he's got, it's confidence.
It helps that P-Vision have such a clear understanding of what they want to do on the map, right? They are the team which buys, I believe, still 100% of Helmet Dominator in every game, because they respect map play, they respect how to push on a catapult wave, they want the creep to be able to kind of push the side lane whilst they're playing elsewhere. Like everything they do on the map enables the creativity. If their map play was weak, then them picking a Tinker carry and having an out support, it would look atrocious. But that is why they're so dominant, and for Extreme, they need to try and find a way to break that confident map play that P-Vision often have.
Or match it themselves, right?
Sure.
They've got the ability to play tempo themselves. We've seen Ame on Anti-Mage pick up Helm of the Dominator. We've seen XM play a co-op that just so heavily focused on killing side lanes. They're capable of doing it themselves.
Yeah, I also feel like we have to address the support duo on the side of P-Vision. We talked about Extreme Gaming already, but Nightclass and Ducalis are such a unique pair, Kazu, with unique heroes coming out.
Like for sure, like Nightclass is maybe like the most, like, this is kind of what people expect from the post 4. It's like the most free role in terms of what you can do. You walk around, you know, like people like to make this anecdote of you have this dog chasing a ball, you just gotta let him do what he wants. And I think they do it really well. The map play that you guys talked about, it's Nightclass, it's what he does. And Ducalis, I feel like he's just very stable. People have this meme in pubs that said the Ducalis ABC. When the game starts, you go here, you smoke it 45 seconds, you take this route, you get the first blood. Like these guys, they know what they're up to.
But if you also put 9-Class with a different offlaner, 9-Class also would actually look quite bad, I think. Yeah. Because of DM and his stability, 9-Class gets to shine. If DM was a weaker offlaner, and then 9-Class goes to make all these moves, then DM will have a different offlaner will have a struggling time, they won't feel like they capitalize on it. So like you need a good offlaner for 9-Class to become the S tier 4.
Oh, absolutely, I agree with that. And interestingly enough, that dynamic is paralleled on XG. When you have a 4 like Xinkyu, who's very similar to 9-Class in the sense that he has his own idea of what he wants to do in that early game. Sometimes he will completely sack his offlane. He'll play for his own game. He'll play very greedily. Having an offlaner like XXS, who is very stable and has experience playing with these really greedy Chinese carries, he can do a lot with a little as well.
They're probably the 2 post 4 guys who like share the least tangles in lane, or like invest the least money to like actually help the guy, because they're gonna play for their own stuff, you know, but they just make it happen. And like T was saying, like DM's hero pool and the way he wants to play, your Venos, your Necros, Beastmasters, they free up your 4 pretty nicely. And I feel like DM, he has a good experience of playing with people who maybe don't help him too much. So yeah, he's pretty happy with what's happening.
I want to say though that while we do talk about P-Vision's support duo and how they're a bit, you know, specific or unusual, people forget that they can play normal heroes too. Like sometimes you think, oh, okay, what crazy 9-Class hero is coming out, and he's just a Snapfire or something. Like that can still happen where you're prepared for these Slarks and these Alchemists to come out, and instead they're just going to pick a stable offlane duo, and that could change your plans or warp the way you want to draft entirely.
Yeah. 9-Class is probably the player, like if you try to predict what hero he's going to pick, like you just can't get it. You should play like some 9-Class bingo, like 9-Class picks Pudge, like you get it off the road and like do some other stuff, because this guy, I don't know where he cooks up his hero picks. I think it has a lot to do with Astini, like they share and then he tries it in low MR pops and like then takes it there. So I think it's a really cool dynamic also.
you just have to find a line of where does the respect become a detriment of your drafting, right? And when you go to P-Vision, if you over-respect 9 class, if you overthink like the, oh, is Satanic going to play the Brood or a Tinker, then sure, your draft's going to crumble. I think we've seen it already with the teams where they don't respect the kind of the integrity of their own lineup, right? With Nigma, with Tidebound, they kind of go a little bit too crazy in the draft. For Extreme, they have to draft for themselves and respect the playstyle that will come. Don't try and draft for P-Vision. If we see that today, that's when P-Vision, has the upper hand.
Yeah, so far I feel like Extreme, I mean, they have not dropped a single series.
Yeah.
They have very much played their own playstyle time and time again. It doesn't seem like P-Vision doesn't know what's coming for them, because Extreme Gaming has shown what they do time and time again, that they just do it exceptionally well.
I think the main difference for Extreme is, even from the interview you just had from Buck, is from Road to now, they feel like another, they've had another change of pace. They're a slightly different team. Like, they're going for Winter Wyvern, they have the Clinks. Like, they've shown that development that I think both teams are going to have to be ready for something new in this series.
I mean, for me too, I think there's a lot of like really cool things to do. For me, XM and XXS, I feel like they've stepped it up tremendously. Not that they were bad before, but they're like incredibly S tier now. Like, they buy like Lotus Orbs and they reflect Dooms, and they refresh their Lincolns to block Dooms and like all the stuff they do. But I do feel like, for me, they're still one of the favorites. But I did see some cracks in their armor yesterday when they played against Tundra. They weren't super clean. Of course, they cleaned it up. They got the 2-0 win, but it's the first time where I saw them like more vulnerable than the earlier days.
I agree. I thought their first game in particular versus Tundra showed that early game vulnerability that they were known for a couple of years ago, where, oh, this team might play a little bit slower, they might play for a later timing, and we can exploit that, we can out-network them. And that's what happened in their game 1 versus Tundra, but they found that comeback, right? With that discipline, they were able to pull off the high ground defense into ultimately winning the game.
Yeah, if we talk about yesterday's series, it was a 2-0 against Tundra for Extreme. How can we learn from the series that P-Vision had yesterday against Heroic? Another 2-0. It felt maybe a little bit easier of a route to this point than Extreme had, or was that more a result of P-Vision just being extra prepared?
It's fair to say that, because the series versus Tundra for XG felt closer than the score looked, whereas the P-Vision one was smooth sailing. They were winning confidently in both games. They just had their strategies on lock. I think that position 4 Monkey King did so much for them. And maybe that's something that can be learned from XG today. They could look at what they want to do with the Monkey King. Do they want to try to take it for themselves, address it within the draft, or just let 9 class have it?
Yeah, I think critically in Game 2, P-Vision had 3 cores that had lane dominating aspects. TA, lane dominator. Phoenix in the offlane, in correct matchups, lane dominator. Queen of Pain, lane dominator. Map, early game. And that is the thing. XG, we want them to see scaling and a bit more time to then feel like they come online. So if P-Vision come into this draft with 3 cores that break lanes, armies on the back foot, and we don't get to see that pop-off potential from the mid lane on XG, we could see some problems. And yeah, I think respect the aggression from the cores of P-Vision.
Yeah, like one thing that I could see that XG could take away from yesterday also is that P-Vision, more than any other team, I think they play off of map and vision. Like, that's why they love the Dominator so much. Push the waves, get yourself the vision going on. But also, they are quite greedy in terms of their offlane. Like, if I'm Extreme Gaming, you could look to craft a Disruptor Ursa lane, for instance, against, the Monkey King 4, the Slark 4, the Pudge 4. Like, they don't do much there, so maybe there's something they can take into it. But yeah, if we look at, like, the hero pool comparison, there's a lot of, like, teamfight and also offlane focus when it comes to Extreme Gaming. Like, Mars has looked incredible in all of these games.
I see stability on the left, and I see chaos on the right.
But for stability, I love what you said about the Mars. I was thinking that XXS has not been talked about enough, because he has had some ridiculous Mars performances this TI. And that is a hero that I want to see him play today, especially if he's going to get sacked. Whatever, just play for Wolves Blink, play make. Be that stable hero for your team.
No,
be that guy that anchors the fight.
Yeah, and like people, they seem to be playing it so well. Like, you have these 4s that just give you all the damage, you lane well. And I mean, XXS's Mars for years has been famous for, the correct builds, the correct items, doesn't feed, just very, very stable players. And their TI not being able to like kill your opponents or you miss smoke ganks, it really gets to you.
That is quite the career indeed. I mean, it's one of the players that we haven't touched upon yet that much. I feel like we talk about him a lot, and we want to always talk about him a lot. And we are gonna talk about him a lot, probably in the heroes that he's getting, and also, of course, his counterpart in XM in the upcoming series. But if we want to continue talking about the upcoming series, we should start talking about that first game.
Extreme Gaming versus P-Vision. Game 1.
Here we go. We got Extreme Gaming on the Radiant side for our opening match. We got P-Vision, Dire, and it is first pick going the way of Extreme. And I do still want to touch upon that mid lane a little bit, T-Gov, because it is a very interesting matchup. We have a lot of stuff happening on the side lanes, and that's why we talked about it so much, because that's where maybe the unusual things happen, but also that's where the Ame versus Satanic happens. We got the position 4s that are interesting to talk about, but mid, it feels like fairly they got fairly stable mid laners going for themselves.
Yeah, extremely traditional from both XM and No One. They want to be the playmakers, they're playing the spirit heroes, they're playing, you know, the odd shaker, or, you know, they just want to be part of the team, part of the game. And of course, when you think about those type of players, it then goes back to the side lanes, unfortunately, where it's how well do they go? Do the supports get freed up? Can they then activate these mid laners that want to be on every rune making the moves? And I love the bans from XG. The fact they go for the Enigma and the Phoenix ban, both off laners for DM, but they're the off laners that make the opponent draft for that hero specifically. Like if you pick Enigma, do you have wave clear? If you have Phoenix, do you have Dispel or some type of healing from your support to survive the lane? So get rid of them. Don't force Ame to play a single hero.
Oh, here it comes.
Here it comes.
I mean, it looked good this tournament. Like, Slark has seen a lot of nerfs over the last few months, especially after 4 Slark became so popular because of P-Vision. But this is the one team that didn't really give up on it, regardless of the nerfs. With this hero, you can just play for superior vision, play for D-wards, play for that superior movement during nighttime. Yesterday, I think they ran a Slark plus Night Stalker to capitalize on vision. Maybe they could look towards doing the same.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just like what they want to do. Like they know that, you know, the offlane, it's not necessarily designed to win. You just get your stuff, then, you know, in the mid game, that's where it really kicks in, the D-warding, the vision. Like you mentioned, like that is what they're going to play through. I do feel like Extreme Gaming, you mentioned the bans, I'm also completely on board. I think it makes the Undying a lot better. Maybe for P-Vision, there is a route also where you could flex the Slark. I think most likely not, but again, it is something that they value a lot. Maybe it's very low chance for it to happen, but you cannot disrespect it at this level of play.
Let's see what is coming afterwards, because with these openings, not much that either team is giving away yet. We have seen the Undying in the hands of XXS, very successful. We've seen 9class be very successful on his Slark. Not unexpected heroes, but also not heroes that you could really know what route the draft is taking. We got an Invoker ban, and we got a Medusa ban coming out for Extreme.
Already. Gone?
No, go ahead, T.
Thank you. Yes. Undying in the offlane, right? No stun, it's no control. Therefore, the Slark is going to feel like he has the free game, right? The ability to just run around, do what he wants, like you already mentioned. But that then gives Satanic more time. Because the Slark support, even if his lane presence isn't the strongest, pulling waves, kind of opening XP for his offlane, when you do want to go D-ward, it's an extra 20-30 seconds of, oh, Slark's here, gotta wait 1 second, hold up. And then Satanic's like, thank you for that extra wave I farmed indirectly because of what Slark is doing. So XG, they need more control and a way to get rid of Slark quickly to then find Satanic.
On that note, I wonder to what extent do they want to address the Slark? Because there are heroes that are good versus Slark that they play. The Leshrac, for example, on XM is something they could run. He's been popping off on that hero. You get that early blink, you punish this hero. You could also choose to address it from the support role with a Disruptor. That hero is a popular pick versus Slark as well. You glimpse back into the Static Storm, but I don't think you want both. That would be over-addressing or over-correcting.
I mean, it's like something I haven't seen enough against P-Vision. They play these like more volatile offlanes, but I haven't seen someone just like double down on this lane. Like you get this Disruptor Ursa, Disruptor Anti-Mage, like whatever, you know, 18 pick your carry, set it up earlier with the 5, because you know this is most likely the Slark 4 who's gonna do that. P-Vision get themselves a snap, solid laner. You have Low Shredder against the Tombstone if you want. Cookie safe. Just overall, probably one of the best supports of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I actually have XM in my fantasy, and I get 90% more fantasy points if he's a blue hero. So I do hope it's like a Leshrac or a Storm.
Wait, his Lesh is legit as hell. It's so good.
I mean, it's pretty good here. You see a Snap or a Slark, you don't really care. Just jump on them, kill them. Yep. Blue hero, please, XG.
7-0 record on Snap for Ducalis. I mean, that's also probably because there are so many other heroes people want to ban out against P-Vision that he gets his hands on it time and time again. But that is a phenomenal record as the most picked hero from the tournament. I don't know if it still is, but it was for a long time. The Disruptor coming out on the side of Extreme.
Yeah, exceptionally good hero, right? The fact that we even saw Kotomi yesterday on BB. You get Mana Boots, Blink Dagger into instant Aghanim.
Yep.
and then you keep kiting, you keep playing on Thunder Strikes, you're getting vision, you're slowing, you can then glimpse back. Like Slark, as we already mentioned, you want to go in, and then you kind of want to retreat, you want to kind of kite back the fight, buy time, provide information. You get no information. Disruptor will bring you back and kill you. So I think that's the answer to Slark is done. Tick, move on. Now start trying to find other heroes to make your draft have good meaning.
Just a quick sidetrack is I remember during Dream Leagues that every time 9 Class got countered by Disruptor, he would just carry iron branches in his inventory, and every time he was static, he would just push himself out with a branch, and no Disruptor player expected that. So I wonder if we'll see the same thing happening here.
I mean, we might. This guy knows his matchups because he pops these heroes like a billion times to actually try to make it happen. Rasta is quite interesting here. Shadow Shaman is not a hero we see too often. I feel like it was maybe during one of the more recent PGL Valakias, people played this Warlock Shaman, Undying Shaman quite frequently. It gives you like very good building and early Roach because you drop the Tomb, you drop the Snake. And I mean, I guess overall, it's a good laner. You have people that like bring it to you. You have the fight starter, so more push to back it up. I like it.
I don't know if they want to pick it yet, but it's becoming a very good PL game for P-Vision if they want to get it at some point. You don't care about Undying, Disruptor, Shaman. You just send illusions. Again, to pick it here with 2 then counter picks for XG might be a bit bold.
I mean, then you would get your last track on 18.
Then you get your last exactly, but like not now. But I want XG to start respecting it potentially in either the next pick or the 2 bans, as I'm already thinking that it's becoming a good game for Satanic to pull later in the draft.
Do you guys want to know what PL's win rate is this entire competitive season?
It's bad.
I looked
It's
it
real
up
bad.
the other day. All the games played, it's like 18%.
Yeah.
That's atrocious.
So hopefully not that hero, but honestly, if there's a team that could make it work, it would be P-Vision.
Yeah, okay, so you get the Lycan and, okay, so the puck. So it's on XG to kind of decide, okay, what is more valuable for us? So we need to close the phase with our mid against the puck, which this is a hero we've seen pop off a lot, especially by GPK. Or do you want to do something against the Lycan? You want to like lock in a troll with your Disruptor, like play fast. I think these anti-mages, you don't really want to play that against the Lycan. There's the Ursa option if you want, or do we feel more like this should be the mid hero, for example?
I feel like there's some major problems right now for XG, where to kill a hero, it's the Static Storm, the Shaman Jump. But to do that with the Lycan Wolf scouting you, the Slark scouting you, Puck jumping in and out, finding like ways to initiate the fight, XG need to have a really clean like pick off and play. But pick off and play against all of this wave push from P-Vision will be extremely difficult.
Well, that was a 100% win rate troll up until earlier today, but still an incredibly strong hero. How does it fit in here?
It's very strong. It's one of the OG counters to Lycan. You're playing with a Disruptor against a weak 4. You definitely have a recipe for success. You're gonna get an Aegis in this game because you have the Tombstone, because you have the Snakes. Troll is good at it too, so I think XG are quite happy. The problem still exists though, that T mentioned, the puck.
But at least they have a carry that can itemize to be the frontliner. You send him in first. What hard lockdown does P-Vision have to stop the troll hitting the ultimate, right? Like, he can stand his ground, which gives Disruptor and Shaman a way to hide in the tree line, wait for the fight to develop, then they use their spells. So I'm looking at Arme to get the early Battle Fury, to get the early BKB, whatever, and then become kind of the forward-thinking player on the team.
Yeah, the way that I see this troll pick is it kind of solves some of the issues that XG had, because so when I look at PV's draft and I see this Lycan plus Puck come out together, I think, okay, this Lycan will protect the Puck, because Puck is picked into 2 counters, Disruptor plus Shaman. These are heroes that have the catch to stop a Puck from popping off. But if you're playing against Lycan and he's throwing his summons at you and you're a Disruptor or you're a Shaman, what do? You don't have the freedom in a fight to lock down that Puck. But this Troll Warlord, if he shuts down Lycan in lane and just makes it so that his entry point into the game is later, then the Puck issue is solved by that, just by extension of Lycan not being able to create the space that the Puck needs.
Yeah, XG just need to hug each other. Yeah. Right? When you look at a 20-25 minute fight, it's be together with the vision, then they're going to look strong. If at any point they break away, have a weak formation, P-Vision will, of course, exploit it.
Yeah, actually, they definitely have this type of lineup where it's like they're gonna dare P-Vision to come to them. Like they're gonna go to a tower, drop the Snake, drop the Tomb, Troll's gonna start hitting, and then it's like, how do you answer?
Yeah.
And that's not the most ideal fight for a Lycan. He wants to like go on your back line, kind of snack on your supports, but they're very good at protecting each other. So XG, they do need an XM hero.
I am enjoying their bans though. They're like, Satanic has a last pick, of course, on the side of P-Vision. Then like, let's remove his Tinker and his Meepo just to not get anything unexpected out there. And it will be the Slardar coming out. The XM Slardar is a little bit of a classic.
Yeah, and it gives just good initiation to the fight, right? It's if Slardar finds hero with Troll, that's going to be a kill. Slardar plus Shaman with the ultimate from Shaman, another kill, right? It just gives ways to punish if P-Vision are split on the map. So I don't mind it. It is good scaling. Slaughter very quickly can become tanky as well with the Aghanims and the BKB. He stands his ground. Yeah, it's a nice way to give XG late game potential and also survivability through the mid game, through pickoffs.
And the last time that XM played Slaughter, he had a really interesting build. He went for Helm into Pipe, right? And I think that would be a great game to recreate that, because if you get that early Pipe, you're negating a lot of damage coming out of the Snap and the Puck that PV are dependent on early game. And that Helm, you just play versus Lycan's, you know, take it back, play that mini game there.
Yeah, Slaughter to me is a little bit underrated, like, because I think he does very well, especially with this type of draft. Like Lycan, you amp him, he wants to run at you, he's not going to be able to stand his ground. So P-Vision, what do you want here for Satanic? Maybe some TB? Like, I still think they need high damage, like on the hero. You have a lot of heroes running in, sure, but you need to back it up with something.
We talked earlier about the tempo that we saw Extreme have yesterday. Does the Slaughter it sets a high tempo, right? So that kind of solves the issue that they had yesterday against Tundra.
No, for sure. It lanes well against Puck. You have high armor, you have good damage, you're going to be chilling, you're in the river, you're the type of hero your supports can play through. I mean, I must say, I love both drafts. I think PV found a very good last pick for themselves too. I'm maybe slightly leaning towards XG, because I just like this idea of the Disruptor with the Troll to shut down P-Vision, but they have what they always want with the map play.
I quickly want to correct, it was XXS that had that build on Slardar, not XM. So maybe from the mid Slardar, you don't want to see the Helm too early, maybe the Blink into the Helm, but I would still love to see that come into play.
Yeah.
I just want to see this game get to like 30-40 minutes.
It will.
Like, XG with levels take great fights. P-Vision, as the game progresses, need items. If they buy the wrong item, fights can get quite difficult. So it's like itemization on P-Vision and scaling will be really interesting to see, while XG is just kind of cruise control. As every minute ticks over, they get stronger and stronger and stronger.
I guess the one thing I would say is XG is dependent on their lanes going very well, and they've drafted good lanes for themselves, but if PV can somehow find a way to get as much as they can, like mitigate that net worth disadvantage that they may have, then the game will be a lot more even, and it's hard to get a good read on it.
And who would you put the pressure on to create the space, basically, for P-Vision to do all that?
I mean, it has to be the Lycan plus Puck duo.
Yeah, I'm looking at them to kind of do well early, because it is not that easy. Like for XG, I see them doing well in the lanes. They're going to take the early towers. They're going to get the first ages of the game. They're probably going to have a lead. At some point, PV are going to have to find a way to play the map, stabilize, and win a fight, or kind of at least go even, because they need time.
And the Puck versus Slardar, how is that going to go down? Because shouldn't it be Puck favored, considering his range versus melee?
Yes. Slardar going to be chilling. Slardar's going to be chilling.
Slardar loves that much.
Yep.
All right, we are going to head over to the stage, because before we get into this game number one, we are going to hear some words from Coach Estini.
Absolutely. The crowd quite split here on this match. We got a lot of cheers for both teams coming out here. Sir, how are you feeling about this draft here today? Now, I don't know if you watched this, but there was a certain Lycan versus Troll matchup yesterday. Didn't go too well for the Lycan. How do you feel it's going to go this time?
There's a reason our Lycan players still in the tournament.
Okay, let's relax.
Just better.
Let's relax. Goodness gracious. Very well, very well. Great. Well, it seems like you're very confident about your draft. If you had to rate your draft out of 10, what would you be putting it here? I mean, we got some Puck, we got some Lycan. They do have a lot of lockdown. Did you think you did well?
Yes, I put 9 class in my fantasy with coher kills. So I go for Slark, and I'm pretty confident he's going to make a lot of points.
Fantasy players, get ready to be pogging for this match. Absolutely. All right, my friend, you've had this crowd in the center cheering your name every single time. They go right where you look every time. Thank you so much. Any words to those 5 people standing up right there with those signs in particular?
Yes. Bora caralho.
All right, fantastic. Well, should be one hell of a match by 2 of the most high-skilled teams that we have here today. Let's get into it.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Oh, man, this is going to be an awesome game. I cannot wait to hop into this one, Trent. I do real quickly, since we're getting all the players out there around, Dota's best enjoyed with friends, and I need to give a quick little shout-out. I am today on my 10-year wedding anniversary, so I just wanted to give a quick little, I love you very much, wife and kid at home, and I hope you're doing good. We'll be home soon. But we are getting into this match, Trent. I can't wait.
Yes, it's Dota time. The fans are going crazy today. We got a whole section here cheering on XG. I'm sure you heard them there during some of the earlier interviews as well. Very dedicated to the success of their team. So we'll see how well it goes for them here in this draft. Last time these 2 teams met, they haven't seen each other so far this tournament, but a few months ago they did play, and it was P-Vision taking the win 2-1.
That's pretty crazy. I mean, I think that this has been so much stuff changed throughout the course of this tournament, and all of these teams now feel like they have a very different identity than maybe what people were expecting coming into this. And now, you know, if you were to ask me where I would rank these teams going into it, I don't even know if XG would be in the tournament at this point, but they are very clearly becoming the favorites. P-Vision have something to say about that. A very confident Astini going into this.
Yeah, a team that's been gaining confidence for sure as this event has gone on. XG just kind of started dominating and haven't stopped, obviously only losing a few maps through this entire event, whereas P-Vision, it felt like there were some struggles. They were having a hard time enabling their offlane duo and really feeling like they were getting a lot of both of these two picks. And as it's gone on, we're getting more and more of that classic 9 class, which, you know, he's always been the engine that drives a lot of the success here for P-Vision.
He has been, indeed. And I think, too, when you see him having like a good game, finding those courier snipes, disrupting what's going on, and of course in that mid-game window when people are looking for fights, he can be a real menace. Now the flip side of that is that a lot of times it feels like XG are just cool chilling. You know what I mean? And if they're just out farming, is he going to be able to set up for ganks from the rest of his squad to find kills? As DM is going to do some lane shenanigans here, already pulling the wave back behind the tower.
Yes, things one must do when you have a position 4 Slark player. He is well aware of what needs to be done here, as 9 class will just keep lurking around and being a nuisance down there. Maybe hoping to score some of those courier kills, as Astini said, you know. Now, I have a question about this fantasy here. You know, he said that if XM plays a blue hero, he gets more points.
Yes, that is true.
What is Slardar? Is that close enough? That's a blue hue for sure.
I mean, it's a little purpley. I feel like it should count a little bit. You know what? I think it tells you what it is when you sign up for it.
Okay. Well, for his sake, I hope it's at least blue. You know?
Absolutely.
Help the guy out.
Gotta be. Mid lane matchup, as we've seen, going to be a little bit tough for the Puck, but he seems to be doing okay so far on no one. And if there's one thing you can count on in this tournament, it's that no one is likely going to be getting the most out of his lane possible.
Yes, I have decided to dub him the Terminator. You know, I feel like he was away for a while and he came back, but it doesn't, like, I don't think he aged very much. He kind of looks the same. So I think something's afoot. I think he might have like some bionic parts in there that we weren't made aware of, because he just came back and he looks as good as ever.
By the way, that is Courier Snipe #1, unless I missed one earlier. So we'll keep our tracks of that.
Man, Astini's a genius. I mean, that's kind of crazy to like just throw it on one of your players in the tournament purely for the fantasy points, but when it works, it works.
Yeah, you got to win too. Might be getting them a little bit more. But yeah, this is going to be what you see. Blood grenade, boots, grab the whole wave, pull it back behind the tower.
It's disgusting, truly. And of course, that ward, as being shown by the observers as well, of course, to help you snipe those couriers, right? It makes it all a lot easier. So they've got a lock on this bottom lane. They're so used to doing this.
Then in the meantime, in mid, we're going to see this battle continue on. Up top, there could be some more action going on. You can see Xinkyu contesting this pull from Ducalis, while Undying is sort of battling out in the lane with the Terrorblade. What did you think about that last pick, Terrorblade? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, he's coming for you. At least I got to deliver first.
And, ooh, he's even going to get the D ward on the camp there as well. Make sure he gets the block back on there, so lots of work. TV, I mean, it's a bit of a classic, of course, especially for Satanic, you know. It is always a game winner hero, right? It has so many things it can offer. It does have the opportunity to play in the early game if your team is up, which is really interesting, right? You can join for pushes, objectives, whatever you want to be there with for the meta. But of course, you've got this like mid and late game map control that comes out from Terrorblade that's pretty hard to match from many other heroes. That being said, you know, XG coming into this series, I imagine they'd probably continue their, you know, a little bit slower paced gameplay, but this looks pretty quick for them. And they have had some fast games, but this one looks like it could really get going quick if they get a good lead in these lanes, like the panel was mentioning.
Oh, it never stood a chance. Does he run back down as soon as it shows?
He's pretty far.
No, he's hiding it. Okay, nope, there it is. We'll see if they run down. 9 class instead looks like he wants to stack the camps, which makes more sense. And actually, it taking that ring around the Rosie might buy enough time for 9 class to come back in. We'll see what he decides to do. Instead, he's making his way over towards mid. XM does get hit by that, and now a jump in. Only going to be able to find a couple of punches, but the blood grenade isn't enough.
Nice spacing.
Not able to quite find the finish there.
I mean, you're okay with that, though.
Obviously, this is a lane that's supposed to go pretty well for the Slardar. Just Puck, over the years, has lost quite a bit of strength in that mid lane overall, but Slardar, of course, has just got buffed and buffed and buffed when it comes to being near water and having the reliability here. It goes for the coil mid.
Does have level 6, though. The jump up is there, able to find a bash, tries to back out, and he's able to play himself out of it. XM, what a player, and X-Nova is going to be the one that draws first blood.
Woohoo! That was nice. Very quick rotation. Disruptor, not always the best hero to come in and save you in the mid lane.
Oh,
not
yeah.
always something you can count on, but X-Nova makes it work there thanks to some fancy footwork despite having no feet on XM.
Very solid move, and Dream Coil down too, so that kind of opens up some rotations here too if they want to try and pressure Satanic, particularly pre-6. We'll see if there's any movements that come in. These twin gates have been a classic, but when you get your courier sniped, starts to feel a little bit rough.
Gloves and boots? That's really annoying, especially the gloves, obviously. It's an interesting way to try and deal with Ame. I mean, every game that we've had the pleasure of casting of Ame, his heat map is just the bottom lane.
True.
And he stays down here forever, and then his teammates pull the enemy everywhere else on the map. Anywhere else but bottom lane. And Ame just chills down here until he gets his items. And P-Vision have decided to just like kind of let that happen again here, but they're getting the trade of their Lycan also getting very farmed.
Right, he's almost going to have a helm completed, which could turn very quickly into that tower being taken down. So that's something to watch for here, as we are going to see 9 class. Still just level 2, by the way. He's able to do a good amount with that. Finally getting the Wisdom Shrine. Xingqiu taking the other one on the other side of the map. But this is going to be the thing to watch for, is how do they change up their gameplay for Ame? Are they going to still try and keep that pressure on, or are we going to see something where maybe they leave that lane?
It's just this courier.
I know.
It's like trying to find the Northwest Passage, you know? It's just like, where is it, man?
Nowhere to be found. Maybe a bit of a wraparound going on towards mid, though. They were looking for no one there, and, well, yeah, it's not going to be an easy jump.
Well, I mean, the coil back does usually open quite a few opportunities for Puck, right? Puck loves it when you get to catch someone diving your side lanes and you show up, Dream Coil, and turn it around. Not the easiest heroes to do that versus, right? Like an Undying, it can be a little bit risky to go for it if there's any sort of backup. Your Lycan's not really playing the tower anyway, so no one doesn't have this natural accelerant of just defending your side tier 1s that you like to have. But he does have these stacks to accelerate him that 9 class has been prepping for him, so this is also great, of course, just for 9 class, because as a position 4 player, you want to get as many stacks as you can to get that golden XP for yourself.
They miss on one of the sentries. It's just off to the left there, and so XG, after making that rotation with X-Nova, are not going to be able to make any type of substantial kill happen. And this could be an issue as this game goes on. I feel like between a Lycan, Terrorblade Illusions, and now a Slark support, how are you meant to sort of keep vision out on this map for XG?
Yeah, that's a very interesting part heading to the late game too, right? That's you're trying to just deal with wave push and also trying to find these ganks. Your smokes are at a complete premium on XG. You cannot waste a single smoke or it's going to feel awful.
Ducalis hitting that level 6 is now going to come back over this direction, and Ame is a potential target if they can find the right control.
Man, there's a juicy level 6.
Look at this.
I mean, what's the duration? 6.5? Kisses go for what? You got 8 globs. I don't know. It's not bad.
There's a chance.
It's over 5.5 seconds. You get that ulti pop to the right time, he's going to be in trouble even if he has it.
Well, they're going to realize the danger, and actually leaving that little illusion there of the Slardar scouts out the gank coming their way. They will lose the tower on the side of XG as Ame tries to build into his Battle Fury. And you know, I'm reminded a little bit of that game that we saw yesterday of XG versus Tundra. Tundra started off, got this good beginning lead, and if not for maybe some weird Roche fights, XG could have been in a lot of trouble. And I'm seeing a similar story here. You've got some pretty heavy push potential from P-Vision.
Yes, 100%. I think that would be the conversation I could imagine Astini having before leaving the booth, right? It's just like, you've got to make sure those first objectives are going to be so important because they can take it very quickly on XG, but you can as well on P-Vision.
Moves. The Hex is there, already hit. XM backing out, though, and the Kisses not doing quite enough damage. They will be able to bring down Xingqiu here. But
and
finding any more than that, Well, they'll pop the glyph. Is there going to be any defense here?
Look at this army.
I mean, it's really hard to fight against this. They have the creep there too. XM already taking a boatload of damage from the creep, from the summoned wolves, and they're trying desperately to keep the tower alive. Will manage to. Xnova has a glimpse.
It was on CD, yeah, for quite a while, so he couldn't manage to pull back DM there when he was looking a little vulnerable.
But they do protect their tower.
And the carries just off doing their thing. Satanic's been hitting a lot of jungle creeps. He's back on the lane now with the attention put towards mid. Ame's been farming through the Ancients in the bottom lane like he does every game. Tower or not, he's still confident enough to stand up here.
Well on his way. And then on the other side, it's really XM. The fact that he didn't die there, I think, is really important. Working towards that Blink Dagger, almost has it completed. But do they need to do something to deal with Satanic here? I mean, he is just free farming.
Yeah, I think chasing him just sounds like a bit of a problem, right? It would be nice, obviously, but when the Blink Dagger's up, you could try one smoke at him and try and go for it. It would be nice to have 6 on Xnova at that point, which is probably why he's here camping mid, trying to catch as much XP as he can here on the tower. So you could go for it once, at least drop some good vision as well. But I imagine that attacking the structures could also be a solid play to go for it too, right? If you get 6 on your Shaman.
Well, the call is there to get back underway. P-Vision versus Extreme, in both teams at this point not putting high priority on trying to find a ton of kills, just 1-1, 11 minutes in.
Oh!
But a nice little move in. Xnova able to get the deny there on the tower.
Take those little victories when you can as a support gamer, you know?
Oh, yeah.
TP up top here. No one's looking for his first rotation.
Oh, finds it there. Dream Coil down. Satanic in the way as well. They have Tombstone, they have everything, but this is a hard survive. And Exodus actually almost able to sneak his way through the trees, but a kill is a kill.
Yeah, knows he doesn't have a chance there, even if he pops the ulti, so he'll just take the Ceaseless Dirge and immediately go to his Ancients, which are well stacked up here, of course. This was something that we saw from XG where there was not a big priority on stacks really at all. And there was the danger that the enemy could have came and stolen them away. They're going to scout them out here right now.
Looking, hunting. DM about to lose a creep, goes down to Xnova. Does have glimpse, doesn't have vision.
Is Zinky going to snake these, or we're just leaving these all for Ame, no? All right, this is Ame's piggy bank. They're going to smoke it up here. So what do we have? We got the snakes.
Right under a wolf, though.
That's not good. We got the Static Storm. I think Zinky pinged it. So this is your Satanic hunt that you're hoping for as an XG fan right now.
It didn't turn green, though. They just barely walked past it. Is there any way that they actually managed to find Satanic up to the east side? Doesn't look like it.
No, he's out. So they can use this with the Helm of the Undying to just push the tower, so it's not too bad. They'll even drop the big bad snake there, too.
Was wondering if maybe they thought he ran to the gate, but instead ran out to the other side, and they are going to cut through the twin gate.
Instantly scanned by 9 class, who still walks over here, by the way. Puts a ward on the
Okay.
like,
whoa, what?
Oh,
he planted the tree!
He did the tree
oh, 9 class!
It's so insulting.
You sneaky, sneaky fish.
You scan that they're there. You ward and walk in anyway, and then you do the tree plant escape. He's done this already, too, while we've been casting him as well.
Dude, he was so ready for that.
Unbelievably ready. And his ward's going to live.
That's crazy.
I feel sickly watching that.
So we take a quick little replay.
Let's sum this up for people. So you see how there's this thing called the kinetic field, all right? He's going to plant a tree. It creates a collision box with his own hero. One can stay, one has to go. Hero goes outside the kinetic field. Amazing.
Breaks the game.
Blows your brain just like that. It's like, whoa, I can't see a thing.
Now, 3K gold lead now, and Helm Slark is done.
Then you watch Slark pick up a creep.
All right, I'm not sure if I'm prepared for what's going to happen in this game, Trent. I don't know. I don't know if anybody is. We've still got a Battle Fury Troll, which has been an indomitable force in this tournament, but I gotta say, the Terrorblade is pretty spooky in this one.
You're not wrong. I mean, it's a classic for a reason, right? It gives you many choices.
Ducalis nearby with 9 class DM. They know that this Ancient stack is being taken. Do they want to come and contest it? They're moving into position. Vision down. XXS, what do you have in the tank? XM is there too. It looks like they're going to back out, seeing that everybody's
a helm
there.
Creep, guys. That was just one helm creep.
I see another one now. DM takes away the big old
He's getting so
ancient
many.
black
He's getting
dragon.
all the bounties. Like his fire pool just destroyed so many ancients.
Now they move in, want to take that down, but Ame is a little bit too far forward, forced to pop the ultimate, in a ton of trouble. They do have control over Puck, though. Do they have enough damage to kill him? Yes, they do. The
Ame,
snake,
though.
it's doing work, but it's not doing enough to save Ame.
And the dragon lives.
Dragon's still alive. They will take out one more creep with the big snake, but this is the power of P-Vision right now.
I mean, how much effort did they put into the first neutral there, and
Yeah.
then the second one? Right? Like, they're fighting this just massive army being provided here by DM, and then at least they're able to get the catch there onto no one, thankfully for them, but then immediately losing Ame is really going to hurt their scaling.
Man. Very difficult moment here to try and figure out how you deal with this, because it's really, they need Ame to kill the creeps, and even for him, it's not quick.
No, it's certainly not yet. And he's going to need that defensive item to try and deal with the silence there from the Puck to ensure that he can actually play his game. I mean, usually 9 class has been going for these like early orchids, but because of the existence of Helm, we're getting that instead. So at least that gives him a little bit more breathing room, perhaps, for Ame.
2-3 and a 4K gold lead as Undyne working towards the Shivas.
That's all, obviously, it's very nice versus Lycan all the units. You're going to get a lot of benefits from that, and the various healing that you're going to have going on there too. But it's not really like a game changer item.
No.
You know? It doesn't really change the flow of things too much. You're going to have to look to that from XM, and he's hoping to just get to his his BKB after the Blink and Shard.
And on the other side, with just this swarm of creeps, P-Vision starts to do some pretty massive amounts. I was wondering if we were going to maybe see something like a Crimson Guard out of XG for XXS.
Yeah.
Still could go back for it later on. Obviously, tremendous value when you've got all these summons you're dealing with and the Terrorblade illusions.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hard choice for his itemization, I'd say. Getting them all eventually would be great.
Yeah.
As we do, Slider, at least he is really good at this, right?
Yeah.
Like, if there's an isolated Helm creep, he can deal with it very quickly, which is something that we have seen a lot of heroes struggle with, particularly any support heroes. But being able to grab those is a nice gold boost for you if you can guarantee they're actually going to die.
Absolutely. And I mean, you can see though that when you have all these summons, the answer for you is just start taking objectives.
And they're going to scout this out here with 9 classes creep as well. This is something that the Radiant can do very quickly as well. They have a Slider, they have a Troll Warlord, they have Snakes. Dire are not even choosing to bring Satanic. He's coming now, but they started this without him.
A little bit late. XM could go for a big jump if they want, but they drop the coil to start. Backs out, kisses out. How much do they have left in the tank? XXS, there's the Tombstone down. Kinetic Field and a Static Storm to back away.
I mean, there's no Ceaseless Dirge here. If he dies, he's going down.
And the Dragon is chasing and not quite going to fully commit for that one. So Roche still up. It's not even below halfway HP. Can they come back in here and get this? I mean, Ame is not even in the fight.
You got Blink Slider, you got Blink Zinq. Is he feeling a little crazy, perhaps? I don't think so.
I mean, they smoke back up again, maybe trying to take a fight once this is all over. A big get, though, for P-Vision.
This might be one of those hope they split up immediately after taking Roche, right? Yeah, exactly, like this. No one comes down to push the wave, and they try and catch him here because they have the Blink on the Shadow Shaman. This is going to be your answer. So Ame's going to drive him back. They're going to catch no one under the tower.
Looking. Zinq, they need to get Vision first.
Oh, he knows.
Does he? No, jump in. Hex is out, and they got him. The TP, that one probably needs to be canceled, although he did have the Aegis. Are they going to try and do something? They jump on through, 9 class, trying to keep his buddy alive, and they're able to back away on that Puck. Ame caught, Cookie connects. Is there any follow-up, though? It doesn't look like it.
Beautiful. Very well played here from XG. You take away all the advantages of that Aegis.
In the mid lane, they're hunting a little bit onto the Undying now. They jump Dream Coil in the mid lane, finds him for a moment. He does not look like he needs to actually worry that much. Instead, Zinq, he jumps and finds the Puck. Static Storm down, also connects on a 9 class. They might try and pull him back in here, but they do manage to get that kill. Back and forth we go.
That's a nice swing for XG, though, right? Like, you lose the Roche like that, but then you quickly dismantle the Aegis, get rid of that as an issue, take a little free pick there onto the Slayer because he kind of has to play a bit of interference to ensure that no one escapes. very good for them, as they're going to have to try and start pumping more gold into Ame. He is now third on the board here and working his way through the jungle. Just trying to get a Manta into a BKB. Not necessarily the biggest like feel-good items, but it's Troll Warlord, right? As long as he gets his ulti off, he's going to have the damage.
Just saw in the mid lane, while this is Ame's farm, it's also XM killing another one of these Helm creeps. It's been a really, really good answer so far, it feels like, in a way. He's still a bit behind, though, in terms of the net worth for the Slardar.
Well, it is time for the next objective of Dota 2. Kind of gonna Tormentor.
The Tormentor gonna go down. And easily picked up for P-Vision. 9 class now having access to the Depth Shroud.
Oh, good.
and that's the one that really can start to make things difficult to play around.
Because he wasn't annoying enough already, so that's
Is he
great.
gonna get another one? Oh, no, he's not going for it on XM. Working towards that BKB.
Yeah, this tier 1 tower is still very healthy in the mid lane right now for P-Vision. That's a helpful one to have. Keep this big forward vision on the map right now.
So, one other thing that I'm a little bit concerned about for the side of XG is that I believe this is Terrorblade most of the way towards a butterfly at this point. And Troll is still queuing up into a BKB after the Manta.
Yeah.
There could be some timings in here where Satanic is very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, the high armor is annoying enough, but paired with evasion, plus the additional bonus armor he's going to have from Butterfly fully completed, it's going to be a bad time.
See if there are any changes that come up with the build, or if Ame is just going to have to stick to it. In the meantime, Lycan also gets an AC. Man, this timing is going to be nuts.
Yeah, it is a very powerful timing. Butterfly plus AC. You have this Depth Shroud. XXS is trying to counteract it by getting the Shard finished up on the Undying. So maybe if someone is, in trouble, he can try and get a big save onto that during the kisses, during the coil or something.
Man, for both of these teams, a win here would just be so huge for them. Guaranteed moving on, and obviously a ton of love within the crowd from both of these orgs, as we've heard multiple times throughout this event. But very much one of those windows right now where P-Vision, if they can find the right fight, feel like they can really put the screws.
Kala's put a crazy ward down here. This big aggressive smoke. Trying to catch up to X-Nova.
X-Nova underneath a ward, TPing out, and does manage to escape. Out they go. So 3-3.
XXS. He's going to walk away from the team as they're going to smoke up here. Kind of shadowing Ame a little bit. Maybe hoping that P-Vision are going to think about Potassium. Crowd is generating power here with the wave.
Oh, we do have a little wave going through the crowd a little bit as well. Oh, wait.
A little bit of hydro power here, trying to help out. I like this. This is good. And they will take down that tier 1 tower mid. So, it's kind of painful. I'm not going to lie to you, to smoke for that, unless it gets a kill in 9 class. Not quite. Because they basically smoked to kill a tier 1 mid.
Yes.
Which doesn't feel great versus Slark, Lycan, Wolves, couple Helm of the Dominators.
You really need these smokes to make your way across the map. But it does open things up a little bit more and just create a little bit more mystery for P-Vision, so they don't have this giant beacon of knowledge in the center of the map.
Yeah, you got to take that one out as quickly as you can. A tough situation now, again, for XG. If they want to try and make another move, it feels like every time they're just completely scouted out immediately.
And that's the
full butterfly.
Butterfly and the finished BKB. That's what I was trying to figure if that was done too for no one. That's a powerful timing. So if they want to kill this puck, it's going to come down to XM, right? That's pretty much it.
Oh, a 9 class hunting around, spots X-Nova. Can he push him to the low ground with the effect? No, not going to happen. So X-Nova in some trouble, going to fall here. And the area in which XG is allowed to play grows smaller and smaller.
Yeah, still just holding meta right now on Satanic, but I mean, he's got the Demon Seal. That's what's so nice about the Shard, right? Just use that for your smaller pushes, but when like the big fight comes, you can fully commit with meta.
The butterfly pushes. We saw 2 games in a row of it with that Medusa in the last series from Ghost. Is Satanic gonna be able to replicate a similar type of strategy? Get butterfly, walk down lanes before there's an answer.
Jeez, they just really ignored XXS, huh?
Oh, yeah.
They just had no cares for that guy. He's walking up, throwing Yeshiva's guard out. They're just like, you are so not worth it, man.
I mean, they see Ame there underneath some wolves. So understanding that he's in the area, are they gonna try and mount any type of a defense here? XXS steps forwards, throws out some decays, a quick little jump through, a stun onto Satanic, maybe a chance here for a fight.
Okay.
Do they want to jump onto Satanic though, really? Slowly, steadily, Static Storm down, now a hit, a few more, but they don't have any vision, they can't find him! This walks away!
A little Depth Shroud save there.
Oh no! Can't get on top of him, and now, with kisses raining down, they're not doing a ton, only Disruptor has gone down so far.
That was not looking good for P-Vision either, right? You see that ulti coming, you're like, oh, they've done it, right? They jump in, Satan's getting low, but then just
9 class.
able to back it away with 9 class. There's a reason this is his signature support hero.
We did see that Leshrac ban that the panel was talking about that could have been a solid fit for this, taken away in that final stage. You think about how different this game could have looked if they were able to get a hold of it.
It feels like there's no winning, though, because it also just feels awful to commit so much in your draft to this thing.
Yes.
It's like roaming 4, you know? You have to think about all these other matchups that are happening in the game.
There's a reason that he excels on his heroes. So, another couple of towers taken. There's still one more tier 2 tower on the bottom lane that XG are trying to hold on for, and well, XM actually gonna get jumped on again. Xingqiu is nearby, able to find a Hex onto the puck, but the Yule Scepter lift up. There's not an easy way out of this one. The crush, but the damage, it keeps on coming. Satanic with the amplified damage destroys XM.
Yeah, and with that meta pop right now, he is gonna annihilate this tower. They're thinking about marching on here.
I mean, what's the answer? You don't have much on XG.
I mean, with an amplified damage, who could resist this?
I mean, this is an easy step up. And, you know, you think about other games. Where's the Magnus? Where's the tiny toss back? There's nothing here to defend this high ground right now without fully committing. The Tombstone is down. That's gone in an instant. XXS, no answers, and Satanic is too damn big. A full set of racks done, P-Vision. They are not playing for the late game.
No, and there's no chance of a chase down here either from the side of XG. They're going to be able to back away as P-Vision, reset, and 9 class, he's going to know there's a ward here as well as he steps up there. But it just means that they can back away, reset, go to Roche, set up there. And the side of XG, they're just waiting, right? They're waiting for Amin to get these items to feel like he can maybe do something. And he's going to need the most perfect fight as Troll Warlord here, set up by his supports.
Can they do it? I mean, you're still looking for another couple items on Ame before he finishes off that MKB. He's going to have to go with just the Demon Edge now. And they are heading into an area that could potentially turn into a full fight.
All right, we'll see how does the Depth Shroud play out in this one. Maybe they can get 9 class first. Maybe they get a Blink Hex onto this puck. Maybe that's how they start this fight.
I mean, they walk up there and they take the Watcher, and that immediately alerts P-Vision to the fact that they're in the area. Roche, 28 seconds until it's going to be back up again. And it looks like they're going to have to back away again on XG. Has a single smoke of theirs worked? Like, they haven't been able to get anything.
Well, they only have 3 kills, so it's... Hey, you know what? They got that tier 1 tower mid.
That's true.
Skelly Bros doing work.
It can't run away from you. Hit the towers.
That's right. As we have some Warpine Raiders here scouting out the pit. Friends, even on opposite sides of the battlefield. Truly a beautiful sight to see.
Well, Roche is up. And now the question, as XG, are you going to come and contest this? The Warpine Raider scouts them out, sees that they're in there, can start doing it. We're also only a minute away from Roche switching sides.
Lycan Wolf is running through them, though, right now.
I mean, oh, it's so hard to make this happen. There's a disarm. Ame is on the other side of the freaking world right now. He's not getting involved in any of this. He will TP now.
And they're smoking.
Okay.
All right, what's the start? Who are we going on?
An opportunity here. Shiva's guard to show what's going on. Roast below, half HP. XM jumps in, gank the creeps. Charlie, it will take you to victory.
It is the least maneuverable unit.
It is so hard to get anything done.
All right, hold on.
Wait, he got it.
He's got the MKB in time.
Oh, they bought enough time, and Ame starts hitting, but no, the wolf is in there. They know about this, and now they start throwing the kisses. Ame, are you big enough? Are you bad enough? Can you take it down now? Oh. You disgusting bitch! He got it, steals it away, and only they can look on in shame.
Oh, he's still alive.
He's not even dying. Ban this hero. I don't want to see it anymore. Unbelievable!
Oh, it's a wise man once said, that's a hard fish to find, Lyrical.
Oh, he's so good.
Even his teammates know how good. Just tip, tip, tip.
And of course, the damage coming in from the whole rest of the squad. 3-8, 16,000 gold lead.
I can't carry on after this.
Oh no!
After seeing that snatch, like if I'm X, that's me. I'm just XXS. Just take it.
Dead on the screen, and P-Vision ready to not just end this game, but break their spirits. P-Vision come in, completely destroy XG.
You know, there were some questions. Like, who's going to have the edge here this early game? You know, which team could run this game down a little faster than the other? Well, we got our answer.
Oh, yeah.
It was, in fact, P-Vision who very quickly, you know, there were still some chances there. You're like, okay, you know, they're looking for this animation. Get the MKB. Maybe Ame can get that perfect fight. Troll Warlord, a hero that's obviously had some pretty crazy games so far. He's not doing too well today.
No, it has been a bit of a rough one for the troll picks indeed, and I think some of it is just this answer of these like agi carries that are coming in, buying a butterfly, and just walking high ground, and we've not seen answers to it. I mean,
oh yeah, there they are.
Oh, they're ready. They're feeling it. The crowd is into it. Feeling the love for the P-Vision squad, and still a lot of games left to be played, but that was a statement.
There's still a loud segment over there. The XG fans, I know they'll be back. You know, game 2, there's of course some chance to regroup here, so we'll see what XG can try and find. I mean, they did change up, I would say, a little bit from their more common game plans. Like, again, they've had some faster games, but this one looked like they were really trying to hit something a little bit quicker, and it did not quite pan out.
Man, what a freaking amazingly dominant display from P-Vision as they take game number 1.
This was slaughter, or rather, actually, you even have a slaughter when the kill count is as low as it was.
Suka mereka bikin hero itu CM sama Warlock gitu lah, sama-sama pos 5 gitu. 2-0 nih Bang Bob. Iya, kita udah tahu ya kan, namanya predik ya kan, boleh tebak-tebak ya kan, coba berhadiah. Go home China, pra.
All the game 2 on his TV, so I feel like XG, they really fell flat in this game.
Yeah, I think XG's draft were very dependent
Aku sih pengen apa ya? Pengen melihat series yang seru gitu. Jagoanku sudah pulang. Udah nggak main Dota lagi deh, lagi nonton juga. Nobar aku sama jagoanku. Jagoanku sih tidak jago lagi.
I mean, it feels like one of those games where actually don't have any kills to their name. It never comes
Suka mereka kayak Shaman sama Disruptor itu kan apa ya? Ibarat satu kopi susu gitu kan, satu kopi hitam gitu loh. Ya kalau bisa kopi dan teh ya kan, satu yang keras, satu yang ringan gitu. Jangan dua-duanya keras, bos. Aduh. Bagus Larknya guys itu nah. Bam. Ya bang. Slardar lawan Slardar ya. Nah counter ya, anak paling kecil penang bang. Slardar anak kedua ya. Anak pertama anak pertama Tyrant paling besar loh. Anak kedua Slardar. Ini bang, tadi pun chat ultinya sama Ame nih di sini di momen ini. kena snatch. Ame udah siapin slot itu. Tapi dia bahkan nggak ngambil banner gitu loh. Nah, si Ame bisa pencet ulti tapi dia nggak pencet di situ loh. Kenapa ya? Apa gimana? Hari ini transaksi sudah selesai pada player China, sudah ditransfer ke rekening pribadi. Jahat sekali, Cok. Jahat sekali, Cok.
And I'm a little bit worried for XG because I like the idea of this disruptor and the troll. You play fast, you try to shut down the slide, which is one of his weaknesses. But even that, it didn't damage them at all. They just fully free farmed in their offlane.
Siapa playmaker? Shaman jalannya ngesot miring-miring kan. Disruptor kerupuk, Shaman kerupuk. Memang keras Undying ya kan. Cuman dia butuh rebound kalau kata Marci. Ada disruptor ulti juga kan. Terpesona dia. Iya, Slark mah kalau dia pemain support ya. Kalau dia pemain support dia beli Iron Branch nggak apa-apa gitu. Suka-suka dia aja item dia beli Dominator, Iron Branch, udah suka-suka dia aja. Dia main support ya. Cuma kalau main core bisa sih kita ganti Magic Wand diganti Iron Branch ya kan. Tinggal pencet aja keluar dari lingkaran kematian itu. Menangkap ikan dengan teknik listrik ya. MVP-nya ikan lah jelas lah ya. Ikan main support sama carry kacau. Mereka harus ganti strat.
Yeah, it felt easy, and I want to know in how much to a degree this is very impressive.
Iya, tapi memang nggak pulang kan. Sudahlah Bang, SG ini memang belum siap lawan Pari loh. Ya kan namanya pendapat, ya kan nggak bisa kita satu pendapat untuk semuanya kan ya. Kalau sependapat, kalau nggak sependapat itu nggak apa-apa. Janganlah dipaksa aku setuju, ya kan nggak boleh. Tak boleh ini cacing mah.
Making the first move to help no one mid to like pressure XM. I feel like there's a lot of things that didn't go how they had planned that then made it harder to then do what they wanted to do.
They lost lanes, they just needed them to go better because the lanes were even and then higher after they went to the jungle.
Ya, selamat kepada pemenang dari prediksi ECE ya. ECE prediksi ECE.
When you look at that draft,
apa nih? Aduh, ada Jenny. Ada apa nih? She looks pretty. Oh my god, Jenny. Aduh, makin hari makin menjadi Jenny. Ampun dah bang. Mampus kita.
How do you make a move? How do you clearly take a fight when enemy Lycan
is
just gonna eat you?
Aduh. Tahu Jenny kenapa? Congrats for the winner. Congrats for the winner of the prediction.
That's what you picked for, but look at the GPM. Look at the net worth at minute 7. Lycan is about to have his helm completed. He's 600 gold ahead of the troll. Like this is what troll and disruptor they want to win their lane. They want to play forward. You want to go for the K to your offlaner. We didn't see any of that. So Vision did some really cool stuff in the early game. They must have because otherwise you don't have this network in this matchup. It is impossible.
I mean, we heard how confident
congrats.
Just better.
Okay, we gonna go to the second game. Bang, iklan bang, nanti kena copyright kita. Pasang iklan copyright, kurang ajar. Udah create.
We might not even do that if anything.
Team will win the second game.
We already thought it was going to be over
before
the last Roshan fight. When we did see Vision pushing high ground for the first time on that bot lane.
Yeah, I just do want to show like how nicely they do it. Of course, they are up 10k gold, but so the thing is, it's just such a low kill game. Like it's 3 versus 6, but you have the amplified. Like look at all the buffs. You have a Solar Crest, you have an AC, you have the Thunderhide hiding below, and everyone else they're just making short. Satanic, he just pushes on his own. He even puts an illusion. Give yourself the vision. So if you're extreme gaming and you find yourself in this position, like what look at this tombstone. You can just feel the frustration. You just pop in the front. I mean, Satanic, he's just gonna snag it up and take the free racks and they chill and go back. So if you're extreme gaming, this is the type of moment that you cannot let
dari tadi ya, dari awal kita mulai live stream yang paling kecil, contoh tim A itu 70%, tim B 30%, yang menang yang paling kecil guys. Jadi nggak mungkin kan kita ngevote setelah gamenya selesai, ya nggak ada gunanya. Saya pilih yang menang ini. Wih, 50-50 ya, 50-50 point of friend.
Yeah, I mean, I've already
ada glitter gitu dia bang. Sudah kulitnya glitter, tambahnya lagi glitter. Mantap lah ya. Nah ini dong, semuanya dapat gelas gitu. Kemarin satu orang nggak dapat gelas, cok, kacau.
again, I want to repeat it. Extreme, coming into this next game, I don't want to see them first pick an Undying. I don't want to put themselves in this position where P-Vision can identify that a Slark and map play means you will overcome the
tentang
aggression.
Nigma kita ini? Bagaimana tanggapan tentang Nigma kita ini? Nigma ya. Hari ini Nigma bermain dengan sangat fantastis. Mereka bukanlah Nigma yang kemarin. Mereka memberikan hero-hero yang mereka comfort gitu ya. Mereka nyaman, draftingnya bagus. Dan seperti biasa GH adalah great hero ya kan, menurut saya ya, great hero. Dia bagus sekali itu orang mainnya. Yang penting Kuroki nggak main aja. Jadi GH bisa mengcover tugasnya Kuroki gitu. Dia bermain dengan sangat manis, understandingnya, itemnya, positioning, spellnya, proyeksinya. Bahkan GH itu bermain band itu bikin space gitu loh. Dia muter-muter map, cari orang, temennya ngerosan berempat, dia sendiri bikin space gitu. Nah, jadi GH adalah definisi TI champion yang manis gitu loh. Well play kepada GH the best gitu. Nah, Sumail ini memang dia TI champion, cuman kita nggak tahu Sumail ini tiba-tiba kadang kemasukan lalat, otaknya nggak ngerti aku. Nigma nggak menang TI nggak masalah mas, udah jauh melebihi harapan. Nah itu udah seneng banget tuh para fansnya Nigma ya kan, paling nggak ikut TI lah gitu ya kan, tolong lah nih, minta tolong stars align ya kan. Nah kalau bisa menang ya syukur, kalau enggak ya sudah, apa mau kita bilang ya kan. Kasihan fansnya cok, udah menunggu, ibarat kayak nunggu gajah itu bunting 3 tahun gitu ya, berapa bulan gitu. Nah Nigma ini nggak betelur telurnya nggak pecah-pecah, akhirnya dia pecah juga. Nggak tumbang, fansnya dihajar mas. Yes, nah ini manis banget tadi nih. Jadi di dalam kurungan itu, di dalam kinetic field, dia pasang dia dengan Ironwood Branch. Nah bahkan dia ngeriak gitu loh. Dia udah siap bakalan kena stun sama Slardar dan dibakar sama Slardar. Nah malah di sini Slardarnya yang nggak siap. Dia santai aja harusnya kalau udah ngestun Slark ya udah gitu loh. Karena Slarknya mandi, sabar aja nunggu dia mandi, cuma 1,5 detik asli, tapi 1,5 detik pun dia tidak bisa menunggu gitu ya. Manis sekali permainan. Dan di situ tadi Ame tidak pencet ulti, aku nggak ngerti kenapa. Mungkin udah masuk ke rekening kan. Halo agent Ame, cekering sudah masuk ya, ini bukti transfer nih. Langsung masuk. China number 1, nggak tahu ya. Nggak, itu apa ku aja guys ya, solo dialog aja, monolog aja, nggak penting kacau. Itu kepada Sumail, kita kembali kepada Sumail. Jadi Sumail memang mainnya bagus gitu. Nah tetapi konsistensi Sumail ini yang dipertanyakan, kadang masuk lalat ke dalam otaknya gitu, nggak ngerti aku. Jadi kalau main sabar Sumail pasti kalah menurutku, kecuali mereka main kayak kemarin gitu ya, kejar-kejaran nama beruang, Masha and the Bear Brand gitu ya kan, itu asik sekali sih. Jadi bahkan Sumail nggak main pun nggak apa-apa, nggak ada masalah gitu. Tapi yang penting dia tahu diri aja gitu, tahu diri, nggak usah melakukan hal-hal yang kurang penting gitu. Nah itu yang aku ragukan ke Sumail gitu. Sumail dari berapa tahun aku nonton gamenya Sumail itu 17-0, 19-0, 20-0 gitu. Nah dia ada tendensi untuk lalat itu masuk ke dalam otaknya gitu loh. Si Zozo cockroach malah masuk. Zozo jadi tiba-tiba dia matinya habis itu mati lagi gitu kan. Aduh itu dia nabung gitu loh. Dia nabung, contoh nih, dia nabung 2000 gold ya kan. Ketika seseorang mati dengan kill streak 10 sampai 15 sampai 20 itu sekali ngekill itu bisa sampai 2000 3000 gitu. Dia nabung nih goldnya gitu. Habis itu dibuang sama dia gitu loh. Duitnya dibuang gitu, giveaway gitu. Aduh jangan lah gitu. Jangan tidak gitu maksudnya. Ya nabung. Nah kita simpan lagi supaya compounding effect. Tapi ya gitulah kan. Siapalah aku ini, penjual kacang goreng Dota 2 ini ya kan. Nggak ada tempatku untuk mengkritik dia, cuman ya dibilang kritik ya gimana ya, pendapatku saja gitu. Menurut penglihatanku, mataku yang minus ini. Kalau GH, aku tidak meragukan GH sama sekali. Ghost itu menurutku level Ghost itu kenapa nih? Terwarkana bang, kacau bang, kawaii bang, cantik banget terwarkana bang. Kita nonton dulu ya guys ya, bentar guys. Aku belum nonton lagi filmnya nih, bagus kok grafiknya. Report AM potato farmer, dia pakai topi juggernaut anjing. Farming tomat ya. Nggak mau, bisu ya. Itu udah bicara nih bang. Disuruh farming nggak mau deh. Ini minta ya. Apa nih? Kulu. Wah, dipukul bang. Wah, betul mereka bang. Satu lawan banyak Marci yang bermain support kali ini memilih untuk melakukan core. Tombak manis saja. Potong. Wih, AM dengan topi jagar. Dia belum dipukulin. Oh gitu, ada ceritanya. Jatuhin sini. Itu AM kenapa pakai topi jagar? Ah? Itu saya suka itu. Minta maaf nih bang. Pukul ya. Marsnya gendong-gendong krip, lah. Ayo, oh gitu, oke berteman gitu guys. Kalau kalah game, marah dia disaplex anjing.
Thank you very much for
Gitu
that
dong.
one.
Mana ada istilah Dota memaafkan? Nggak ada. Banting aja. Banting aja. Asik, bagus filmnya. Saya suka itu, winner itu harusnya. Ego masih tinggi karena masih muda kemarin-kemarin mas. Kelihatannya kalau sekarang lebih tenang, semoga lebih baik. Satanik itu muda. Paling muda itu Satanik. Banyak player muda yang main sekarang ini gitu. Banyak player yang dibilang tua, enggak juga sih. 30 masih baru apa itu. Baru 12 tahun umur itu jadi orang dewasa kan. Lebih ke gimana ya? Mentality sih, lebih ke mentality. Karena ini bukan tentang usia gitu. Kayak No One, ketika No One itu menghadapi Satanik. Satanik kan anak bocah nih. Bocil banget nih, dia kan marah nih, aku nggak bisa mengeluarkan ultiku, aku kesal sekali. Nah, No One menghadapi itu, dia bilang nggak apa-apa, kita akan maju kok ke depan gitu. Jadi mereka harus mengatakan itu kepada Sumail gitu loh. Jangan menjaga-jaga perasaan Sumail mentang-mentang gelarnya the king is back, apa dia terbang dia. Memang main Storm Spirit tahunnya terbang memang ya kan, cuman ya yang bener aja gitu kan. Nah, memang sulit lah kan, prosin siapa lah. Nih, gelasnya sampai 2 nih, kacau nih. Itu gelasnya 2 ya guys ya, bukan apa ya, bukan kayak gitu desainnya. Memang 2 itu gelasnya, diambil sengaja 2 nih, kacau. Jadi sayang gitu loh, kayak teman-teman apalagi GH nih. Kalau ngelihat GH bagus mainnya, Omar bagus mainnya, sama si Noob bagus mainnya gitu ya. Kasihan mereka bertiga gitu, atau pokoknya gitulah, kayak kalau nonton suatu tim bagus gitu, supportnya main bagus banget, perfect banget, kayak crit sama kayak siapa ya kemarin ya, Saksa punya carry Juggernaut. Nah, Juggernaut ini nggak mau beli Aghanim, padahal dia punya akses untuk duit sangat banyak gitu loh, tapi dia nggak mau ngikuti urutan di mana dia harus beli Aghanim, makan Aghanim Blessing, dan habis itu Abyssal nggak ada masalah gitu loh. Tapi yang bahkan Saksa udah bermain perfect seperti itu, udah mengorbankan nyawanya, dirinya, fokusnya gitu loh. Tidak gayung bersambut dengan carry-nya gitu. Jadi untuk Nikma ini bagus banget sih, mereka udah sampai titik segini, itu luar biasa sekali. Ada transisi dari istirahat kemarin ya. Group stage gitu ya. Sampai 8 besar ini. Mereka istirahat cukup, tidur cukup, mereka juga pasti kurang tidur juga kan, karena nonton juga mereka mau lihat meta juga, mereka nggak mau ketinggalan. Terus hari ini game itu semua itu average time-nya itu bahkan termasuk Falcon ya, udah main event nih, mereka itu bagus banget itu, udah rapi, udah lebih cepat gitu. Jadi Nikma juga lebih mantap lah gitu. Jadi aku tidak akan menutup mata untuk ya the better team should win gitu loh. Kita sebagai viewer juga harus terima ya kalau tim yang kita dukung kalah ya, karena memang tim lawannya lebih baik gitu loh, entah secara drafting, mentality, entah secara gameplay gitu kan, exceptional play kayak tadi Slarknya itu kan, si 9 class itu dia punya monyet sama ikan, harus di ban, harus, kalau enggak rusak gamenya. Nah, jadi ya kira-kira begitulah, udah mantap itu buat Nikma. Kalaupun misalnya Nikma juara ya the best ya kan, silakan. Bahkan ini ekstrim, kekalahan yang lumayan fantastis gitu ya. Aku nggak nyangka mereka pick Shaman dengan Disruptor gitu. Nah, jadi itu dia kalau berada di atas angin ya, kalau kata Bob Heiwa ya. Jauh lebih sulit menjaga keunggulan daripada menunggu untuk comeback. Kata Bob Heiwa, entah siapa lah itu. Kira-kira gitu guys. Atur aja lah. Mana cocok ya kan? Pur 1, Nikma itu tumbang juga ntar kalau ketemu pari. Iya siap mas, semangka, semongko. Nikma nggak menang TI nggak masalah, nggak tumbang fans ya, oke aman ya. Ego masih tinggi udah tadi ya. Oke, begitu teman-teman. Kita kembali ke gamenya. Lihat tadi, ini bocah SMP, wajah-wajah baru lulus SMP, kelas 1 SMA nih, nah nih. Ada ini kan, tapi ini bukan tentang umur ya kan. Bagaimana dia punya skill itu, spell itu, kehebatan itu sama timnya itu ditangkepin gitu. Sumel sama Miracle pernah dulu waktu itu The Prodigy Child katanya. Cuman kok tengok lah Miracle sekarang udah kecanduan Red Bull, taurin ya kan, kerating deng, extra joss itu aja tiap hari udah ngelem dia. Ngelem aja udah kurus kali dia tuh. Nah, oke, bercanda aja guys ya. Oke, kita kembali ke drafting, guys. Let's see. Mari kita enjoy the night. Aku akan menonton dari kasur ya kan. Aku akan teriakan go home China. Langsung dia first pick monyet. Okay, back to the panel, guys.
Adaptations. Slark left in the pool, by the way, but we do have a change up with the Monkey King making it through. This was one of the bends that Extreme went for in the previous game. They get their hands on it now, and an answer coming with the Disruptor from Extreme.
They looked so good on their Monkey King yesterday. They played it 4, and it's very similar to Slark in that it will provide vision. It's going to buy that helm, give you that ability to push lanes, and also just roam the map early on. And if I was going to pick a hero that's more problematic between the two, right now I would say it is Monkey King, because the flex to core that exists on Monkey King is much stronger than the flex to core that exists on Slark.
Based on the draft position as well, opening with Monkey King is stronger in position. Like, you want to react with a Slark, so I can see why, because Extreme is second pick, they didn't ban out the Slark. I fully respect that. They might, again, down the line, but based on this, it makes full sense that Monkey's available.
I would also say that both teams should be happy, because like you're saying, Monkey King is the same archetype, and I agree with the flex, especially against XM. Sure, he has a couple heroes that would be good against the Monkey King mid-later, but you can also band us out with the Lashrak again. We touched on it. This hero is very strong. Would like to see that on him, but I still like that they do go back for the Disruptor. Like, it is still the idea of what you want to do against P-Vision, it's still there. I feel like there was something in the lane and some of the execution where P-Vision just really had their number, so the fact that they run it back, I'm happy with it.
Will XG respect Lycan with the single ban they have available?
Yes.
I hope so. I mean, they could have this idea to run maybe Disruptor plus Ursa instead of Troll, because Ursa will play on an earlier timing on that Troll, and they won't be locked into farming for 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah. No, I like the point of banning it. I believe it's also somewhat set up. You did take out the Beast and the Enigma in the first phase. From, you know, their side, they do only have one ban that they're able to throw in on this stage, so you kind of set it up to be able to only put it on the light to secure your lane.
They also pick out a phase.
Just kidding.
So potentially they want to get their hands up. No, they don't. They want to get the Storm Spirit. Potentially that can be an answer to a dog that's running wild.
Catch and lockdown is always nice in a draft, and we've seen how a lot of the Spirit heroes, if you have the player that wants to play them, they don't care about picking it blind, right? And here it is. You have the catch to pick off the team fight. Sure, pacing, P-Vision can still run at you whilst your Storm's coming online, but they have the team fight that we want to see from XG.
So just want to quickly point out the heads-up ban of the Meepo by XG, because there's an ET ban on the side of PV in that first phase. And ET, when you ban it, you're typically saying that, oh, I might consider picking Meepo, or I might be considering picking Chun, because those are the heroes that he typically counters. So instead of it banning Lycan, they're just like, you know what, we're not getting cheesed here. We're taking Meepo out completely.
No, I like it a lot. And this hero has looked very scary in the right hands, right, of specific carry players. You have Satanic, obviously he plays it very well. I like the Pugna pick quite a lot here, like when people get glimpsed in, you want to save them. Also, Net Award, super good against these two heroes, so you keep yourself topped off. So for P-Vision here, you kind of want to decide. I would assume you just kind of jam your mid hero here. You see the Storm matchup, I would say you know what's coming. Make it easy and simple.
Let's say this is your 4 and 5, right? The Monkey being 4, the Pugna being 5. You've got Pugna with Decrep and Life Drain. You've got the Monkey with the Boundless Strike Shard to be able to jump out. If Storm gets onto a support, if you don't kill the Monkey, he's jumping out. If you don't get the Pugna, he's going to Life Drain something or Decrep himself like this. These two supports aren't instant food for the Storm Spirit. Like, they're making the game somewhat complicated.
Secondary jump with the Storm would be nice, or just some kind of follow-up range damage to make sure that they're not in that situation where they can re-engage.
Yeah, we've seen how they played both Invoker and Monkey King with first item Dominator. So we are now already expecting 2 Helmet Dominators in this game for P-Vision. That will be lanes getting pushed out, and XG, they need to find ways to shove waves cleanly. Disruptor doesn't do it, Storm does, but you need at least, I think, 2 more heroes so that you're not forcing the obvious that one guy has to go and do it. Like, it needs to be your entire team naturally doing it.
I would say what we're looking for XG with what we've been saying too, in my mind, you want follow-up damage into your Storm jump, like maybe with the Forge, GQ's hero could be what the Snapfire himself, or maybe a Hoodwink. I think there's something else you could look for, which is maybe SE, but I think your support duo isn't the greatest. I like Lycan a lot here. It's good against all these heroes. You rush Nullifier against the partner, good answer. You have the Global Howl in the nighttime also to make it easy for your Storm. I like what's happening here.
And then you get the follow-up damage from Hoodwink that just came out for that Storm Spirit. So when he is jumping this backline, they make sure they can kill the targets they go on.
Ooh. I have seen this before.
Yeah.
If you're able to shutting down Lycan in the early game, it matters so much. Like, sure, you have 2 Wolves and a Dominator. Do you think Brood is going to care about this? You're all single target. So yeah, this pick is very nasty.
And normally when you have Broodmother, you kind of want to play away from her webs unless you're really strong. But now when you're playing away from her webs, you're going to be running into 2 lanes that are shoved into you. You then eventually push them out, and all that time, Brood will have that additional item, that additional kind of resource. So it is a really toxic lineup from P-Vision where the map play is just exceptional. It's what they're doing so well to make sure that they are, close to being top 3.
Maybe it's a little bit weird, but what would you guys think about actually putting Ame on the Lycan and you pick a new offlaner, like Magnus?
That can deal with the spiders a little better?
Or do you just put the Lycan in the lane, it's like, okay, bro, you do your stuff, you buy your helm, farm your jungle, and you give Ame, like, the absolute win condition?
I wouldn't mind a carry that could also just twin gate. So when Storm gets 6-minute rune with a carry twin gating, you just collapse on the tower, take the tower with the Lycan, and then you can play more traditional game, but that is an option for sure. Just
I would personally prefer Ame just on a
you give him
standard
the
Ame
24?
hero. Yeah. Because a game comes to mind from recent times, but I believe it was the EWC and it was a Tundra game, and they were playing offlane Lycan versus a carry Brood, and we were worried about the Brood outpacing the Lycan, but the way that Lycan was able to play the map, it made it so that they were just trading map play, and eventually Tundra did get the win. So it's not like this Broodmother will completely catch the Lycan off guard. Like, both teams do have map play.
But if there ever was a time for it to happen, I think the Lycan flex to carry, Ame taking it, like, this could be the game. In all the other games, probably not, but they need a Brood answer. A simple one, not one where it's like you need level 12 and 3 items. It needs to be a early game answer to Brood that can then just follow them around the map.
What is an answer to Brood? Is it like, oh, I need cleave in a sense of like a Sven type? Or what kind of answers to Brood?
I would say you want like someone that can lock down the area of where the Brood is in, and killing spiders is kind of what you're looking for. It could be your Magnus. It could be an Alchemist with Acid Spray, Rushing Radiance. You play fast with your other heroes. It could be an offlane Tidehunter for all I care. Like just team fight building block.
It can also just be as simple as a strong laner that isn't dependent on high cooldowns, because carry Brood takes advantage of high cooldown enemy lineups, because every time they're using these big spells, she's taking the entire map afterwards. She's just running at their team.
So what is the DM hero here? What do we feel like he wants to have? And I would say maybe someone that goes in. Sure, you have like your Brood. Satanic is going to be incredibly big. He has Alacrity. You have the map play. Maybe they could look for like a Centaur or a Tide themselves. What do we feel like he's looking for? I was kind of eyeing Phoenix, but it's banned.
Yeah, it's banned, yeah.
They need more reliable lockdown, I believe, for the Storm Spirit, because we're talking about the Brood and everything, but there is the issue of the Storm Spirit on the enemy team. If the game does go too late, your lockdown isn't there outside of the Boundless. They just go for the Centaur. Gives you an early stun, gives you save as well.
They're going to be tanky so quickly. Like, the first 2 items that every hero buys on PV is we are harder to kill in the fight, and we want to fight. There's no hero that is, I need to scale, there's no battle furies, nothing like that. It's just all skirmish in these
So, I mean, what I see is you have the Lycan into safe, and if you want, maybe with a Magnus, you could go for the Ame Sven. You want the Brood answer. I don't really care specifically what exact hero is going to come out, but have high damage, maybe be a nice combo for the Wolf Bite, no matter what role the Lycan is in, and be able to also jump. Because right now, it is all on your Storm, so Ame, I'm sure he's going to find the one.
Do you guys hate Lifestealer here? I feel like they can map play with Lifestealer in Spec Bombs. It's a good lane versus Centaur. The Rage is going to be very useful against the mischance from Brood. Also a free BKB versus Invoker.
Then there's no hero to stand in front of the tower when Brood comes online. When like two Dominators come down the lane plus Brood, Lycan has to kill the hero. He doesn't stand in front of the tower. Storm, Hoodwink, Disruptor. Like, there's no one right now going, don't worry guys, the aggression's coming, I will weather the storm, and then you follow up after. Yeah, be it from an offlane or a carry pick, but that hero has to be able to take the fight to PV at the towers.
Yeah, I would like someone who can just like eventually take over the area. Like when Lycan says, okay, I'm not touching this offlane, I'm gonna jungle. Someone's like, okay, when there's a lot of spiders, like I can take it over. Radiant Spire, whether it be your Sven, Alchemist, like whatever. Because for now already, I feel like XG are set up nicely to give themselves like more kills on the map. You have more playthrough with your 2 supports because last game, I think Jinkyu, he ended the game with like 1-1-1. This is not a stat you want to walk out of with on the stage.
You could reference any XG player in the stats, don't you?
Yeah, it's not pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a rough one. We'll see if they have a better shot this game around with the last pick, Bristleback. Now, this is fitting into the category of you want someone to go in and stand there and take everything. Kind of does that job. How are we feeling? I know you're looking a little thoughtful there, Effie.
I think it's good. Like, it's a good pick here. It's something that can play into whatever lane Brood is on. It's a low cooldown hero, which I was mentioning is very important. You can't really be cooldown dependent versus a Broodmother lineup. And with that BKB, it's going to be quite strong. So it definitely fits the bill for XG.
Okay, no, he's just going for the Feeding Frenzy facet. Because against big heroes that have regen, like Alchemist and Bristleback, you sometimes go for Necrotic to go for the minus HP regen. But I do think that Broodmother is just going to go for Feeding Frenzy and play normal, but that could have been an option.
Ame took Snot Rocket.
He might stick with it just because like maybe they're looking to play for, like minus armor is quite good against Centaur and you have it from the Lycan too. Maybe he wants to play for more minus armor to then get more damage instead of having Seeing Red, which is what we traditionally see from the carry Bristle.
Oh, he switched, thank God.
He did, yeah.
I was going to say, if he stayed on Snot Rocket, I was going to bet against him.
He would have been the first one playing
As a carry,
Snot Rocket this entire event, but so far Seeing Red is selected. And the main question I have, we talked a lot about how P-Vision, they look like they have got good tempo setting heroes. Can Extreme answer this tempo? Do they have what it takes? Is it going to be similar to game number 1, or do we have an entirely different paced game on our hands, Tigov?
Couple mistakes and P-Vision just fully run over the map. But at least they have an answer to Brood. Is Bristleback strong enough to be an Invoker as well, plus all the other layers? Like Bristle is good to be Brood, but everything else, it's scary. This is still very scary for Extreme.
I like their game 2 draft here.
Yep,
I think they have good map play. I think they have strong timings. They also have a really great pick for XM, very different than last game. He can scale, he can do a lot in that early game. And they're going to have that Nullifier on Lycan, which will go a long way this game.
I'm very happy that they just have more tempo that they can play through. Like you said, with the Nullifier, with the other stuff, you have the Bristleback. I like what XG have.
All right, let's see if we can make that game number 3 happen. It's all in the hands of Extreme, or potentially P-Vision will be your first top 3 team. Before we head into the game, we're heading to the stage where Slacks is standing by with Xiaowei.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shiver. Mr. Director, Badao, don't laugh, all right? I did it right. Okay. During the International, the road to it, we had very long games. It was kind of a drawn-out meta, and you guys excelled extremely well at that. That was a pun. But now, things have kind of changed. Faster games, different kind of heroes. How do you think the meta's changed, and are you guys going to be able to adapt to it for this game?
那八岛就是想问你，因为感觉在国际邀请赛之路上呢，当时很多场比赛时长都非常长，节奏也相对来说慢一点。现在到了这个正赛舞台上呢，就感觉快了很多，英雄池也有点改变。就想问你，你个人感觉是为什么，以及你们战队是否有做出适当的调整呢？
因为打到淘汰赛以后，队伍的实力就越来越强，然后大家的侵略性都越来越强，然后我们需要慢慢的去适应。 然后这一场，所以我们选择了一个 M1平时玩的不多的英雄来试一下。
Well, as we progress into the international, the teams are stronger and stronger, and every single team has their strengths, have their secret weapons, have their heroes that they specialize in, and it is something that we absolutely have to adapt to. I mean, this game right here, Bristleback, it's not a hero that Alme has been playing a lot recently, but we have to pick it just to react, to respond to what the opponents have.
Thank you. What thing dong, by the way. As I was watching your drafts there, I did see that you let them get their classic support Monkey King and they had a Brood. You had a lot of issues to solve. Do you feel like you solved both of those issues with this draft?
那目前就是 PP 战队呢，他们也选出他们的玉母蜘蛛以及9 class 的这个大圣。那相对于就在他们的 PP 当中给你们出了这2个难题，你觉得你们的阵容是否就是能够应付这些问题呢？
这些我们之前赛前模拟 PP 都讨论过，然后不管是蜘蛛还是米波这些英雄，包括他玩的听歌，都是我们都有聊过的，所以也在做针对。
Definitely. I mean, we are very prepared for some of Satanic's unique heroes. His Broodmother, Meepo or Tinker, we've all prepared for it. We've considered the possibility. So I think that we're pretty ready for this.
All right, thank you so much, Jit. Thank you so much, Mr. Director. It is an honor as always, and we'll get right in that game.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Indeed, a lot of questions coming out right there as we get into this game number 2, Trent, and it is an unlikely pick that they run at the end, that they had to do at the end, an Ame Bristleback.
Yeah, as you just heard said in the interview there, he's only played it 16 times in his career, which, I mean, for Ame is not a whole lot. You know, the guy's played a lot of games of Pro Dota. And last played it 4 months ago, but yeah, it's a response, right? It's what you have to do. You have to find some sort of an answer to this Broodmother, or you're going to have yourself a very bad game. Back in the day, you used to have to run them in the same lane, was the idea, because the spiders used to come out so much earlier, but these days the spiders don't come out until level 6, so we might see this rotation where XXS starts farming elsewhere, and that's where you'll see the matchup where they'll start just like forcing Ame into the direction of Satanic. But, you know, there's other concerns throughout this game, right? We've seen the Broodmother already. We've seen how it's very effective at shutting down this Helm push. So when you go for this early Lycan, this has been a very solid answer that P-Vision have already used before.
Well, and furthermore, there's this other problem, and we saw this during that road to the international playoffs where P-Vision were kind of backed up against the wall, were trying to find a big win, and they ran this Invoker with the Broodmother in response to the Lycan and just completely ran over the game. It's sort of insane how quickly this zoo formation starts building up and taking down your towers, especially because they even have the Monkey King building a Helm in these games.
Yeah, and then they just went on a tear, right? They played like, I don't even know, like, I think it was 5 out of 6 games where just now no one Invoker. Like, he just started playing Invoker every single game after that, win or lose. So he's definitely gotten his practice in so far this event on the hero.
I will say that it is going to be a little bit of a different look this time, as it's XG with the Lycan scouting out everything and making it harder to find an initiation or an opening, as XM also on a hero that he is very comfortable with, the Storm Spirit, playing out of the mid lane going up against no one.
He's also shifted, at least from some of the games that we're watching, in terms of the facet as well. He's gone for the Galaron using the Exord rather than the Quas build that we had him doing in some of the games previously with the Ice Wall build up eventually.
Early TP. Oh, 9 class trying to make something happen maybe up top here. Is it?
That tree's looking a little suspicious over there, I gotta say.
Yeah, they see him. So that is not going to turn into anything, I don't think.
This is the life of DM, you know? You just, your monkey, he just leaves, but you're a center war runner, right? There's a reason they picked this hero. I think it was a great pick for the game. Don't die immediately as I'm saying that, but it just gives them a little bit more control. It gives DM someone who is sustainable, survivable. You can at least get something out of this laning stage, and you're going to open up a lot of opportunities for 9 class to do 9 class things. And in this case, he's going to give a little back to DM. You know, sure, I left for a little bit, but I'm going to make a nice little double wave for you. It's going to come to that tower. I got you covered, big buddy.
Yeah, that actually is pretty nice now. So this at least ensures that the waves are shoved out a little bit more than they would be otherwise. Now, Xnova does have some ways to play against this. With the Glimpse already online, will force back the tree, dodges the damage at the point it landed at. And even if he dies right here, which I don't think 9 class is going to, it still is going to be fine because it will be a double up wave that shoves to the tower.
Yeah,
so
I thought he was going to go for the shove. He just draws the line, says, I'm coming. I'm doing the long walk, buddy. I'll meet you there.
Another thing that is very frustrating to play against as Ame, but as a Bristleback, he might try and go and connect this, and this would be a big problem for DM. They're pulling the wave already over, and he's going to draw at least 1 away. So this is not easy.
Yeah, modern problems require modern solutions here. I'm trying to figure out what to do.
Has the wave pushing underneath the tower, and Ame thinking about, oh, do I go into our pressure? Do I hit all these creeps? Both are kind of nice.
Everyone is like slightly better at dealing with this thanks to all the Helm creeps.
What is happening? They're pulling this one over. They don't draw aggro onto the creeps, it looks like. Oh wait, no, the creeps re-aggroing?
I think 9, oh my god, he stacked it too. That is just gross. I can't believe he stacked that camp while doing that. 9 class is truly miraculous.
Very fired, but not going to be brought down. No one does not have Sunstrike invoked. Could go for it. Xingqiu trying to play aggressively forward. Does he have enough damage? It doesn't look like it. So with 4 stick charges, no
3
one was
seconds.
safe. Wait, he scanned?
No. It's too late.
Okay.
Yeah, it is way too late.
That doesn't feel great, though, for XM, having to walk all the way back to base there. 9 class. Hurting. Dropping low. And with the glimpse back, X-Nova gonna draw first blood, taking down 9 class.
That's 2 games straight, I believe he's gotten that first blood.
Yeah.
So another good start for X-Nova. But he's, not going for the tree play this time, I noticed.
Yeah.
Didn't feel it, Thought it wasn't quite worth it. The branches are a little more valuable in the early game. Doesn't want to give it up quite yet, perhaps. Be an expensive death if you die while also losing one of your branches.
Yeah, true enough.
All right, so, Helm Watch here. We got, 3 coming out, I believe? Is that right? We're going to have 1 on 9 class. Oh, sorry, it'll be 4, right? Because it'll be 1 on 9 class, 1 on no one, 1 on DM, and then 1 on XS.
Do you think Ame gets one? I don't think so. Oh my god, Ame's going for a Battle Fury on Bristleback, actually. That is not something you see every day.
Modern problems, modern solutions.
Oh, Satanic in the meantime gets dove.
All right, there. We love to see that. Little squish on the spider.
Able to take out Satanic early is something that you definitely want to see if you are an XG fan.
They're coming alive. I hear them. They're recovering after game 1. They say 2-0. That's like going to be half the kills of this game.
That's true.
We're already crushing.
They're ready. So the Wisdom goes over to XingQ, while down bottom it's going to be 9 class picking it up. Ducalis spots X-Nova. And that ward is immediately going to get taken out. So XG getting control of the vision here. And this is the benefit. Like, think about how many times we've seen teams just run at Ame and try and knock him out. You're not going to do that against a Bristleback.
No, that's certainly true. That's, I mean, he's going to be looking like a lot of his other games, though. I got to say, he's going to be in the same part of the map. He's going to be farming. Like, he's going for this Battle Fury. He's going to use it in combination with Seeing Red. He's going to have all this big damage. It is an interesting way to do it.
But a little bit of a change-up. Deciding to go through the gate now. And with the Disruptor nearby, this could be an easy kill. It looks like they're just going to make the move to secure the tower for the moment. We'll see if X-Nova is able to find and hunt down Satanic there. It doesn't quite look like it yet. So yeah, Ame just moves on in. Gonna take down this tier 1 tower in the top lane, and this push that they're building, it's gonna be a little bit tough to deal with.
I mean, he's only gonna miss a couple creeps down here anyway. Still gonna get back for this next wave coming in, so not the worst rotation. Even if they did just abandon the tower, he kind of guarantees that's gonna happen. Snags the last hit on the way back in with the Quill Spray, and he'll just go chill back in his lane as 9 class tries to pull it in, but it's just more farm for Ame.
Now 1, Helm done, XingQ nearby. With Ducalis also, and everybody sort of converging to this lane together. It doesn't look like P-Vision are in a great position to fully come back and defend this yet. There's Wolves scouting all of it too.
Do we know who the best RTS player is in Dota 2? Like, are we aware? Should they be getting signed to a team soon? Like,
there's a chance.
That's really the stand-in we need.
Absolutely. All right, XM backs out, tower down to about a 3rd HP. Every push does it a bit more. 9 class only level 4 on the Monkey right now. And are they going to make a push of their own? The Helmet's definitely possible, but it's hard if Bristle decides to TP in.
Yeah, he is the wall, right? He can just like pop on in, make sure stuff slows down. I mean, we're imagining some sort of an issue where perhaps he has to match up with the Broodmother, right? Where maybe Brood starts getting these kills at level 6. She's hunting down some individuals in her lane, but not quite there yet.
No.
As the wolf howls in the arena, XSS will continue his push into some spiders.
A bit of a gank set up here on bottom. Ame gonna stack up. Now, this dive underneath is pretty crazy if they go for it.
I think they need the Sunstrike.
Underneath the tower, Ame, do they decide to jump on him? The channel, there's a lift up Disruptor, the first one that gets gonna get hit, but do they have enough to bring down Ame? I don't really think so. This guy is hard to kill. And at the same time, while this is happening, wait, maybe a minute, fully surrounded by 4 heroes. Ame, they jump onto him now, trying to blow him up. Where's the TPs? Ame living for a while, but not long enough.
Yeah, I thought you might need Sunstrike, like, if he got help. But they just decided it's a lost cause. They say, whatever, can't deal with it. Let's just take the mid tower instead. So he does get punished there on Ame, and this is likely going to continue into a push, you would think, on that tier 1 bottom. Can't imagine there's going to be any sort of a defense now. So now we got to think, how do we hunt the Spider again? 1 death so far on Satanic. Can they get another with the help of XM Storm Spirit? And of course, the ulti from Xingqiu will be the other part of that.
Does have a regen rune ready to go if XM gets wind of where that Spider is at. No Orchid yet done, but is building towards it on Satanic. So something to watch for there, as 1 component is already completed. Still nursing this 2K gold lead. XG feel to be in the driver's seat a little bit in spite of that death on Ame.
Yeah, I think his Battle Fury is coming out right now, so not bad, right? You take that. 12-minute Battle Fury, obviously standard for Bristleback.
I am curious to see what the numbers are. Pretty sure it's the first time that's bought, but we'll see. 9 class tries to get out, and will be able to. If it's an annoying hero to play against, 9 class is going to be on it. You know that's true. And almost a full Helm of the Overlord as the gank onto the creep will be good enough. They take down the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Xingqiu spots Ducalis, can't quite hit with the bushwhack there. A little bit too far away on the low ground, and Ducalis is the one that takes the Arcane Rune. Xingqiu in some trouble. They heal him back alive. It's not going to be enough to keep Xingqiu up, and instead it's going to be the Pugna trying to run away from XXS, but the hit's there. And it's enough to bring down the Pugna. Support for support.
Okay, just a fair trade there in the mid lane. They did indeed finish that tower afterwards as Ame backs away with his Battle Fury towards the Ancients. He just looks like he's playing Troll. Bought for the first time on this hero. For this tournament, shocking.
It's such a... I want to see what he gets next. Like, I have no idea what's going to happen, but he is the most net worth in the game right now, despite that earlier death.
I want to see a big Ancient stack with just the Seeing Red. Like, I want to see what it looks like when he just goes at it with his Battle Fury.
I mean, he's going to hit hard. It's a pretty cool hero for him, I feel like, in a way. So, still farming quite well. They are losing a little bit of the pressure that they had earlier on the top side of the map. And now 9 class coming in to pick up some Lotuses for himself. It is going to be a Sanjin Yasha, indeed.
Yeah, he's going to go for the Sanjin Yasha, and the Howling Wolf, I imagine it's probably his responsibility on XXS to get the Nullifier this game, right? It feels like you're going to need one, right? Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with Decreps, and I'm sure there'll be some additional Ghost Scepters picked up after as well. Unless you're really confident in your ability to just purge people with a creep.
But a smoke up, and there is a creep here scouting for them while Brood tries to back away.
I mean, if XM jumps in here to an Orchid, this could be a disaster.
Thinking about it, goes Satanic, pulls him back in. No, that's the Orchid, but they get the glimpse. They got what they needed. Find the Brood with the Sunstrike, and then they stampede away. That is not the way that was supposed to go at all. They destroy the Storm, and, well, are they going to be able to fight into this? Satanic actually getting hit there by the Tendrils of the Deep.
Jeez. You know, sometimes the best defense is a strong offense.
That's right.
So you get jumped on, you just throw an Orchid into Sunstrike and say goodbye to your mid laner.
Wow. A quick blow up and XM punished. And without that Storm, the entire rest of this engine does not function.
It's just like, it's a house of cards. It just falls immediately. Like, you all just retreat back to hitting neutral camps. The second Storm isn't able to jump on someone for you right now. You don't have the levels or the items on anyone else to provide that same ability. And XXS, you know, as kind of expected, because that's what he's been doing, he's going Auras. He's not going for that Nullifier, which is why I brought it up, because I didn't think he would. So I wonder just how much value you're going to get out of this Decrep this game when you've got Ame, who's, you know, now moving in towards a BKB next after this Battle Fury. He's actually abandoned the SNY, at least for now.
A lot of strange itemization that makes sense when you think about it a little bit. Storm Spirit now, after getting the Kaya, is trying to build into a Manta to help deal with the Orchid. That might be another first of the tournament for us, depending upon...
I think I did see someone else do it.
Oh, really? Okay.
We've had at least one.
All right, another Manta.
I want to say it was BZM, but I'm not sure.
That would make sense. 4-4, 15 minutes in. And a lot of questions about the direction of this game. I have no idea how these heroes are going to scale against each other as we get to the later stages. Everything is all funky now in Dota.
Yeah, still pretty close
Thank you,
here.
crowd. I appreciate that.
It is nice. I really like it. Yeah, thank you.
I think they get louder when it's nighttime. That's what it seems like.
And the more levels. Like right now it's only 1 level at Howl. Just wait till it's 4. Like it's going to get so loud in here. It's going to be crazy.
Werewolves of London. That's a great song.
Wrong
Glimpse
city.
back.
Maybe next year.
It's a chance. And a Boundless drop down with the creeps. Is it enough to find the kill onto Ducalis? It will be. But they also bring down X-Nova. Now Ame running in at 9 class. The Wukong's command ineffectual and sad as Ame gets the double kill.
Yeah, not exactly the forte of the early game Monkey King support, is it? Not a very terrifying Wukongs to have to deal with there, but geez, no one, he cannot miss right now. 5-0-0.
He's killing it, man.
Nailing these Sunstrikes, and now 1,000 gold away from the Aghanims, which, well, that makes more Sunstrikes, Lyrical.
Oh, that's true. That's a lot of them.
That's a lot. It's a lot of damage, and he's got a little bit of help to set them up, too, with the Centaur.
Is going to depend upon that Centaur to find some good hoof stomps to really make it all work in concert, and I'm not sure if that's going to happen too quickly, because Centaur is going for a Crimson Guard. Finish the pipe first, has the Crimson queued up next. DM just wanting to be a big body.
This is why you have 9 class, right? He's going to be giving vision.
Oh, hello?
Yep.
Goodbye? No problem.
Yeah, he'll be the one just like giving some vision, letting them know what's going on, and they're just going to rely on Stampede instead for initiation as XM jumps out of that one.
Good decision. And Ami standing right and running right into them is going to have to deal with an issue there, which is the Quas Invoker. A lot of team fight out of him, and Ame pops the BKB, but he's already so low. Ame in trouble, tries to get away. Do they have enough to slow this down and keep Ame alive? Q throws it out. Needs a bushwhack to stop, but the hits, they keep on coming. Satanic can't chase anymore, and Ame knows the limits of his hero, apparently. Able to get away from this one. Do they decide to go back in? X-Nova off the side. Static Storm down. It only really catches onto one, and as the chase continues, trying to find this finish, the Sunstrike hits! Ame in trouble! Ame low! Ame, get out of there! Save Private Ame! He's got to run, but there's nowhere left to run! They get the finish off the back of another beautiful Sunstrike from no one.
I mean, it's just the confidence there from P-Vision. They just know they don't have anything to stop us. We can just keep on chasing. So many times that's the moment where it gets turned around on you. Like, they're going upstairs into a Bristleback who's already survived so much, and they just don't care. They recognize there's not enough damage here. They don't have an answer for us. We can just run them over.
Very strong performance. And again, it's still only 1,000 gold separating these two teams, but look at all these summons they have to deal with.
Because XM's getting like 400 gold right now as he kills summons in the mid lane. That's why it's so close.
That was 243 gold for killing 3 of those, so it is a bit of an issue for P-Vision. Keeping it close by virtue of feeding away gold. And the other thing was, that, to me at least, Ame getting a bit too big for his britches there on the Bristleback.
Well,
you know, he plays against it all the time, and he's like, every time they do this to me, I'm fine. They're fine.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, now you can see he's the one who has to go for the Nullifier now.
Oh, yeah.
Which, I don't know, doesn't feel that great to me, I'm not going to lie. But someone has to do it, so he's going to be getting it. The problem is that you get bonus damage and movement speed per stack. You don't get attack speed. So, like, he's adding all this flat damage, you know, but it's not that threatening, you know?
Right.
Just as a count on what he's getting with the combination of Warpath.
Eventually, if we end up seeing XXS go towards an Aghanim Scepter, maybe that's something that can help with it. Already has the AC done on the Lycan, so...
I like this idea. If he's forced to go Nullifier, I think that's only fair that XXS buys the eggs.
Yeah.
I agree.
Oh!
See, that's level 2. It's louder.
Oh, that's good. Very nice. No one getting in on the action, too. Smoke up. Many heroes heading up to the north side of the map.
XM's showing mid as well, right? He's trying to sell that they are not coming to contest this.
Tormentor over to the side. They see the creep.
But he's waiting for the rune. All right, can XM get something to give them a good fight here? It's an illusion. That's not it.
A good thing to save the silence. The howl out. That signals their charge forward. DM already a little bit low, backing away in his Centaur form. 9 Class has dropped the Wukong's command that the wraparound is happening. XM jumps, finds DM. It's not always great to go on the Centaur at the start, but they don't have another great target. There's 9 Class, turns now, wants to find something. Satanic hunting now onto the Disruptor. Can they chase down this bug? XXS getting controlled off to the side by DM. He's low, but they're trying to kill Satanic. XXS gets out. Satanic, not so lucky. Can they find more? XM, low on mana, can't break it. Yes, he does! 3 dead for P-Vision and XG up the hill for the Tormentor.
Oh, finally getting themselves a win here as they head over to this objective. A Sunstrike will come through, but it's not going to catch anybody. So into the Tormentor kill they will go. XM goes right back to mid with 9 Class lurking nearby. They might get themselves something here.
Low on mana, low on mana. XM in some trouble. Can he zip away? Get some separation, and with the TPs coming in, that stops the movement. Xingqiu already has...
Oh, Xingqiu.
Oh, Xingqiu, no! He's low! But can they kill off no one? With Ame here, they have enough damage, but do they have the control? The save is coming in, and the Sunstrike! Oh, XM almost dead! XM trying to get away, and XM is gone! It comes at a cost, but they do get the no-one kill.
Okay, they've still got a decent lead here, and now 9 Class as well. This is going to work out well for XG if they still get this to the end.
Can he jump away in time? I mean, Ame instead chasing over Ducalis, just looking for a 2-hit, but P-Vision are getting away for the moment on the supports, the channel, but it's not going to stop the hits. Ame coming in strong.
All right, showing some signs of life here. They get the Tormentor. They get a little defense before eventually losing XM, but they're able to trade for a couple of kills, so it still comes out net positive for them. And it's Ame who's getting the lion's share of these benefits. Will he commit for the Nullifier? Is that going to be his plan here? And XXS for now going towards that BKB. Wants to have the ability to actually just like play through these engagements. And you imagine Satanic, yeah, thinking the same thing. After that fight, getting stuck inside the Static Storm, he was almost able to fight his way out with the Incapacitating Bite in combination with going for the Insatiable Hunger, but it wasn't enough.
Well, some of that, too, shows the value of having these 2 really quick heroes in the Lycan and the Storm Spirit, and they were kind of able to pull the fight apart for P-Vision and just sort of isolate that Broodmother left alone. We'll see if they can do that again on XG as they are smoked up with 4. Ame showing on the lane as they head into the triangle.
They got lots of sentries, lots of dust to deal with this Glimmer, to deal with this Invoker. And they're just going to start out on Roche. Now, 9 Class is nearby. Sunstrike comes in. Crowd howls. That's level 3. Good work. Good job. I'll tell you when it's level 4. Then you got to get really loud.
And an Aegis onto Ame as XG. They will lose the mid tower, but Ducalis is going to pay the price for this one. They even dropped the Static Storm down as they glimpse, pull him back in, but Tornado is there. Sunstrike to follow. Damage out.
He's okay.
Oh, baby.
That Manta coming in clutch there. Ame now dominating as he walks away with a kill, an Aegis, and a Nullifier.
It's got to be frustrating, though, that that's the position 5. You're running him down trying to find that kill, and it's so difficult to make happen. That's true. They did make it happen. You're not wrong. I would just be angry.
Yeah, P-Vision, though, choosing to kind of take this slow, right? Like, I think ever since they decided to go for the double auras on DM, it's kind of what they've resigned themselves to, is the inability to actually go for any aggressive plays, really.
Right.
It's been pretty slow paced because of that. They don't have that Blink Dagger initiation. He's going back for it now, but it's still going to take a little while. And I think XG have done a good job of taking advantage of that, kind of forcing these objectives. There's not a great way for P-Vision to start these fights. And even though if they have these visions from like the Helm Creeps, the Spiders, they have their own vision with the Wolves, that they're able to just like find these good fights and take them. And also XM playing really defensively, playing around this Orchid really well.
Well, and I do wonder now that DM is, getting his way towards that Blink Dagger, how much that's going to change the complexion of these fights. Are P-Vision going to be able to get that back line jumped upon? Will we see a little bit better engagements for them? Because while XG is winning right now, they're controlling the tempo, they have this Aegis, they don't have a tremendous gold lead. It's not something that's insurmountable right now.
Important. It is level 4 Howl.
Oh, there you go.
So the next Howl needs to be really loud.
You guys ready out there?
I'm
proud?
just saying,
Get ready for a big Howl.
When it happens, I want to hear it really loud and proud, okay?
To be honest, they're better at hearing it when I am. They know. On the lookout.
Oh, and it's nighttime. That's a buff as well.
Oh, howling up!
Oh, that's
the
good.
The crowd is into it. 9 class goes down.
I think it's what's empowering these kills, you know.
Ame jumped upon BKB, held. He has that Aegis still. Are P-Vision going to stick around, or is this going to be a quick snipe? It's like they're going to call it.
There. Now, of course, there had to be the question, though. Ooh. At what point do we find a break? Right? You know, because it is a bristleback, and it is currently being worked on now by Satanic. Oh, sorry, I take that back. He's going Bloodthorn instead. He was leaning towards the Silver Edge, has decided against it. Because honestly, even without the break, he is falling pretty quickly, right?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Don't lose your voices now.
That's a good point. We got a long time.
Got a long day. It's every 16 seconds.
And to be honest, like the way these games are going, this is not going to be the last Lycan match that we see. It's going to be around for a while.
An unfortunate reality.
I do that with my dogs sometimes. They got all like...
They get pretty amped up.
I know, I know. That's great. Sometimes. That's how you know there's still some of that feral blood in them.
Much like there is in XXS.
Absolutely. Oh! I need to stop. I'm gonna lose my voice.
All right, DM.
Thinks about killing the hero, realizes that's impossible, so instead tries to kill the Croaker. Now they turn on to the real hero, and with Ame here, they actually have enough damage. Forced to go for that Stampede, but the pullback in is there. Cataclysm ain't gonna happen.
I mean, he is just on an island. Absolutely no one nearby right now. As my class is being very annoying.
Just trying to be a tree. Don't mind me.
How well do you know your minimap?
You know what that is, too? That's like... It's like he got that huge Aegis steal before, and now he's trying to do it again. He's like, I just got to make it happen. I need one more.
He's going to have to wait a while, though.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a bit. He's just, scouting it out for next time. That's what's happening here.
No, what if he got a Quelling Blade, cut the tree, and stood in its spot?
Oh, I like that.
That's really just sell it, Some good cosplaying.
I mean, that could win you the game. You never know.
I mean, he's got the inventory for it. The guy, he just buys one item at a time,
That's true.
Speaking of which, I believe his defusal is done. Once he can eventually get back to his side of the map to meet up with his courier, who's just sitting under the tier 2 mid. And that could become an issue for Ame, potentially. Although, his mana pool is all right at this point. It's almost up to 1,000.
Yeah, it's true. It's a strange one in a way, because you also have a lot of, activatables later on. I mean, I guess it's just mainly right now the BKB. But regardless, Blink Dagger is completed now for the Centaur. Oh, always so nice. Love to hear it. Satanic underneath a wolf.
All right, well, we're at 28 minutes.
Yes.
We've got, 14 more kills than last game. That's cool. Something like that. No one's really feeling too aggressive right now, Lyrical.
That's true. And we might just be waiting for the next Roche. If something happens, we'll let you guys know. But in the meantime, I want to hear from the crowd. How many out there think that XG is going to take this and we're going to Game 3?
XG fans? Ooh.
All right, now out in the crowd, how many think P-Vision is going to close this one out? I think they won 3 games. I feel it.
It's pretty even, I got to say.
It is, honestly. I think people just like making noise. That's where the howl comes from.
That's fair. Yeah. You're not, yeah. Thank you.
That's good.
Yeah.
That was the loudest cheer of them all. Yes. They just love Lycan. You picked the perfect TI.
Yeah, you can do a good one if you're a Lycan fan, that's for sure. Ame's looking to change the game. He's going for the Abyssal Blade. He's almost got the recipe done. That moving into an engagement plus the Blink Dagger on DM. We got a couple different ways that these can now start. P-Vision, again, they're starting to play the Vision game, right? You're trying to battle up against this Lycan. You've got the gem.
Oh.
This monkey.
Satanic? Okay, no, they're just ganking spiders.
And remember, that's still his 9-second BKB, so you don't want to waste this on anything too bad.
I think back to, again, that, interview that we had this morning with Tundra going out and talking about, this idea of what these top teams are doing, which is either taking risks or not taking risks.
Yeah.
And it feels like both of these teams are very risk-averse right now, not wanting to give anything up for free.
Yeah, you want a lot of knowledge before you go in. Because even though they look kind of crazy game 1 on P-Vision, it wasn't really risky because they knew everything. Because they had all the vision, right? And right now, when they can get their vision and feel confident like this, they're very happy to step up. Alacrity Spider, look at this. Oh my gosh.
We're in daytime, tried to Manta dodge, doesn't happen, but does get pulled out. Now Glimpse back, in some trouble, jump forward, XM trying to make things happen. Ame also hitting now onto that Spider, but all of the heals coming out from Ducalis, it stops the action in its tracks.
XSS is ready to chase though, he wants this.
5 heroes all grouped together for P-Vision. Do you run in with Ame? Is it a bit too scary? They're going to hit creeps, kill creeps, still looking for heroes. DM there, glimpsed about 20 units.
Look at how they're just planting DM up front, right? He's just sitting at the top of these staircases, daring them to engage into them right now, and they just can't. There is almost a BKB done on XM. He's trying to get this done as fast as he can, because he wants it in case we start a fight in the Roche pit. We're going to find out in 10 seconds how quick this Roche is. A really fast Roche would be great for P-Vision if it stops the Storm from getting a BKB first. Anything later than that, I'd say probably favors XG.
Let's see what the timing is. 2 minutes. That should be enough time for him to finish off this BKB and group up with his team again. So already out across the mark.
Tormentor. They do scan it. They know this is happening, but I mean, XM standing nearby holding a gem with a BKB on the way. There's no chance you're going to be able to get in there anywhere fast enough to stop it.
So BKB's completed now for all 3 of the cores of XG. And on the other side, we're still waiting for 1 BKB on Centaur. Has it eyed up at the moment. And less than 1,000 gold separating these 2 squads, anybody's game.
Yeah, Satanic trying to get the Silver Edge done as fast as he can as well. Try and give them a good answer versus Ame. See if they can catch him by surprise and just dump everything onto him and kill him.
And you know, if you have not seen Broodmother in a long time, a lot of people remember this hero as just like spider spam, you know, take down towers with it, don't really show up to fights. This is a whole new Spider right now. Incredibly strong right clicks, has a level 25 talent depending upon which way you want to go. That also lowers your BAT. It can be just an incredibly hard-hitting hero, and going now for that break option.
Yeah, and the reason why you see the Bloodthorn before the breaks, the Bloodthorn is one of like the most broken items on this hero. It just gives you an insane amount of damage in the right situation between yourself and your spiders. Plus, as you just saw, like Tormentors and stuff too, just fall instantly. So you definitely have the ability to just blow up heroes, not simply rat the map like the olden days.
That's going to be something to watch for. Is I think while we saw the early group up potential and taking towers that happen from XG, the later game shenanigans that can come out from P-Vision are going to be really hard to deal with.
I do think they have some of that as well on XG though. Like the Aghanims on XM I think could be a really big factor in this game. The Aghanims on the Lycan, this is a Sunstan game. You know, I heard him talk about his Aghanims being his favorite item. It's true. But
we got some claps out there. The crowd happy to see it so far.
We need Ags all over the place, though, on the side of XG. Except for Bristle. His is usually good, but with this build, you know, Ame's not really thinking Ags.
Smoke up with 5. XG as Roche respawns.
All right, they have the Wolf inside. Spot Satanic beginning it.
They know this is happening. Nobody else showing on the map.
Look at no one, though. He's just up here pushing with his helm, pushing into this tier 2 tower. What are you going to do now as XG?
You have to deal with one or the other.
Another Wolf goes in, sees that they're not there.
While top lane is pushing in, they're getting some damage onto that tower.
That tower is falling. It is done.
It's going to be gone. This is a problem for them because no one also is still sticking around. They can do this to the tier 3 top as well if it keeps them over here.
I feel like there's a world where they get frustrated and just send in Ame.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to do something. The current situation is XG losing the game by split push.
No, you can't, right? Like, there's wisdoms in a minute, right? You cannot just sit here. You have to find something else to do. That is a good reward, at the very least, for controlling mid. They will get an Arcane Rune on XM.
And meanwhile, that's happening. No one still pressuring in along this top side. Look at this damage.
Look at the spiders on the bottom half of the map.
Yeah.
They are just marching.
They're heading down.
The brood laughter.
Keeps that pressure on the bottom side. Ame shows up. Notably does not have his shard yet, which we often see on these bristlebacks.
Yeah, I think, again, it's just kind of the build, you know?
Yeah.
He's less concerned about stacks and quills and everything.
Now P-Vision going to group together. See where they opt to make a move for. XXS is halfway to an Aghanim Scepter. And as Roche changes sides, now it's XG that might have the better angle towards the pit.
And there might be a different solution here from P-Vision, though. They are just shoving this bottom wave in. I mean, it's a classic answer to a team that when you think they're doing Roche, you simply start shoving their base, right? And they either respond or they get the Aegis, but you cannot just let this go undefended right now. Like, Roche is just getting to the pit now. They have to be so fast here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go down. They're going to get the Aegis, but how much do they lose in return? There is no way that you can come and contest that on the side of P-Vision and get there, but they are up on your high ground, starting to take this down. Cataclysm out, shows everybody still there. They're committing for the Aegis, but they've lost an entire set of racks.
Ooh.
A big trade.
You know, that's not the best trade deal, I would say.
I mean, once you're in that position, if you try and TP and defend, though, you do just die, so...
Oh, yeah, it's true. There wasn't really a great answer at that point, was there?
But regardless...
Wow, 100 FPS.
I wish I could get that.
I was going to say, Jesus.
These
oh, my
players.
golf clubs don't fit in the back of my Corvette.
As they will go for a quick disconnect and be reconnected in just a moment. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough situation, right? Because the ideal spot is that you are not having to make that choice between one or the other, but they had to commit, and that meant that, of course, you're going to lose your racks. No other great answer for them right there.
So demotivating when that happens, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like when you're forced to take such a bad trade.
I mean, I don't think it completely matters a ton for them because they still have, like, you know, a great team fight potential. They're going to get the Ags soon on Lycan. There's a lot of answers they still have here. As Brood reconnects. We're 36 minutes into this game. P-Vision takes the first lane of racks, but not pulling meaningfully ahead. What are the item tidings that you feel like either team is really looking to abuse here in this one?
For me, I'm looking towards XM getting some sort of a solution, whether it's the Aghanims or whether it's the Scythe that he's looking at. I think one of those two items is massive for him, but he's a ways away, unfortunately. Oh, actually, no, no, that is his real goal. Never mind. Yeah, he's a ways away, unfortunately. Lycan, also, he is going for the Boots of Travel first, so I mean, also means the Aghanims is pretty far away, but that's because he has to deal with this bottom lane now. It's likely the reason he has to go for this. Right now, XG look like they've just fallen a little bit. You know, they've tripped.
Okay.
It's going to be a while, I think, before they're back up to itemization. It's going to make these fights feel really good, unless the fight somehow begins where Ame is like in the thick of it and wailing on somebody. Because if they actually secure their target, they don't have, you know, there's no Depth Shroud this game, and they've got the Nullifiers on 2 heroes now to deal with this Pugna.
That's true. And a decent way for them. Oh, thank you so much. Love to hear that. It's just like, it's revitalizing, you know?
A little bit of a post-pause moment here where everyone kind of forgets where people are on the map, so kind of move their way back a little bit here as we start crafting into that next round of neutral items. Ooh, got the Pyrrhic Cloak here on DM.
Okay. Seems like a pretty good answer. Obviously still has to run into the issues of the BKB, but once those are down, can do some good work.
Ame seems to love Satanic.
They miss
go-to items.
Multiple abilities onto Ame. And he is just going to walk this one off, obviously still hanging on to the Aegis. Perfectly comfortable with the current state of thing. And actually just Satanic's back up. I guess it's on a low enough cooldown. But I guess with this Aegis, there is this other thing that you could do on XG, which is just walk at buildings. We'll see if they decide to do that or if they're going to play it a little bit safer.
I'm curious what 9 class does. He has 5,000 gold. He has a BKB queued up, but I don't know. I feel like he's going to go spicier. I feel like he's going to like buy a Scythe or something and try and break one of these fights if he can get away with it. For now, he's just jumping ahead, bringing creep. Look at this. They have 9 classes creep and DM's creep in the top lane, just grabbing these creep waves up here. Meanwhile, XM is at the base catching the farm there. They're pushing in through the mid. So they are successfully dealing with this a little bit. They also just don't have X success. So I don't know how far this push can really go. Wow. They planted the banner. I mean, he's got his Boots of Travel, so it's a good thing he's not found by the Monkey King. He can get here.
Drops everything down. Ame low, not dead yet. He dodges away, but is eventually gonna die. Wait, he didn't get a BKB! Didn't pop anything. The storm is gone, and now Ame, he's in the ice wall. What has happened? This was not the way this was supposed to go for XG, and Ame just stuck here to the side, forced back away a second time.
I believe he was not supposed to get hexed. That's probably the issue there.
Oh, jeez.
As no one just catches him out, and that's the end of his life.
You remember what I said about taking chances, trying out new things? The BKB reaction from Satanic. And in the meantime, 9Class jumped in, but immediately had to stop. Ducalis is already gone, though. Ame, can he survive through this? Oh, the hit Satanic, he takes him down. Does so much damage. And while 9Class might be chasing, he's got the creep right on Xinq's back. And the Squirrel is going to be brought down. The Hex reaction is there. XG, they don't know what hit him.
Yeah, the fight ends just the way it started. Just a little sight there from no one. And kind of turning this idea of XG, thinking they can force something, into a whole lot of problems.
And they just got Aegis, and now they're walking up to high ground, and they don't have Ame. He's supposed to be the person standing out front, stopping this push from happening. 60 seconds before he's back up again. I mean, they might need to buy back on the Hoodwink. Actually, I don't even know if that stops it.
I certainly don't think it would.
Oh, no. P-Vision open up a tremendous hole here in the defenses. Ame 1,800 gold away from buyback. I don't know if you would have wanted to anyways, but it shows what happens when this P-Vision lineup gets a victory. They immediately can start running down lanes.
I think the good news for XG is that there's so much gold on P-Vision, I don't think they want to push this right now.
Static Storm, Aghanim Scepter is done for the Disruptor. Can they find the target though? They need to get something. Static Storm down, they got him. But do they have the damage to kill? All the heals are there. It's not going to be enough. They take down Satanic. What a masterclass there from X-Nova, who will be punished now. XM in the meantime gets hit this side. They do have buyback on the Storm. Ame TP's right in the middle of all of them. Forces back P-Vision. What a hold.
Yeah, can't get the grab either there on 9Class. He just leaps out of the way there. So things looking okay for a little bit, but then they immediately kill XM and kind of taking the wind out of their sails on any hopes of that being a valuable defense. But the game goes on. That is the good news for them. But as mentioned, there is a ton of gold right now on P-Vision. Like, a crazy amount of gold. Everybody's going to get an item.
So we see this replay. This was assembled at the last second right before this fight. Ag's Static Storm.
A massive way to actually finally deal with Satanic here and get a bit of a streak there on XM, which was great until unfortunately 9Class puts down this Wukong, zones them to the side, and with the whack there, just double Sunstrike into the kill for DM, getting a double.
Too much and too quick. And 16 to 15.
Can the Wolf Bite solve it, though? Could that be it? The Were Bristleback.
I mean, it's been such a weird little initiation because it feels like XG have just been making these little flubs where they get out too far ahead of themselves, they don't anticipate the Hex, and then somebody just gets blown up in the fight. And I think that if they can get an actual fight going their way, it still should be okay, but now they're 12K behind. Every fight gets harder. Tough situation. P-Vision standing tall in this, up one game, looking for a top 3 finish. If they can manage to take out one last set of racks, and a couple of those towers, they'll have access to the Ancient. And they've just got to hide now. Wait for that timing. I mean, the plus side at the very least for XG is that you can all in on this Aghanims if you want to for XXS.
That is true. It will be really nice for them too, especially if they're going to decide to fight at the Roche Pit. Okay, Sunstrikes come out there. They're able to dodge away from that. And, I mean, yeah, I think you're going to, right? Come on. Surely we're buying it on this as the Tormentor goes down. Right now, as P-Vision, they're just waiting for Roche. They're going to chill this out, get themselves the Aegis, collect all of the Infinity Stones here, and then go high ground. That's going to be the plan.
No one now having access to those Forge Spirits when he hits the Sunstrike, and he does decide to buy out on XXS.
All right, let's go. The Wolf Bite. Now that's a howl. That's when we're really going to get it, you know? That's
I mean, we've seen things like this before with Ame. Remember, time and again, getting the Wolf Bite and starting to run at people constantly. The problem is these lanes are just shoving out so much that it's hard for them to find a way to get a good fight in their direction. Of course, the big thing will be Roche, which is a relatively long spawn, which means it's going to be heading back up to the north side of the map again.
There's also a bit of a question of just like how long do these fights last? You know, like what if the wolf bite? What if they can't catch you? You know,
Yeah.
then it's gonna look really bad.
Oh wow! And after finishing, instead of going for the AC, Invoker decides to go Refresher.
All right, so currently there is only buyback on XinQ. Everyone else has bought out on XG. Where we are all in, fully committed here into this next engagement for them.
Will be
as they slowly start to farm them back up. I guess X-Nova's got it. Ame's now got it, so we're not too bad actually. I love Ame's idea of the butterfly as well. I think that's a great solution on this bristleback.
Yeah, and if you can sort of surprise the Brood with it, could be really nice there too. I mean, obviously you do still have the Bloodthorn, which provides that pierce, but
and he just got the 25. He got the bat reduction.
Yeah, this thing right here is nuts. If you have not seen the bat reduction during Insatiable, it is insane how hard this Brood hits. Something to watch for when they get into the straight up battle against the Bristleback. Crowd trying to cheer on the Lycan here. He's gonna need it, that's for sure.
And the patience here from P-Vision, again, just not taking the risks, because why bother? There's not a whole lot to gain at this point.
You know what actually could make a pretty big difference in this too, is if Lycan gets to 25, because he has that Howl reduces total attack damage.
That would not hurt.
The Howl might actually win them the game if he can get to that.
It would be very fitting, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah. Because a ton of Brood's damage is plus damage.
Yes, yeah, 100%. Well, not literally, but you know.
But still a ways away from that 25 for the Lycan. Needs to find a kill or two. Ame, he does have 25.
Is he gonna send some wolves here as the Roche spawns? Or, oh, the scan's out now. They're probably gonna miss it. Oh, this ward sees XM.
They know the timing that it's capable of respond right now.
Abyssal on Satanic.
And P-Vision looking for a big wraparound. They scan and immediately TP out. All right, if they do this again, if this happens again, you need to respond if they go for your Ancient.
Look, they're sending the wolves. They're like, where are they?
Cataclysm down. Dude, are they just going to run for high ground?
That was only a Sunstrike, too.
Oh, yeah, it was just a Sunstrike. You're right.
They're going all the way back.
They're backing out. Or they're going to get this really quickly if they fully commit to it, but XG, I think, a little bit afraid based upon what happened last time.
They get roared, right? Because they took it last.
And they go for it. Start to take it down. They did go for the wolf bite. Roche roars and they back away. Tornado out. Meanwhile, they're dealing with creeps in their base. That was very bizarre.
You know, it's the pressure. They kind of just were YOLOing. They're just hoping that P-Vision are up here and they kind of catch them a little off guard.
Runs in, trying to find somebody, a target to stick onto.
The wolf bite's running out.
It's running out very soon. But that at least stops for a moment P-Vision. How much longer do we have on another wolf bite? It's going to be 40 more seconds. And while this is happening again down bottom, you look and you see and all of these waves are getting shoved in.
I'm surprised that P-Vision aren't putting more focus on just simply taking the Roche as well, you know?
I mean, they are being a little bit safe for my taste, but maybe that's why they're going to be able to come away with the victory here. Because it feels like you outmaneuvered them, right? You outplayed them around the map. You pulled them down to have to defend their base. Now go and claim the objective, but they're showing so much. A chance of Force Staff away, though, and he's fine.
All right, back he goes.
Ame dodges out of that, does have Satanic to heal back up if he wants.
Fine, loses 2,000 HP. 2,000 HP from just spells hitting him in the back.
He's fine, he's fine. Don't worry about Ame.
He does have 70 HP regen. He'll be all right.
So Lycan gonna have to send himself and some summons back down to deal with the tier 4 tower. Hoof Stomp duration is out.
He's got bots level 2 as well. He can immediately just
call
himself on top of Ame for the wolf bite.
So XXS does have the ability to get back into this fight. And also, while this is happening, he's gaining levels towards 25. P-Vision not opting to make that move into the pit. I don't know how much this is going to change things.
What are they waiting for? What are they hoping is going to change? 25 on Evoker is pretty nice. That'll give him a lot to do.
I mean, I think it's just, again, one of those, like, they never want to take a risk.
Yeah.
The BKBs are down now, so that kind of makes sense. But XXS is going to deal with the push coming their direction. Xingqiu, can he find that Monkey King? Doesn't look like it. Already away. 10 minutes away from 60-minute items. It's been a little bit. A lot of the games today have been going relatively fast.
We'll see if we can get there in this one, as the goal just continues to pile up here on P-Vision. 5,400 available on DM.
I mean, this is always the thing that I think about. This reminds me of, you know, some of the BB team games back in the day too, where it's like they're so concerned about throwing away an advantage and they're defending this lead that they have.
Yeah.
That eventually, are they going to become? I mean, this is 25 Monkey King down.
Right.
Very strong.
Ame has sold the treads and has got a blink.
Looking. You already have a jump, and he breaks down the tree. Ame right on top of Invoker with the Static Storm down, but he gets pulled in the cart. DM saving his buddy's life, but they do have enough to find that Monkey King kill.
They got 9 class.
Can they get any more? Ame hides away for a moment, disarmed. He's still in the Wolf Life Board. Look at the damage out from Satanic. The Sunstrike connection down low, but one hit from that Satanic, a little bit bigger. 9 class now hits. That is a buyback from him. And as they get back into the fray, XXS running away, trying to escape. There's the hook stomp, finds him from DM, and long range jumps. They get that wolf dead.
Oh, they got a few things in that fight, but it's just not enough. No one tipping over to Ame. Buyback needed here on XM. He's going to have to retreat back to the base, and that's going to be the prize of Roshan here. Refresher and Cheese going to P-Vision.
Oh, the real curse, though, at the end is that Lycan went for the extra wolf summon. It's so sad. But take a look at this again. It could have been so great, but DM, look at this.
Yeah, I mean, the eggs, that was one thing I really liked about the Centaur pick, is I was thinking, if this game goes late, they don't have that same save, right? They're missing it from 9 class this game, so they get it out of the Centaur Warrunner this time, and it absolutely came in the clutch in that one. 9 class, you know, maybe very nicely played there from XM to chop his tree down. Takes him, that was a ridiculous heal from that Satanic.
Oh, yeah.
But just whacked there on the XM, no chance to escape. And now, perhaps the final push beginning to get sorted out here in the top lane.
We'll see at least if they can do it. The Refresher BKB ready to go. And at 51 minutes in, XG gonna need to really figure out some sick plays now to deal with the fact that they have the cart. 9 class drops down the big Wukongs. XM backs away. There's the break onto the spider. Glyph already used with no more wolf for 10 seconds. It's a hard fight to make happen. BKB is out. Ame starts to hit on the Satanic, backs away. XM pulls in, but the cart is there. The save is there. Backing away, there's a spider in a cart, but still a lot of damage done out there. Static Storm is down, but he got eviscerated. Ame no longer alive, and you do not have the damage that you need on XXS. XM backs out of there too, still 1,000 gold away from buyback. P-Vision, they have done everything in this series. They're gonna take another lane of rack. This is gonna be megas. Too much to handle as they run through XG. Eyes on the throne, a few more hits is all they need. GG is called.
As this game went later and later.
Oh, look at Ducalis.
Stone cold there. XG struggling to find their way into these fights. You know, it felt like whenever they needed this fight, this engagement, they just couldn't quite get there. The vision was okay sometimes, but the actual heroes, the tools need to get in these fights, it just couldn't compare to what they had on the side of P-Vision.
Oh, and XG going to be denied that berth up to the upper bracket finals. P-Vision are going to be representing it on one side of the bracket.
Yep.
The crowd loving what they are seeing here.
No one, he was the only player this morning. He came out, he's clapping to the crowd. He comes to the booth, his hands in the air, he's clapping to the crowd. He loves to be here. He loves to play in front of all you fine folks. It's powering him up, it's powering up his team, and it gives them a 2-0 here.
Not what I think people were expecting. XG coming in looking, again, so good. Not dropping series, not dropping anything. And get taken out like that, and you can see the team very happy with their results in the crowd, giving them some love here as they are going to make it and be secured towards top 3 at the very least, but still looking for a lot more.
That's apparently running out of smokes of deceit here as 9 Class is snagged by Nomad, trying to escape with his team, but pulled in like a pudge hook to talk to you fine people.
Absolutely. Well, you'll love to see it as a solid performance. P-Vision able to take the victory 2-0. And I do have to say, a lot of it, a ton of it, so much of it was down to these early picks that they were able to get with one player, a disgusting little fish. We got Nomad down with 9 Class on the stage.
Thank you, Lyrical. Your very first international, and you secure yourself top 3. How does that feel?
It's very cool. I'm glad to be here. Yeah.
You've improved so much over the years we've seen you play, but how much did you learn, do you feel, coming from the road to the international to the actual international itself? How much differently do you think you're playing now you're on the main stage?
On the main stage? I can feel additional power. It's fun. It's always fun to play in front of crowd. Yeah.
Absolutely. I do want to talk about game number 1. We had that Aegis steal from you. What was the communications in your team like at that moment?
Like DM said, I have no doubt about that you steal, and I said, I'm just collapse. That was our communication.
Just collapse. Awesome stuff. You're a very creative player, of course. What did you think about Arme's Bristleback, building the Battle Fury on the Bristleback carry? What did you think about that?
We knew that we would split with Domis and get our timing, but so we was just kind of delaying game and we scaling like 5 cores, so we was kind of prepared.
You really were prepared for Extreme here. And how much is that down to Astini? How much does he give you for this team?
I think Astini giving a lot, like ideas, draft, he's showing us a lot of clips, and also he cheating us, so yeah. By the way, it's Astini's first time. He said me, oh, maybe you try Slark, and I can try. Like the first time.
Long ago, and look at you now. You've made top 3, but 9 Class, can P-Vision take it all the way? Do you think you can win this thing?
Yeah, I think, yeah, we are ready.
Awesome stuff. Hamburg, make some noise for one of the best position 4 players in the world, 9 Class and P-Vision.
Congratulations on top 3 secured for P-Vision. We mentioned it earlier, this team, it does level up in front of a crowd. It's the team with the most LAN wins this season, and they do not show any signs of stopping here, because even though Effie, it was a more even game compared to that first one, it was still very dominant for P-Vision.
Especially after that 30+ minutes, that's where their lineup, or the way that they played, kind of adapted inside of the game, and they just played to scale, like we just heard 9 Class say. But they just made excellent decisions this game. Their macro was on point, like where they were playing, when they decided to stop team fighting, when they decided to just push, when they decided to trade the bottom racks for that Roche. It was all beautiful.
Genius ya guys ya, seperti biasa guys, ketika satu dia membutuhkannya dia menghilang ya. Go home, China, get a creep wave to the point of the high ground, then they don't execute in the moment, right? Army's hitting the tier 3, you got
Ada
XM jumping in with a Storm Spray, getting hit by a Hex and dying. As soon as he dies, the fight construct collapses and they have to run away. So you have to deal with two things for P-Vision. Can you deal with the waves? And then can you execute in the fight, be it at a high ground or a Roshan or a Tormento, anywhere. And XG, they just weren't able to deal with both major problems that P-Vision was presenting.
I'm really impressed with P-Vision. Like, their players, the fact that they can perform like this with such little experience, with like how young they are on their players in a game where you're pressured, they're down, but they know what to do, they know what they're waiting for, and even here, sure, you're top net worth on this Bristleback, but P-Vision, they got to delay it so long, they have all the items Satanic, he is literally just 1v3ing them, running in with his Q, later on talent, so overall, I think XG, they looked so good in this early and mid game, but eventually they had so much trouble, and I really feel like that P-Vision, they're like the masters of map pressure and making you feel like incredibly bad during the game.
I think XG really concocted up a beautiful draft here for themselves, and they played that early game quite well. But some of their decision making was a little bit off. I thought they could have put more emphasis on wave shove by the way that they itemized, and it seems like they itemized for an early 5-man into wanting to force a lot of fights, and P-Vision just did not give them that.
P-Vision, they're just so calm, right? I feel like you watch other teams in this situation, having the Storm jumping you, the Lycan, everything in the early game, like the way that they did play out the early game from XG, other teams would crumble. But P-Vision...
by the way.
But I mean, this is what they won the game!
Oh, I thought it was just after like a team fight or something.
No, that's winning the game.
All right,
you don't take your headsets off before...
People have done that before, Sheeran, and it didn't turn out very well.
It did not. It is a very strong performance, and I think especially for a team that will be going up against P-Vision in that upper bracket finals, one mistake, that was all it took for Extreme to have their entire momentum crumbling before them, and P-Vision, it felt like they always knew that mistake was going to happen at some point. They just need to be ready for it, and ready they were.
And no one on that Invoker, he played incredibly well. We talked about the difficult early game, but he was the hero doing well in the early game. He was hitting beautiful sunstrikes, his supports were playing around mid, they were getting kills for as long as they could, and when the game started to get really tough, that Hex pickup clutched that high ground defense. When XM zipped in, he got hexed by the Invoker, and it was all downhill from there.
I mean, there was a lot on him to do in this game. You need to protect your supports with the Tornado, with the Deafening Blast, keep your partner alive. Like you said, the Hex later on to crush it back in, to keep the map in shape as well with your Monkey King and everything, to delay the game for Satanic to come online and carry. Just S-tier gameplay.
Yeah, and I believe, Kezu, you also want to highlight how exactly the wheels were turning for P-Vision in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Effie, you already mentioned it's around like how they traded the map, like the Roche for other stuff. Because here, this is first point in the game, 33-20. The game is incredibly even. P-Vision, they need more time. They don't want to fight. So look at the vision that Extreme have. They want to force Roche, but it's really hard because P-Vision have the heroes here. Look at the map. Top lane, you have no one with his Dominator, with his Forges already pushing. We fast forward a bit. Mid lane is pushed in by DM's Dominator. At the same time, still a stalemate around the Roche. This is 40 seconds in between this. In the meantime, Satanic just really farming, so XG, they get forced back. Here, Roshan was still in the bottom side. Now, the game prolonged so long, Roshan actually walked all the way to the top river. XG, crucial mistake. They tunnel vision this Roshan so hard because trading ages for a Rax in this game, it's not good for you because you already have a wave problem. Now you're gonna be down a Rax with this Aegis. P-Vision aren't giving you this fight, so these trades, these macro movements, ultimately this is what makes the difference of you winning or losing this game. So P-Vision, honestly, hats off to whoever made the shot call.
Yeah, and then right after that, Roshan was taken for Extreme, and their bottom Rax, unfortunately, for them, was also taken. We're going to take a look at the Lycan at that point, Effie, because you have something to say about that.
Yes, like Kazu mentioned, there was a wave problem, and around minute 36 is when they got that Aegis that they traded a Rax for. But what I really wanted to look at was Lycan's items. He skipped Shard. He got his Shard like 40 minutes plus. But if you are playing at this state of the game and you have a wave problem, why don't you create that wave problem for the enemy team with your Shard? It was such an odd decision to me. What it seemed like was after he built that, nullifier, he just thought that he could keep going. He'd just eventually be a carry himself. They could force the 5-man fights. I really think that you could have wedged this Aghanim Shard into the item build even before the AC. It could have come out a lot earlier, and it could have made it so that P-Vision couldn't play the map as well as they did. But if you're talking about map play and your Lycan is getting Shard at 40 plus minutes, you're losing a lot of that early game advantage that you can get from this hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a cheap item for a core. Yeah, probably just tunnel visioned under the pressure of answering so many different problems and mistakes happen, and clearly, I think he might have made a mistake there.
Yeah, there's quite a few things we still need to touch upon for this game, though, because I want to give credit where credit is due. That was a fantastic Broodmother coming out for Satanic. I know we gave MVP to no one, but I think you can make a good case for almost any player on the side of P-Vision to be nominated for that one, and I think that Broodmother Kezu is definitely going to be one to watch.
He absolutely clutched, and he has so many specific heroes, which is also crazy to think about with how young he is. Like, this is not some 30-year-old guy who's played 10 years of experience. Like, he's new to the scene, he has perfect itemization, the Nullifier, the Silver Edge, the Bloodthorn, you buy the shard for the 25 talent. I mean, this kid's crazy.
I mean, with the Broodmother as well, you create new problems. And clearly, we heard in the interview with Zhao 8, they had to find a solution, right, to the Broodmother. They went for the Bristleback, and clearly Arme was also trying to invent in the game, right? He goes for the Battle Fury. How many times has that happened in the history of Dota?
Well, I know the answer to this, T-Gov, but we do also have the answer to show.
There we go. It's only 4 times now with Arme buying Battle Fury. In 2014, Universe bought Battle Fury around the 60-odd minute mark. He lost the game. In 2019, Gabby also bought a Battle Fury around the 60-minute mark. He also lost the game. Ace in 2025, he bought a Battle Fury under the pressure of Team Spirit. He lost the game. Arme, under the pressure of Broodmother, conceptually bought it very early in the game and also lost the game. Therefore, historically, Battle Fury on Bristleback is a 0% win rate in all of the history of Dota 2.
It was an intriguing item because he was like topping the net worth and it was looking good for a while, but there was this one chase that happened early on where they chased Bristleback on T-Vision for almost a minute, and it felt like if he had a Lotus Orb and like an SNY, he would have killed everybody, but he's just running away with a Battle Fury. You could see the trade-offs that were happening because of that item.
I like this stat a lot because I think it's very funny that it's, I mean, it hasn't won yet, and I think in the other games maybe it's against Mega Creeps.
Exactly, yeah.
But even here, like buying it this early, it put them in a cool position. I think this is why Dota is like so amazing. You can buy so many different things. Depending what your enemy does, you have to react differently, and then this happens and this happens. So yeah, I love to see it.
Yeah, there was it was very clearly part of Extreme Gaming's plan. We did see this Bristleback queuing up that Battle Fury very early on. So we knew from the laning stage already what was going to happen. And speaking of that laning stage for the Bristleback, it's Purge that's going to break it down.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the Bristleback because I thought it was such a good pick. It really solved a lot of the problems that they were encountering in this game. And one of the big ones is 9 classes Monkey King. Most of the support heroes that he's playing are very annoying and they're hard to deal with. But look at this early ward that was placed that spotted 9 class over here. And normally, the way that you escape on this hero is you use this skill here to jump to a tree. But if you take any damage, it gets interrupted. And then you have to rely on your very low movement speed because you don't buy boots here. So with Quill Spray and the Vision, he actually interrupts 9 classes jump. And with the power of the Nasal Goo, that basically allows you scaling damage and permanent slow against an opponent. So 9 class actually had to play this lane completely scared because of this Bristleback pick that was also good against the Centaur, which is really cool. So now, because they got that first blood, Ame basically gets to do whatever the heck he wants in this lane. Look at him. He's 1v2 right now. We've got the Disruptor going through the Twin Gate. He's 1v2 in this lane because this last pick made so much sense. And look at this. Even walking to the Secret Shop to maybe scare 9 class again, he jumps on a tree. That just shows you how much kill threat that there is. So with this early advantage that he had, he rotates through the Twin Gate. A lot of people have been doing this with the Helm, the Dominator. He doesn't need that. He's doing it with his regular hero, and he's going to put some pressure on this tower. And he's doing this in conjunction with some other heroes. Once XXS shows up with his Helm, the Dominator, Ami's out of there early because he's like, okay, back to farming. I did my job now, and I can go back to getting what I want, which is ultimately going to be the Battle Fury, which, as we talked about, extremely rare, but it does have a lot of good synergies. You're doing cleaved physical damage. Obviously, it's better to... It doesn't like leverage your abilities other than your ulti and your first skill very well, but the increased net worth that you're gaining and the AoE cleave damage paired with the Lycan... do you guys remember how a Lycan lowers armor? Can you make that sound for me, please? Anyone? Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Howl, it lowers armor by 10 in an AoE, basically global at night, but in an AoE. And that minus 10 armor paired with Bristleback's minus armor is super synergistic. And frankly, it gives them really good chances to get kills on the hero like the Centaur. But unfortunately, this decrep from the Pugna was extremely crucial in protecting him. It basically gives him a window to buy time. If that Pugna decrep isn't on there, they can just blast through this front wave of DM in the front. And so between decrep and later on the Ags of Centaur, it really undercut the synergy that they were going for with the heavy physical damage and the minus armor. It was hard for them to kill the P-Vision heroes, and that's what was ultimately their undoing, despite this really cool draft.
Thank you very much, Purge. The undoing of Extreme Gaming. Well, undoing. Don't worry. There's a lower bracket. This was the upper bracket semifinals. Nobody's getting eliminated anymore for the remainder of today. So Extreme is also not eliminated, just down to that lower bracket, which is starting to look scarier and scarier. But we do have, of course, a couple more names to pen in on our bracket, Kazu.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I hope that we have maybe something that we had yesterday. You know, we had 3 2-0s into a 2-1. I expected all of these games also to go the distance. Well, they didn't. I'm hoping that this next series of Falcons versus, you know, BBT, maybe they can show us a little bit more. Because right now, I'm seeing a lot of one-sided affairs. And that's really not what I'm expecting.
No, me neither, especially not after that road to TI. You're absolutely right. And if we want those games to be drawn out and be back and forth, a lot is going to rely on the carries having a good game and being able to go toe-to-toe with each other. But who is the best carry? That is a great question. And of course, we would ask the pros that very question as well.
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame. This year we asked every single one of the 80 players competing at our event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your carry, got your mid, got your offlaner, we've got the hard support, and we've got the support. And here to look over the results with me are 2 Dota experts, esteemed Dota experts, and see if they agree with the pros' choices or whether you have your own choices. Which carry would you choose as the best TI winning carry in Dota history?
Okay, let's think here.
I think you can discuss amongst
I think
yourselves.
this is Ana, right? How?
Choose.
Hey, how?
TI winning carry. You're saying how?
Who's
Okay.
on first?
Who are you going for?
They're thinking Yadro.
I think it's actually Yadro. Yeah, I think it might be. How do I choose?
You just select a name and use your brain to speak it.
Yeah, how? I select how.
Okay, good. Who are you going for?
He chooses newbies how.
How?
Yeah.
To be clear to anyone who was missing the joke.
Probably for some of the younger players, they like watched Ana win, and now they're getting beat by Yadro, right? So it's like the legend that's gone versus like the bully that's here.
Yatoro and Ana. So for me, I feel like the carry debate is between those two.
So you think they're going to vote Ana because that's like ancient history? They don't have to play against him.
Exactly.
So they're more likely to vote.
They don't want to inflate his ego anymore.
I think they're going to take Yatoro. I think I would probably take Yatoro. I mean, Yatoro's the GOAT, so easy. Yatoro.
You're saying Yatoro?
Yeah.
Well, I'd say it was
Kalau
Yatoro.
pas kita benar apa kata gua gitu kan.
Yatoro
Kalau pas kita
overwhelmingly,
salah,
by the way.
digigit
Overwhelmingly.
kan,
Ana second.
gitu.
Ana is not second.
Okay, well,
Ya kan, kalau benar-benar ya udah
Is Ana third?
aman
Ana
aja.
is not third.
Wow, people hate Ana.
This was
Namanya
chosen by the players themselves.
apa
Ana
kan
is not
prediksi bisa
second or
benar bisa
third.
salah. Ya, kalau pas benar ya sudah. Apa kata gua kacau
Covered
ini
that,
bapak
he's not a
semangat.
list, right? Who are you putting in on 2 and 3? It was Matthew.
Daijoubu.
Yeah,
That
was
makes
second
sense.
place.
Matu.
Yeah, he's number 2.
Segalanya. Aku benar kok, aku benar juga kok. Sejauh ini juga aku benar. Aku mengerjakan 5 ID di sini, ya kan. Aku ada pegang 5 ID, ada Kaiden, Gultom, Popewa kecil, ada Ain sama Mike Decisive. Nah kita kemarin sudah prediksi bareng-bareng. Dengan kemarin itu juaranya ada Extreme Gaming, ada Parivision, ada Bad Boom, ada Tidebound nggak ada. Tidebound itu nggak ada sama siapa satu lagi. NGX ada kalau nggak salah NGX. Nah, jadi 5/8 gitu. Jadi masih 100/100. Aku pun benar 100% di dia apa nih sama kayak Hernan tadi ada di atas kaca nih Bapak UML nih. Wajib militer ya. Wajib Mobile Legend. Parivision bagus ya. Bagus banget ya di game kali ini. Dia enggak, wah ini mah tahun kapan ini? IZ, oh ini kak, waktu dia Toro juara dia itu dah klipnya tuh. Di sini seperti biasa ya guys, seperti kata Bob Hewo kemarin, China itu ketika mendapatkan spotlight, ketika mereka seperti avatar mereka itu, ketika dunia membutuhkannya mereka menghilang. Gitu. Misalnya di pick BB. BB Battle Fury gitu ya, ada carry-carry lain yang lebih baik daripada itu gitu ya. Makanya aku bertanya-tanya nih kepada China ini, kayak pick supportnya tadi ya yang di awal ya, dua-duanya itu sama nama disruptor gitu. Jadi konyol gitu loh, melakukan hal konyol pada saat main event stage gitu loh. Antara makanya aku overthinking ini, apakah udah ditelepon kah, udah ditransfer kah, atau gimana gitu loh. Kayak kesalahan mendasar seperti itu masih mereka lakukan gitu. Ini sudah kelas tinggi gitu loh, kasta tinggi gameplaynya itu. Tapi mereka pun masih aja melakukan kesalahan yang dilakukan sama temennya tadi, Tightbound gitu. Pemilih support yang pasif gitu loh, bukan playmaker. Sudah ada contoh si Nine Class dengan Slark dan monyetnya gitu ya, masih dikasih lolos. Nah, Tightbound tadi malam main udah jelas Malrin Senking yang nggak ada lawan, masih dikasih lolos. Nah, jadi China ini lucu gitu loh, ketika berada di atas angin mereka melucu mereka. Kayaknya aku bertanya-tanya ini apakah udah transfer kayak ini atau bagaimana nih, nggak ngerti lah tadi. Kalau Parivision juara saya tetap profit, kalau Extreme juara saya tetap profit, Nikma juara saya tetap profit gitu. Aman aja Pak, aman. Ya, memang kan, tapi memang kayak gitu sih ya, orang yang seneng taruhan, namanya cowok ya, laki-laki dari kecil, mungkin dari remaja, dari muda itu taruhan bola, aku megang ini, kau megang ini ya, jadi jatuhnya ngeselin memang gitu loh. Perkara membela mendukung tim A tim B sudah di briefing dari 2 hari sebelumnya, sudah dipesankan tiket jadi mainnya ikut skrip. Wah kacau tuh, boleh lah ya itu ya, termasuk dalam apel itu ya, berarti cair lah ya kan, karena prize pool cuma 2 juta gitu loh. 2 juta itu sangatlah murah gitu, ranking 1 juta dolar gitu. Sementara dunia betting, dunia judi itu jauh lebih besar daripada 2 juta dolarnya Gaben ini. 2 juta pun dibagi berapa gitu ya, dibagi berapa puluh tim ya kan, 10 tambah 6 kan puluhan juga ya kan, 16 tim gitu kan. Kecil sekali prize poolnya kalau dibandingkan masa kejayaan dulu ya. Dan ini pun kita 30%, nggak kayak dulu 25% bisa sampai 41 juta gitu. Jadi ya China number one, go home China, pre. Ya kita lihatlah teman-teman bagaimana ini, betul nggak Pak kira-kira. Jadi aku memang mengamati ya, mengamati perilaku cowok-cowok laki-laki pada umumnya gitu. Kayak kalau mereka pendukung Real Madrid, mereka ludahin banget itu pendukung Barca gitu kan. Mereka pendukung Barca, mereka tai-tai banget tuh bukan pendukung Real Madrid itu. Jadi lucu sih, aku ngeliatnya lucu banget. Ya sudah lah gitu kan. Kalau tim yang dia sukai, dia pilih menang ya syukur gitu, kalau enggak ya udah gitu. Cuman ya gimana ya, nggak bisa juga kita harapkan orang kayak gitu semua kan. Di situnya asiknya bilang membuktikan validasi diri kepada orang lain. Nah lo siapa suruh pilih? Waduh, atur kalian lah mana cocok. Go home China. Iya ya. My friends, I'm calling it. It's in the bag. Ada lesung pipitnya bang. Bengkok-bengkok mulutnya karena ada mic itu bang. Takut dia nabrak tuh. Lipstiknya takut kena dia bang. Aduh, pelan-pelan aja ngomongnya. Woi, kacau. Bung. Apa ya? Wah, berarti udah nikah ya si Far sama Audi Pixel. So, home. Ada cincinnya tuh dari Jerman sih. Nggak tahu lah nikah petunangan. Entah lah ya. Just to give him loyalty.
But in this case, I want to talk about Skeeter and potentially talk about him in relation to his counterpart in pure empty, because that is a pretty stark difference, especially if you take into consideration yesterday's results.
Yeah, we wanted to just put emphasis on the carry-to-carry matchup in this series because these two players have inherently different styles, but if you look at their average numbers, they're way too close to each other for having separate styles. When you think about Skeeter, he's always been not necessarily
Kaiden kalau nggak
self-efficient,
salah ya.
but not the real carry of the team.
Kaiden Bad Boom. Kemarin di Kaiden itu Bad Boom yang menang. Coba kita lihat bracket dulu ya guys ya. Iya, kacau nih. Wikipedia. Yang main sekarang adalah Grow main event 1 jam lagi ya.
And if you look at the hero
Udah mau
pool
main ini
pairs,
bang,
then there are a
heroic
lot
ini.
of common heroes, but both
Oke,
of these
berarti
players
Pari
have
Vision
different
melawan
styles.
Extreme
As I
Gaming.
mentioned,
Pari
Lucky
Vision
Fury's got that
dijamin
full
ya
hit,
juara
but
3
LG
ya,
members,
karena
so
kalau
she
kalah
is
dia
playing for the late
kesini
game.
dapat
She
juara
wants to be
3.
the one dishing out all the damage.
Team
Whereas
Falcons
Peter, he fixed
versus
what you need for the
Bad
lane.
Boom
You need an Nevada? I
Team.
got you.
Oh,
You need a
ini
Weaver?
Falcon.
He's like, gotta dodge some slows? I got you.
I feel like you have the miracle type of archetype carry player on your left with the hard carry tradition stuff. You have your Matumba man on the
Heroic
right,
sih
who's like
ini.
more than I play for my team, I make stuff happen. I would say that these players
Cuma
generally
menang ya
get
kemarin
overlooked
ya,
and
ada juga
overshadowed
pilihan.
quite a lot. I think that Skeeter is very crucial to Falcons,
Aman,
both
aman.
with his
Aku
pick, the
punya
way he
itu
plays,
5
he
apa namanya dia
enables
gerakan
Omar,
itu.
so
6
I'm
kayaknya.
like really
Satu
happy
lagi
to
ada
see this
tadi
because
lagi
I think this
kecil.
guy, he
Lumayan
deserves a
cok,
lot more
dapat
in my
tekanan
opinion
kan,
than what people give
fantasinya
him credit
bagus,
for.
arkananya
We're
bagus,
gonna
kan.
give him some
Piu, piu.
credit right now because
Paspor,
we
yo,
have
boy.
to, of course, start this matchup very
Asal
soon.
gimana ya,
For that,
dibilang
it is
nggak
time to get
aneh-aneh
the
ya nggak
players
bisa
on
juga
stage.
kan. Pada akhirnya siapa yang paling kreatif dengan drafting ya termenang. Oke, kita langsung saja ke game berikutnya teman-teman. Jangan lupa beli jajanan, teh, apa, keripik gitu ya. Siapa tahu lapar juga. Wah.
Team Falcons!
A lot of people would have said and would have agreed that Team Falcons has had the hardest road to get to this upper bracket semifinals. They played the longest games, they had the most clutch comebacks, and they have made it here. They started learning from that and adapting from that. Like yesterday when we saw them in action, it was a whole fresh team with tempo behind them, and I'm sure they want to prove that they still got that tempo against their opponent's BB team.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. BB team. Choose wisely.
They have shown that they have what it takes to make the tough decisions and come back after being down yesterday. They were the only team to push a series the distance and take that victory after the fact. It was rocky, but it happened. And the tenacity that they showed yesterday against Big Mac Galaxy, they will prove to show again against their opponents in Falcons. There is one big question mark that I'm going to pose towards my panel here regarding these two teams, because one thing that stood out yesterday, Kessel, was that for BB team, their rocky situation was always those first 15 minutes.
No, for sure, and I hope that today we can see something, well, a little more stable, because what we saw from them, it's not normal. It's not what you expect, especially from a tier 1 player, because, yeah, we have to go back to it. It had a lot to do with Pure. I want to see, you know, the prime Pure of, like, last year, because in the last months, he has struggled, but I have also seen very good performances. It's just that he is a little more inconsistent. So sometimes you just have to hope that, you know, today is the day. Sometimes that's what TI is about. You show up in top form, boom, you get this upset win, and you're good to go.
We also didn't really see much from BB, even though they win. We saw 2 pot games in a row, playing into nature's profit. Like GPK just dominating, going 8-4-23, 5-1-18. Like Nigma didn't really change up the draft to show us new styles of BB having to react. It was just, oh, thanks, we're going to do that strategy again. So yeah, I think for BB at least, we are going to see something new. Are they going to get pucked against Falcons? I think that's a really hotly contested hero.
It doesn't necessarily have to be new, so long as they're doing it better than yesterday, because they can definitely improve upon it. But we did mention Pure had a rough series yesterday. I want to talk about the other 4 players. They played impeccably well. If they weren't playing as well as they did, that kind of start for your carry is really hard to come back from. I think Save in particular really stood out to me. He was clutching these lanes, you know, hiding in the trees, Phantoms embracing Morphling, getting kills where he shouldn't have to. Later in the game, he gets an Ags, he soul binding. Like, this is a player to look out for. If your team is in a rocky situation, your support player clutching games for you is what you need on the main stage.
Yeah, for sure. Like those 4 guys, they really stepped it up. Like you said, the Grimstroke from Save, like 2 games in a row. Like he just had incredible performances. You also had Miro on his offlane, like great. We talked about the GPK puck. You have the Disruptor or Naga Sirens from Kateomi. They're great. I just hope that what they look for is not like, oh, my carry player didn't do great, but more like, imagine how strong we can be when things come together. They fall into place. We just play well as a team like they know they can, and then you can just make it happen. Because here, we need to talk about the heroes that will be very contested or are very important for the team. So here, on the left side, you see how often Falcon...
Thank you for the like, guys. Thank you for watching until this far. Truly appreciate it. Let's see whatever team you guys want to choose. Alright, we're gonna watch it together. Prepare your snacks, your tea, anything you like, you love, right? Let's enjoy the night because this is gonna be maybe a long night. Undefeated hero ya, troll. Udah kalah troll 2 kali dimainkan sama orang Cina. Ngadi, udah kalah. Coba kita ke bracket lagi, Pak. Wikipedia, kita 2. Mana nih? Aduh. Bad Boom ini hari ini ya. Besok, Bang. Besok jam 6. Jam 3. September 13 ya. Ini duluan ya, lower bracket ini pulang dulu besok nih. XG lawan Nigma. Wah, kacau. Aduh. Jam 3 ini jam 6. Ini sekarang 00 ya. Terus pasang Bang suara.
Yes, but I do think they have very standout performances. You can throw Malrina like the absolute most XD lanes, Primal versus Monkey King. He'll match the net worth, he'll make it happen. He's very versatile, so yeah. To be one of the best mid laners of the tournament team.
But the way that I see the heroes, right, the graphic on Grimstroke having 2 for 2 contested, that's 4 games. There's only 9 games total. When I look at Maori's hero pool, do you really want an Earthfrit, a Pango, Ember, a Primal, any of these heroes hit by a Soulbind? Like, we've not seen much of it TI, but I feel like this is like the hidden gem as we progress in the final couple of days of the International. Both Crit has played it and Save. It really breaks a lot of the playmaking. I think Soulbind is the reason why this hero is good. Nothing to do with like Inkswell or strength, just the ultimate and Phantom. So, yeah,
I think we're more likely to see that top row of heroes coming out from Alrain than those Spirit ones. A lot of teams have moved away from the Spirit heroes as this TI has progressed. Also, with staking on the screen, I want to talk about his Pugna, because he has been putting games on his back also from the position 5 as Pugna. He plays the dead lane, he builds tanky, he's always pushing out waves, he's being a nuisance for the other team. He's telling them, you have to catch me. We didn't even talk about what if instead of the Pugna, he gets this Chen, right? You have 2 problematic picks now that you have to think about. He is one of those support players that it feels you can't really ban. And if you even move away from Chen and to Pugna, do you want to give away a Bane or a Naga Siren?
It's honestly hard, because I think also what he does very well is like, he's very good about like using his HP and his body, like where he goes. Ench does this very well. We saw it yesterday on the Pugna with the Essence Ring going to the tier 2. Chen helps everyone and he's really good. His expertise, they have AY as their coach, they value the map a lot. Where do you go? What items do you buy? So yeah, it is just incredibly hard. This is the hardest part against Falcons. What do you give them and what do you end up taking yourself?
It's why they go in and out of being dominant, right? 2024, their heroes, you could list 6 heroes per player and how they were the best in the world and you want to try and ban them. In 2025, it kind of was shaky. They didn't have their heroes. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. As we progress in TI, like you look at their heroes, I feel like we're returning to that 2024 moment of every hero you talk about.
Ada rencana tidur? Wah, itu bernafas dulu. Yo, breathing. Ada rencana tidur, Mas Watermelon? Mas Pur. Kecil banget, iya ketutupan soalnya nih. Kalau diadu nggak apa? Atau memang kecil Bang? Coba kita gedekan emang ya. Cek. Aman sih suaranya, aman itu. Oke, kita balikan lagi Bang ya. Okay, let's go.
And they pick it up first. There is an opportunity to counter it.
I think Miro Lycan and Miro Beastmaster cannot be given away. For GPK, you can maybe let the puck through if you have a really good idea for it, and Falcons are one of the better teams at addressing pucks, I would say. But there are other heroes that come out later that we've forgotten about GPK, like the Invoker. But as we can see here, Kazu, offlane heroes are up.
Yeah, I feel like also like Centaur has really been rising in popularity. I don't know if you want to ban it first stage, but like you need to keep in mind in like the second stage and overall like also the bristleback, just like anything for Miro to play forward, allow your team to like come to you. You help GPK maybe on some rune. This team has a lot of heroes like in their arsenal as well, like Save on this post 4, whether it be the Grimstroke, he busts out some line every now and then, or a Hoodwink. Like they've got a lot of it, but I do agree. These spirits, they don't really do it for me from the mid lane. They don't seem that strong anymore.
Yeah, they really don't. But GPK, he's famous for his spirit heroes, so it's unfortunate for him, but he's found a replacement for that in the Puck. And also the Shaker had a lot of consistent performances. The Void Spirit is probably the only spirit that feels good right now because of how popular Puck is and it as a counter. And also his ability to play Sand King from mid himself can be well contested here. Instead of banning the Sand King, they just first pick it for themselves. That's an option that they could choose to take.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk of cause, and I feel like we need to put some respect on Katomi's name, right? Like, how many times have we seen him outplay a long team fight on a Disruptor, or hit a clutch song like on a Naga Siren, you know, echoing Snaking's performance on a Pugner, right? Like, he feels like a critical building block in other players shining, and we just don't really give him as much light as the others. But yeah, I think if you can, I think they're going to have to look at Katomi as well.
I mean, we did see Enigma Galaxy put a lot of respect in banning out the Bane. That was definitely a good strat coming out for them. I would not be surprised to see Falcons going for the same route in the upcoming game. I do want to touch a little bit upon the team's playstyle, taking it a little bit away from the heroes they'll play with it. How do these teams match up in playstyle? We've had so many different routes to victory. We talked in the previous series about how we saw Extreme being a little bit slower, and yes, they adapted against P-Vision, especially in that second game, speeding it up a little bit. On the other side, we did see P-Vision with a high tempo later on after the farming was done. How would we describe what's coming our way this time around?
And for Falcons, they're a team that do play longer games, but not at the expense of their early game. Their lanes are strong, their macro movements are strong, their net worth game is very strong. They love to play for scaling on all of their heroes. They love to play the map, get these early objectives. And for VV team, their strength in the past, not this TI, but they were famous for their lanes. They would stomp their lanes, snowball out of that, and play an aggressive game. What we saw yesterday was when they aren't winning these lanes and they're playing from behind, that aggressive playstyle does get diminished.
Yeah, I'm hoping that BB team have an answer to this Falcons. Like I always talk about the 10 to 15 minute collapse. They're gonna break open the map, make sure that everyone has the space to farm. Because to me, BB team, they're more maybe on the side of the traditional like 4+1. You have your hard to carry, you play on pure. You hope that he can enable the game later and like just take it for you. Whereas Falcons, they don't always play hard carry. Skeeter, he's gonna play faster.
But it's not even a matter of Skeeter playing hard carry. I think during TI, he's actually shifting more towards heroes that want farm as well, to some degree. It's the fact that Falcons, they look at an objective in the early game and they bring the correct amount of heroes. Like other teams, you might bring 3, you might bring 4, even 5, but on paper, you don't need 5. Falcons, every time, if they want to take a tower, contest a Roshan, contest a Wisdom, they bring the perfect amount of heroes, hence why they feel like they always farming. Because if you take too many or too little, you don't win, your farm diminishes, right? So for BB, if they make a move in the map, they have to respect that Falcons are going to return with the correct amount of heroes to kind of rebuttal that aggression.
And the ability to make moves on the map, to me, that will boil down to the laning stage. I look at the series, and this is just about the lanes for me. Because if BB team play the lanes like they did yesterday, they're going to get a lot less opportunities on that map than Nigma gave them. Falcons will capitalize completely on the lane advantage they get and take everything. So BB team have to take it back to basics and make sure they're coming out an advantage from the laning stage. Look at your safe lane. How can you fix it? How can you make it easier for Pure and Katomi?
Yeah, I mean, luckily for them, it used to be one of their absolute biggest strengths, like this laning skills and like all their players' individual skill that they bring together. So if they can just, have a normal, stable game, these two teams will match up quite well into each other. I think the games will have quite a bit of duration unless Falcons really get this early lead with their stacks going on. So if your BB team also is something you can look towards, play into the enemy triangle, take some of those stacks away from Malrine because he is the tempo controller for Falcons. If you shut him down, their game slows down quite a lot.
Now there is a mental factor to this series that I still wanted to highlight because for people that watch Dota 2 whole year round and follow both of these teams, last year you would have seen BB team lose a lot against Falcons. To be fair, everybody lost a lot against Falcons, so
BTW Heroic tadi draftnya Ursa lagi. Pede, gak respect ban sih, Tundra lagi.
And it definitely got to them a little bit.
Tundra memang sudah layak kalah itu. Udah jago itu nyampe situ. Gak ada White Moon, carry-nya Kristalis ya. Topson kayaknya keluar Tundra gara-gara Kristalis masuk. Gak mau dia main sama Kristalis. Kristalis itulah, lompat dia. Ada barak mau diambil, lompat dia ke tier 4. Ih, lucu. Saya sebagai pemain Juggernaut turut prihatin ya melihat itu ya. Semua orang berharap gitulah kalau udah bisa ngambil barak. Let's go Falcon, pre. Marilah kita lihat ya kan. What is it gonna be? Gak bisa ada 2 gondrong dalam satu tim, pasti tarik menarik bang. 2 gondrong satu tim. Waktu itu Kristalis ya gondrongnya astaga. Tapi udah bang, gak usah bahas fisik bang, jangan bakal baik body shaming kayak gitu. Kecuali Gorlock the Destroyer itu, nah itu mohon maaf tuh. Okay, back to the stream, back to the start.
The first pick goes the way of Falcons, and that means good news for BB team. They got 4 bans.
Nah nih kalau lapar tengah malam gitu kan, ada Nastel, Warmindo, bisa QR, mantapnya. Gak ada duit, gak ada cash ya kan, numpang wifi. Kemarin kayak gitu, nah beli tempe sama bakwan itu, bangun jerawatan, kacau. Nah, jerawat tumbuh nih semua, kacau. Salah sendiri ya, makan saus yang dibikin pakai kaki, dipijak-pijak kan, kayak gitu, my bad.
I think if you enter a game 1 and you know teams like certain heroes, let them have the hero, prepare a strong draft. So I don't mind.
Mas WML megang siapa nih? Ayo. Kita belum voting nih, kita buat dulu ya votingnya guys ya. Oke. Suatu materi kurang saya, kami akan kembali setelah pesan-pesan berikut ini. Sebenarnya lebih enak pakai musik toh. Cuman ada yang komplain, matikan musiknya katanya. Nggak bisa ku dengar, kau diam aja katanya. Aku nggak mau nonton kau, aku nggak mau dengar kau katanya. Majang. Marahin awak. Dia datang ke rumah awak ini marahin sama dia, hebatnya. Which team will win the first round? Pergi ke Bad Boom. Falcon. Ya kan, set start. Terus kita pasang musik, sebenarnya bisa dead mouse ya atau. Nah ini dah. Menteri keuangannya, maaf ya. 10 aja bang, 10 ke 15 ya kan. Gak ngantuk ya kan. Okay, back to the stream. Silakan.
You can't double down the snap plus the hoodwink, but if you give either away to Falcons, it gets way too hard.
Yeah, and I also like that you mentioned the triangle invasion. I do think it is incredibly important against tanking. You know it's gonna happen. You know crit from the offlane or snaking. If they put him there, they're gonna sack the triangle. Having good lanes makes it a lot easier for your 4 to leave their offlane. You go into the safe, then you place an early ward, you make it in there, and you try to invade it a little bit. So overall for BB team, I like this pick. They were gonna pick out of the next phase as well. So let's just see how they start building from here.
Yeah, on the side of Falcons, focus on Miero with obviously Lycan removed in the start of the ban phase. We got the Centaur now removed as well. It's all up to BB team how they want to go from here. Is it going to be that Snapfire ban into picking something, or is there something else that they'd rather remove?
I mean, it's hard because Beastmaster is still in the pool, so if they're not planning on picking it for themselves, they have to take it out. But I would rather they pick it for themselves. It gives them a really easy map idea who to play around.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't mind it at all. I think other heroes that they should respect still, especially with what they've banned. There's no snaking in there's no snaking Chen, no Pagna, no Naga. There's likely that he's gonna look at heroes like the Enchantress next, or maybe that's why they wanted the Hoodwink to later on have the break against this hero. But you need to be aware of the heroes that Falcons have. They're not as diverse in what they pick, so you kind of know what's coming your way.
A lot of time is going into this one with bonus time being used on the side of BB team. A lot of things to think about. As mentioned, only 1 ban.
I mean, you could run a Queen of Pain later if you want. Also on BB team, most likely the Sand King is going into mid. I think trying to shut him down early on is kind of cool for you. So I just hope that they have a couple of ideas what they want.
Wow, they're just going in an entirely different direction. This looks like it could be a Falcons draft on BB team.
I mean, I know GPK has had some banger DK performances not long ago. I'm sure they can also play it on Pure if they want to. I don't know if they want to kind of show it this early on, but another strength of second pick. You can pick your core here, you can flex it until the end, and then decide where you want it to be.
It's also just like layering the idea where Hoodwink, you can scurry through the trees. But DK as well, naturally quite tanky. You itemize to be tanky. If Falcons want to try and play a pickoff game, if they don't cleanly execute on the pickoff,
Kalau 5 game oke lah, Teki 1 game nggak
of course,
apa-apa.
Hoodwink, Epicenter +1, you're going to die, right? But the elusiveness and the tankiness is what BB might be leaning towards.
There's something else that's kind of cool. I saw this a bit more in like the last stage when the enemy team has Earthshaker. You know he's going to go Echo Slam the Ancients the first time, so he's not really much in the mid lane. I saw a lot of teams like try to go hit the mid tower. 3 different guys, 3 different lanes, minute 5, minute 10 you pressure. And yeah, Ringmaster, not a hero we've seen too often, but I feel like Falcons, they know how Hoodwink works. Hoodwink wants to go somewhere, you have a blink stun, sharpshooter, so having a save, having some counterplay, and also helping your sanking with teamfight, I'm all for it.
Bolehin, Cok.
Ringmaster, I believe, only been picked 4 times so far at the International.
Twice in a hands of crit.
Yeah.
Do you guys know that with Ringmaster, I believe the weighted tie actually kills Dom?
Yeah, it kills Dom.
It kills Dom.
I know because Fog was telling me it's the one way you can dominate.
I still don't think we should get that
Don't do
facet
it.
though.
Don't do
It's
it.
just not as
Don't
good.
listen to OD Pixels and Fog's suggestions of how to counter Dom.
But that aside, it is very cool to see that BB are picking pretty much every hero the Falcons played before, right? In 2024, the dominant era, these are the heroes, right? As we already mentioned. Ringmaster with Escape Hack, you jump a person, Dragon Tail, Bushwhack, anything, Ringmaster will combo break that with the Escape Hack. And the heal from the Enchantress, the vision from the Creep. Like, you're trying to pick Falcons draft against Falcons, they're gonna show you the ways to beat it.
And it's also just nice to have that percentage damage that comes from his daggers, because he has a lot of talents that buff up his daggers, right? They could really pack a punch in that late game. It scales really nicely against heroes like DK.
So how do they deal? Yeah, I was trying to wonder, how do you deal with the Ringmaster? Because there's still, most likely the guy you jump, crit is going to be there to save the guy. Do you want to like try and get a nullifier? Do you want to have a secondary jump? I was thinking maybe you want some silencer to global when you go, but they're just gonna go with the Bane for now. I think Bane matches up quite well against Ringmaster in the lane, I would say. It's not the strongest laner early on.
You're going to have to sacrifice one stun for then the next stun to feel good. Because whoever initiates first, Ringmaster will stop, will combo break, and then the Bane will have to come in with the grip, or the DK will come in after. But you can see that BB, they're going to make sure they have multiple ways to initiate, and then it's going to feel okay. But I kind of hope the Bristleback goes for Snot Rocket and goes for Pipe.
Oh god.
Just mitigate the damage.
Not a fan?
No, I hate Green Bristle.
Well, Green Bristle is very good in the correct hands, and I think with auras, it will really hurt Falcons a lot. And you get Goo going around the fight with DK right-clicking, another core as well. It's going to be really good, but again, it takes a good player to be able to master it.
I just feel like Green Bristle has been nerfed so much that you pick it, you feel like it feels good, you buy a couple of items, and then you fall off so hard. I mean, we've seen Miro go 3-0 with this hero on Red Bristle.
I mean, what I like a lot is this Mars. I think, first of all, these two supports don't like this hero at all. Also, how Mars interacts with Bristle. When you spear him, he's going to face you. So his passive, absolutely gone. You have a lot of damage also going into it. I think Ench loves the longer the game goes. People are locked down. Instant Arena, bam, bam, bam. You have some impetus coming through. Pure damage against BB and DK is no joke if this game does scale on.
We have quite a couple of beefy boys on the board at the moment with the 8 heroes that are picked so far. Is there any sight on potentially damage issues coming out from these teams, or are we kind of okay with the balance we have right now? It seems fairly similar, if you will.
It's going to be back and forth between tankiness. Both sides have it. Both sides could have issues where if you initiate and don't 100 to 0, there's going to be a heal or a turnaround or a way to just kind of brush off that first wave of fight. So yeah, I think it's going to be a problem for both teams, but when it's a problem for both, then it just becomes an exciting game.
An issue that I see is if we're assuming that whoever's getting gripped is getting escape acted, then the key play that BB team will have in that early mid game is DK blinks in, Hoodwink provides the follow-up damage, and if that's not enough to kill a target, they can easily reset the fight. If Enchantress isn't burst in that duration, she'll just turn on her wisps, right? If it's not the Ringmaster, he will be saving people in that backline. And Bristle, while he does a lot of damage, he does it over time. He's not a bursty hero. So maybe they can look towards securing that burst from their safe laner instead, and then you run around with that DK and the knowledge that whoever you go on will die.
The problem there is BB, if they want to reset, they can't reset when they're in an arena. So if they initiate first and the Mars in position, you throw down an arena, you're going to have to try and survive through that moment because, yeah, Falcons will be ready to punish any initiation from BB. And it's a very scripted initiation. You know, if DK's missing from the map, if Bane's missing from the map, you know they're probably making a smoke move or they're looking for that fight. And if Falcons can shove the win to the end of the Sand King, Amar's probably going to have to be in the right place at the right time.
Sand King belikan sama Marci ya.
From the perspective of Falcons,
ini voting kita nggak rame nih, 50-50 doang nih, kita berdua doang nih nge-voting nih. Vol'jin sama WML aja nih. Wajib Mobile Legends. Tebal ya bang, DK-nya bang, keluar DK-nya bang. BB tebal.
It's true, I do think that the auras will be quite important in this game, like especially the offlaners because they're mainly the teamfight controllers so far short. Falcons will also have Sand King like all Marine later who can make stuff happen. What do we have here?
That's a Nature's Prophet. Faces Void was the final ban, and the Nature's Prophet there. This is one of the heroes that's been very successful for.
Itu maksud gua bang, Bob. Tundra emang deserve kalah menurut lu, tapi masa dia nggak reset kekuatannya heroic make hero apa aja? Gua bukan fans Tundra, tapi ada rasa kecewa juga. Ya Tundra Saksa itu bermain dengan sempurna sebagai Shadow Demon kemarin gitu. Menyayat hati sekali melihat dia bermain dengan kemampuan 200%, tapi dia kalah dengan terhina gitu ya, karena carry-nya nggak tahu menggunakan keunggulan gitu. Terus dia pick Jagger setelah troll, itu kan nantangin, itu ngejek gitu loh. Last pick-nya itu Juggernaut gitu loh. Lawan itu nge-pick troll, dia pick Juggernaut. Oke lah mereka menang early. Tapi kalau aku lawan troll ya, contoh nih, hero ku udah habis nih, hero ku udah nggak ada lagi, Ursa kena ban, Slarknya diambil lawan, atau Lifestealer kenapa gitu ya, aku tinggal punya Jagger dan terpaksa aku harus main Jagger lawan si troll gitu ya. Oke, aku lawan gitu, wah purnya pakai ini bang, Lifestealer lagi gitu, bagus dia Lifestealer, keluar sama dia anti magic itu bos. Nanti Silver Edge enggak lah bang, makin tebal ya nih, BB tebal, LS tebal, DK tebal. Game pertama aku megang Bad Boom ini, karena mereka dari strat drafting mereka ini sangatlah sulit untuk dibantai nih. Mereka bakalan bawa ini late game, Lifestealer bisa nge-save, bisa nge-damage juga, dan Lifestealer menjawab mereka semua gitu loh. Last pick itu gitu kan, last pick itu ngejawab semuanya gitu. Jangan dikasih last pick ngepick Juggernaut kena counter sama troll, nggak bisa. Namanya hero counter sama kayak Lifestealer bukan, Bloodseeker sama Slark gitu loh. Bloodseeker ke counter Slark itu kalau AP-nya kecil dia nge-regen, kalau ada Bloodseeker ya nggak bisa gitu. Itu logika mendasar sekali gitu loh. Nggak usah lah, kita nggak usah ke heroic dulu, kita nggak usah bahas heroic dulu, tapi logika mendasar aja mereka nggak mampu gitu loh. Dengan punya support yang fantastis seperti si Saksa, offlane terbaik seperti 3-3 gitu ya. Tundra, siapa midnya bang? Tundra BZM salah satu terhebat juga gitu ya. Empatnya siapa bang? Toby ganti Whitemon. Toby udah bagus itu, udah mantap itu, dia mau turun kayak gitu ya, udah bisa menang gitu. Jadi tapi itulah tadi sebuah logika dasar, aku yang immortal botak ini aja ngerti gitu loh. Tapi masa itu dia pun nggak bisa. Nantilah kita itu, nggak usah kita ke heroic dulu gitu. Logika dasar itu aja dia tak mampu. Masa dia main carry diam-diam, kau Jagger mau nggak gitu? Ya kasih Jagger, nggak tahu, aku makanya nggak tahu kejadiannya gimana waktu mereka drafting itu kan. Kalau ada mic-nya juga mungkin aku bisa lebih jelas lah ngelihat analisis gimana gitu. Tapi mungkin dia sendiri yang ngajukan untuk pick Jagger gitu. Nah kalau dia pick Jagger dengan keunggulan sebanyak itu, dia bikin itemnya rapi ya. Kemarin bikin Aghanim dulu baru dimakan gitu ya. Itu Ame itu punya mantah dispel ya kan, punya BKB ngedispel, oke, punya Satanic ngedispel, dan dia punya ulti strong dispel. Nah sementara si Juggernaut kita kemarin dia punya Blade Fury, oke, setelah Blade Fury cooldown ya kan, nggak ada ngedispel. Dia punya mantah ya kan, oke. Nah dia punya Omnislash memang untuk ngedispel, tapi masa Omnislash ngedispel kan, bahasa kasarnya kan tulil gitu lah, kayak menteri kita tuh ada namanya Bahlil gitu. Nah ngerti. Jadi Thompson pun udah berkata juga kan, aku tak pernah suka dengan Kristalis itu bodoh sekali, noob mainnya, tolol gitu lah, kayak bahasa kasarnya gitu lah kan. Gok tim Falcons gok ada kan coy kan. You made some progress from the last one, not that serious. Gila coy. Hati balik coy. Ampun bang.
I was wondering why does Save like this hero so much?
Oke, teman-teman, tanpa berlama-lama lagi kita langsung saja ke tontonannya karena saya juga pengen menonton ranking 50 laning coming in. Siap. Oke, kita pergi ke tontonannya. Maafkan mengganggu menyita waktu kalian. Have fun, good luck. Good luck for the prediction ya. Yaudah guys, saya mau ke kasur, mau nonton dari kasur Ikuzo. Nanti kalau musiknya mengganggu, aku matikan.
Really fitting for their play style, so that's why they go for it.
Well, I hear the horn off in the distance. Barclays Arena, you ready for the last series of the night? Then let's get into it. Game number 1.
And we're going to start things off with a good old-fashioned first blood. Falcons will take it. Not only are we going to have some action immediately, we also have some action in the server one form of some all chat. Avery, of course, with some outgoing members on both sides. You know there's going to be some trash talk going on between these two.
Man, I wish I could have put all chat in my fantasy. I would have loaded up on players in this series, and I would have made bank every day, every night. This could be a really interesting series. These guys know each other really well. They have played against each other throughout the year, and they have gone exactly even 5-5 in those series. They have some peculiar similarities in their play style and the structure of the team. I'm mainly looking at that carry role. 2 carry players that like to get aggressive, like to make early rotations, and join the fights. And I'm looking at the 4 positions. When you talk about some of the greatest 4s who have ever played this game, sure, there's names like GH in there. There's Jax. But for me, I can't imagine a world where Crit doesn't one day become a TI winner. This guy has had one of the most legendary 4-position careers of all time. And on the flip side, I think Save has quickly made an argument that he belongs in that echelon. He gets another 4 or 5 years into this career. He gets a couple more championships under his belt. People will look back at this guy as one of the greatest 4s to ever play the game.
Particularly since
these 2 playmakers.
He's a 2 offensive front, right? He's both amazing inside the game as a player, but also as a captain, right? The fact that he is willing to take on that mantle of leadership for any team, I think is always something to add to your resume. And Pure certainly has that. Crit, of course, one of the most elder players in the game. He certainly is going to be bringing a wealth of experience to this matchup. And you've talked time and time again how important experience is on the main stage of TI.
It's everything. You need those core players to hold you together, to keep emotions in check, especially if your games go, you know, an average of 55, 60 minutes here, which Falcons have a tendency to do. The other really interesting thing about this draft is I think this is the first draft Falcons encountered. I was watching in the booth. It's a lot of their heroes on the other side of the river. I mean, this BB team lineup could be a Falcons draft. We have 2 Falcons drafts here. You're getting mirrored, at least strategically, hero pool-wise. That can be problematic sometimes. Kataomi trying to fight it out. Cannot get the last hit. That's going to be a strength tonic going into Crit. A really nice pickup here with the Carney Classics. And let's see what he can do with this Ringmaster. Not a hero we've seen a lot at this TI. Got debuted at the last one, but a super powerful team fighter. You can get those saves going into the late game.
Oh, nice pickup. Beautiful bushwhack on 2. Snake King will take a bit of damage here. He has his Wisp coming up in a second, so should be able to undo a bit of the damage done. But you can see the potential is there. You've got this really nice physical damage minus armor duo between the Bristleback and the Hoodwink, and they can actually get through and maybe burst down this Enchantress even after level 6.
Not the old, you know, Blight Orb tree bounce Hoodwink. That would have made this
that
lane,
was disgusting.
Even more disgusting. But if they can put the pressure on this Fury and Enchantress lane, it's going to count for a lot around the map. You're trying to whittle through the resources, keep them low. That'll do 2 things. Stop the Enchantress making early rotations, potentially into this lane, which is going to be another very tough lane for BB team to get through, and stop those Furion teleports from ruining Pure's game. We saw what Nigma Galaxy did to him yesterday. That was brutal. He just got decimated in that laning phase, and a big component of that was the Furion rotations. Falcons could be looking to do something similar here, so the more pressure that gets put on this Falcon safe lane, the more time you buy for your other lanes to come online. And keep in mind, this is no regular Enchantress.
Yeah.
This is a Snake King Enchantress, the man who had the 27 win streak on this hero.
Well, I just want to point out, Avery, the last time we tried to highlight a certain player's proficiency with a hero, we did point to Ghost in his Morphling, and that one didn't go so well, so we might want to be careful with praising the players here.
I think that's a Morphling issue. I'm not going to put that on us. Look, I'll praise Snake King's Enchantress. I know the man, you know, if he says I cursed him after the game, he'll take it up with me personally.
Fair enough.
I'll vouch for it.
We did have the Hoodwink sneak over and take away the Water Rune, but Malrine seems to be doing pretty fine without it. Without the refill in the bottle, really only suffering on mana. Laning phase does seem to be doing all right. Pure having to use a rage here, and if that Furion teleport had come in earlier, they might have been able to get the kill there onto Pure. Crit will survive, has to use the Lotus just in case Katomi rolls a little high. Good God's Rebuke for a double range CS and a bit of damage onto Pure. They are keeping this lifesteal low within the kill threshold if they can ever catch a spear on him.
Amar is just such a scary laner. He gets these early stat items up. He just straight out CSs you 28 and 5 on this Mars. And it's not a lane you can really stop him. And after he gets the early regen up, you can put some harass into him, but Ringmaster is still a really strong laner. It's a great laner against Bane. One of the heroes that can outrange him, put the daggers in. That strongman tonic is sitting in Crit's backpack right now. That's going to make some aggression a lot more difficult. And of course, you always have rotations that can come in here. So if you're BB team, it's really scary to get aggressive on this lane. You're just trying to secure as much farm for the lifestealer as possible and get the hell out of there.
31 and 6, top of the board. Still though, both the Dragonite and the Bristleback are not faring too poorly. So it seems like pretty much all the cores are doing all right. The only one who's a little bit farther behind is Skeeter's Nature's Prophet. And that is both due to the off lane of BB Team and the fact that he's going to be teleporting around the map. We already had him be a part of one kill, right? So,
I mean, 14 denies on this Bristle. Significant work being done down here from Miro. This dual off lane for BB Team putting in the work right now in this laning phase. And you're looking towards that 6-minute power rune. Could be a rune that Skeeter wants to TP to if the fight breaks out, especially if you can secure the kill on GPK. He has Dragon Form available. Biggest pressure point on the map right now.
Yep, the supports are coming over like this. Katomi, nice spacing there. Malrine spaces it so he can burrow strike in to take the rune. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't spawn, but Katomi still gets hit by the stun, unable to get off a good nightmare. And now with Skeeter running in,
a little
blood
awkward.
grenade, and perhaps, okay, Malrine's gonna cut him off at the pass here and bring him down.
More gold from Malrine, having a tremendous start. Stacks will be waiting for him as well. I mean, this is Falcon's Dota. They will always get that triangle stacked up for these AoE clear mid heroes. But overall, a very even laning phase. I mean, hey, this has got to be Pure's best start on the main stage. He doesn't have 6 deaths already. This is looking way better than yesterday. So he's got to be feeling a little more comfortable given the position.
You want to know something? After yesterday's win, in a post-game interview, he said he actually apologized. He said, you know, I'm sorry you had to see that. And he thanked his team, and he said, next game, I'll carry them. He wants to return the favor for his team, who managed to pull through in that clutch series yesterday. They dragged him across the finishing line after he had an incredibly rough first 20 minutes.
I mean, a lot of that was the GPK puck, which earned the first phase ban here. Falcons do not want to mess around with that. He should have a better series here. This is a guy who has stepped up before and absolutely can do it again.
We've got a little stack clearing. This is, I mean, every TI stacking is part of the meta, but it feels like particularly important for Falcons, who have been playing the Sand King and the Earthshaker so much. What's the game plan? Because right now it doesn't seem like BB Team are trying to contest at all. They've just let Malrine have all this.
The trade-off could have been the DK pushing your mid tower, right? DK is a hero that can punish stack takers by just putting the tier 1 pressure on if heroes can rotate into him.
Yeah.
BB Team didn't feel comfortable pulling supports off the side lanes to make that kind of play. Maybe GPK doesn't want to go up there with Sand King off the map. Doesn't want to risk a bad death in this early game, but at the same time, you're not using this Dragon Form to put some early pressure on Falcon, so Malrine is getting away with the exact type of game plan he wants right now, and we saw what he was all chatting yesterday. You got to ban this Sand King against me, or I'm going to win every game. If he all chats it again, at what point do you take this hero away from him? At what point do you start to say, there's too many heroes to ban against this team in general?
What's with Pure? Okay, yeah, switched it over to a normal Radiance build, which is what I would expect. He's going to use an early Infest here.
See, there's your stack contest.
Chris somehow, I guess taking one creep.
Slowing down the economy.
Bit by bit. Quick burst here on Kataomi, as Falcons were very well set up for that one. Had all the information in the world and communicated it. Nice rotations from everyone involved.
Carries are having the slowest game, but Skeeter's going to recover a lot faster here, and Wrath of Nature contributing to the map. Gonna feel nice. Now you can start to look for these Enchantress rotations, either into the mid or the top lane. Start to put pressure on BB Team in terms of having a numbers advantage. You leave heroes alone on the lane, they're going to be very susceptible.
Have you seen that one before? The Helmet Dom into being used to break the Bristleback early? That's funny.
It's a little touch.
Grab here, pulling him out, but Maureen got the kill on Pure. It's got to be a trade-off here. They have to get the kill on Skeeter. He's already been cut away from that bushwhack. Awkward little play there. BB team, did they cut down the wrong tree?
That was just awkward in general. I don't even know if you have the damage for him. That's 1,000 HP Furion. He's just going to TP out of here.
He's getting out. Crits away. No catch here from BB team. The best they can get out of this is the tower, which, thanks to GBK, they should be able to do so, but it's still a trade-off.
I don't know, Maureen, he has other plans. He has Epi available.
Oh, he spotted immediately. And he's going to get that Sandstorm in front of the wave here. GBK, do you really want to commit to this? They do manage to get the dust, pulling the Sand King out of position here. No bushwhack.
Just wants the tower.
Maybe go for the Ringmaster, trying so hard to get this tower, but it's just going to be denied. BB team, they're getting nothing out of this. No kills, no tower.
And they lost Pure in that trade off top, whereas ATF, I was about to say he's not going to miss the last hit, but he missed the last hit. I couldn't even curse.
Right in front of Creeps, gets taken away.
Blink Dagger done for Maureen, though. Benefit of all those stacks.
Yeah.
Now you're going to run this almost level 10 Sand King straight into that mid lane. Somebody shows here they are just gone, and you're looking at another quick tower push. This is the downside of failing some of those early Dragon 4 moves. If you don't get the pressure onto Falcons early, they're going to have the freedom to make moves onto you, and your lineup is not as good as responding.
It just goes for it. No pump fakes. Maureen pulls the trigger right away. An epicenter kill onto the Bane, and a tower secured. Gets the last hit on that as well. Maureen is shooting up the network chart. Pure gets off the rage in time, but he's kind of stuck here. He's got to go for an infest. Oh no, he's been blocked out by the arena. He has to choose for the range creep, but that's pretty easy. Falcons can chew through that one, and a Sprout to finish him off. And now the difference of the carries is beginning to show. We can see this Nature's Prophet, even though it was in a losing lane, is still able to be active around the map.
Really nice move from Skeeter. Beautiful arena to cut him off from that siege creep. You take down the carry, you take the mid-tier one at the same time. You're splitting resources, not getting punished for it. This is amazing for Falcons right now. BB have to respond in some capacity. They're trying to do stacks of their own, but the experience is getting leached here.
Yeah, and this is also just going to be way less efficient. Not to mention Snake King, he's catching wards, he's blocking out the camp. He will die for it, though. So there's a little extra bit of efficiency for GPK, who's clearing out his stack, gets to get a little assist and experience.
You had to punish something here, right? It's just getting too much. And once more, it's going to be another BB team game where all eyes on GPK and Save. Save the playmaker, but GPK the anchor in this early game. He has the early blink. He can do some work in these fights. Nice setup for the Hoodwink ult to come through and some decent break targets. Like you can throw the break into this Enchantress and Mars later on. You will have the substantial kill threat on them.
I just do not feel like GPK is set up to have the same kind of impact on this Dragon Knight as his Puck was set up. He's fighting into heroes that are just a lot tankier, and Dragon Knight just doesn't provide the same amount of damage.
It's going to be tough to go into all the AoE control. You jump on the Sand King or Mars, if they get boxed, if they get saved, there's some Enchantress heals, and then that second turnaround comes, there's very little to bail you out. There's going to be an infest later on, and there's some early sleep save potential, but you're kind of on your own in these early fights. I agree, it's concerning. It's maybe a reason we didn't see him push this mid tower as aggressively. He's worried about some of these TPs coming in. You just get locked in the AoE control, you're going to get bursted down.
Skeeter is still not the most farmed. In fact, every minute that goes by that he's not getting a kill, Pure is beginning to close that gap. Still doesn't have his Maelstrom, and frankly is rather low level too.
You would love for a fight to break out as long as he's not the first one in. It's just not Falcon's MO, right? They want to get all the item timings online together, then make the cohesive move. They're not just going to start random engagements without a good reason for it. They also like making these moves around objectives. You're looking at the Roshan, you're looking at the Torment, they're stealing stacks. Something of this nature is what's going to prompt that smoke trajectory. If Snake King doesn't see it, he's not going to force the issue.
They may be a bit of a slower team, but they are still a double Blink Dagger lineup.
and Wisdom Shrine spawning soon. This is what's prompting them to go to this part of the map. Even if they don't find anything, they're going to get an objective, and they will find something because you have to defend this experience gain right now.
But is Amar going to react appropriately as the smoke breaks? They run into the Bristleback and they pin him, trying to burst him down, and they push him back into the arena. They do have the Infest. That's going to help out. Miro, he gets a bit of help, but it looks like he's still going to fall in the end. They trade off the Nightmares, 1, 2, and a third, but a nice Fiend's Grip, and they don't have anything to stop it now. Marini may have gotten out the epicenter, but he wasn't able to blink into the Bane. Still, though, heavy damage rains in on GPK's Dragonite. He falls, and somehow all of Falcons keep each other alive. To a man, they are still up, and now Pure is being hounded by all 3 of the cores, and 2 of the supports to get the pin onto the Bane as well. And what about that Wisdom Shrine? Not even that. Everything will be denied from BB Team. They will lose out on all the kills they hope to get. They will miss their Wisdom Shrine. Falcons will wipe them.
Beautiful team fighting from them. They toggled the target priorities so damn well. The saves are bailing each other out. The little extra sustain. Huge epicenter from Maureen. He dealt the most damage there. Sick bushwhacks from Save. I mean, they baited that out pretty well. That's a Blade Mail Bristleback that took the brunt of that fight. GPK on the side. His Dragon Form ran out. That could be a very different fight if he has it for the second duration. He blinked into everybody. He was super confident they were going to win that, and it was very close. But the early laning victory for Falcons pays off in a huge brawl. They get that 5-0 victory. That's massive for them.
I kind of thought they had it when they were trading out the Nightmares. They managed to get this Fiend's Grip, but
it looked good. I mean, this is the kind of fight you want. The Bristle can survive. Infest bails him out. Blade Mail reflects a lot of damage here. And at this point, you're a bit scared to commit, but now you're bleeding more potentially.
Yeah, Falcons not slowing down whatsoever. They moved to the other side of the map, already picked off the Hoodwink, and they're going to go for more. They're going to chase down GPK. It's a long road back to the Tier 2, but a short one back to the Fountain.
I mean, I was about to ask, what does GPK want to go after this Blink to keep the early control going? It's been delayed. Whatever he was planning, looks like it's just going to be BKB. I mean, he was on pace to be the most farmed core in this game. He's now behind the entirety of Falcons. Going to have to look to Pure to get this Radiance online and bring some of that team fight back. Nice dodge from him. Quick reaction.
And he's going to go for an Infest inside the Golem.
He doesn't want to TP off the map. That's the biggest thing. I mean...
Oh, no.
The
Quills will build up. They've got him, right? Oh, he's slowed down. He's outside of the range of the final Quill. They used so much for that. They used a Fiend's Grip on him. He walked into their triangle and still survived.
Spark of Courage. Quite nice on this hero. When you get low, the heal kicks in, the extra armor. And now, did you overstep?
Now Miro's going to be punished for chasing after him. There's so much control to make him face a certain direction, whether it's the spear, it's the fear, or it's the wheel. There is tons of options for Falcons to get the Bristleback to face the right direction and put the damage into his face.
Man, that Wisdom Shrine fight decided so much of this mid-game. I mean, Crit is just having such a tremendous game after that. He has a full Vessel already done. So much damage into these cores that don't have early BKBs or Dispel. Going to be great against the Dragon Knight, great against the Bristle. You can go into a fast Aether Lens here, and then you're just cruising in this game. Early Lotus for Amar. Seen him do this a couple times. Nice Dispel game, great against the Bane here.
And the armor never hurts when you're matched up against a lot of physical damage. I mean, all 3 cores are, 90% physical damage here. Pure finally does have his Radiance, but I just feel like it's not going to mean that much. Like, the team fights, if Falcons are winning the fights, which they mostly are, right? It happens fast, right? It's a lot of burst damage. Like, what are the chances that this Radiance actually gets to do a decent amount of damage over time? Or that the miss percentage chance actually has an impact when Falcons are largely just throwing magic damage at?
It's a scaling item. It's a farming item, right? He doesn't have to get max value out of it right now. It'll be good across the entirety of the game, especially if he gets really beefy later. You can go for Infest plays, though. That is something this lineup always has available. You can Infest the DK and look for a quick pick-off or jump into some sort of objective or vision control.
Yeah, and that's why typically I would really like the heroes that BB Team have against Falcons, because they do have that tendency to split up, where the Fiend's Grip might be able to do things, but the box counter is too good. Crit in the right spot, the right time will save Amar's life.
Crit just reading this play perfectly. So close to that Tier 2.
And Amar,
play.
He wants revenge. Katomi tried to kill him instead. Oh, look at Amar. What a nice guy. No, Skeeter is struggling a bit on the network chart. He will wake him up so Skeeter can take the last hit.
Amar the friendly strikes again. Honestly, at first I thought he misclicked that. Thinking, I've watched this kid for a couple seasons now. Did he lag out?
Maybe he's just evolving, growing as a person and a player.
Oh, this is the time to do it.
That's why he's got a Lotus Orb, so he can protect his allies.
We'll see who he ends up throwing it on here. I'm not gonna. It's going Lotus into the Lincolns. We saw him do this build earlier in the road to the International. Very obnoxious build to get through when you are relying on your single target spells to give you control in the fight. Super good against the Bane here. Nice against the DK stun, right? And if you rule those spells out, what is left in the tank for BB Team in terms of control? Bushwhack. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, it's not much. And it's showing in the kill score, 16-2, with Falcons up 7K. That Radiance timing, even the BKB timing for GPK, it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. It feels like BB Team are just going to have to weather the storm until they get a second or third item on some of these cores. And that second or third item is going to be slowed down as Falcons keep on hitting with the smokes. They have not missed on one of these smokes yet.
Playing with more map control, slightly better vision. Furion Enchantress pushing the waves in. You have more maneuverability here. Just finding more openings. I mean, I like that Pure's getting aggressive here. Like, you got to just take something off the map, right? You can't keep losing heroes, gaining nothing in return. You are pushing towards the second BKB on that Bristleback. Got delayed off that smoke. And now Tormentor's going to boost this net worth lead up even further.
Can they kill Snake King with the break? I think they might just have to. No, he's walking away. The heal is being outdone. The Radiance is just not going to do it.
The damage is just so pathetic.
It is. It's just sad. Save. Once again, he tries to get himself out of there, but Scurry, teleport, it's not going to work for you.
Yeah, their Spotlight freshly delivered off that Tormentor.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this isn't the craziest shard in the game, but missed chance against this lineup, it's a freebie, right?
Sure.
Just throw it out there.
And situations like that, finding the squirrel, trying to hide away in the trees, and they're going to play for another Wisdom Shrine. They took the last one, and BB Team, they learned their lesson. They will give this one up without a fight.
Experience differential's out of control. I mean, we're already at an 11 level difference, 28%. 20 minutes in the game, that is some serious damage.
It's nasty work out here. Malrine, he's got his Aghanim Scepter. He's closing in on level 18 and soon to be a BKB. So the Sand King is peaking here pretty soon. Obviously, continues to get stronger, but I feel like Aghanims plus level 18 Epicenter is one of the strongest points for this Sand King.
Oh, Falcons are not afraid of fighting right now. Again, they just want to sync it up around progressing the game through the Roshans, through the towers when they hit these timings. And once more, Snaking, he is just pushing these lanes aggressively. Knows he can't die. Knows even if they try and kill him, it's going to take everybody. Incredibly annoying. He will continue to scale here. Hurricane Pike on the menu for him after some early utility. Big problem for their cores in the late game, honestly. If he gets to sit in these fights and just throw out the impetus, it's pretty effective against the Bristle and the Dragon Knight here.
I mean, this is disgusting. Snake King's just by himself pushing out a lane. Not just defending it around the tower, but exploring this whole jungle area, getting information. BB Team are just on the edges of the map.
Are looking for the setup on Pure.
Pure immediately going to rage and then TP away. Spooked by the Sprout that was coming in. The teleport from the Nature's Prophet. They're Snake King. And once again, showing that he can't really die. This is so bad. BKB teleport out. That's your first use, the Black King bar. But BB Team have no other choice. They're too far behind right now. They just got to do something like that. A smoke up play, though. This might catch Falcons unaware.
You do not want to catch the Enchantress with this, though.
No.
They're going to...
Oh, man. They missed the Bushwhack. Come on. They break the Enchantress, they'll get her. They got her. Ladies and gentlemen, we got her. It's all good. The Enchantress has finally died, and BB Team have picked up a third kill for the game.
I mean, honestly, he's level 13. That's a significant kill just to relieve some of the map pressure here. This is why this man is such a nuisance on this hero. He forces overreactions. Suddenly you stop playing Dota, you start playing Hunt Bambi in the woods.
Yeah.
Creates a lot of space, a lot of farm for the other 3 cores, and Falcons love their tri-core scaling.
And the supports too. The supports have luxury items queued up.
BB are still
thinking about like, oh, well, what am I getting? I'll get a Blink Dagger, an Aghanim Scepter. Like, who's thinking about Aghanim Scepter on this Ringmaster? Miro, once again, we see some maybe overcommitment from BB team to try and claim a tower. The punish is there from Falcons not to get the kill, but another BKB forced out, and maybe a different kill, though Save does manage to skirt on by the Sprout.
A lot of Nightfall going on in this game, dare I say it.
Yeah.
These BKBs are not getting the fight impact you would want. I guess it's getting you some farm. You are stalling this game out. No BKB piercing disable for Falcons is really causing them some issue. I'm sure they're thinking about some way to get an early Abyssal or something.
I mean, when you're this far up,
this is significant. I mean, this is one way to get the lanes out when you're not using Helmet Dominators.
How does BB team keep ending up in this position? Because this was a squad that was known for their laning prowess. This is a squad that was known for getting the advantage in the first 10 minutes and 20 minutes. And then maybe somewhere in the mid game, they would sometimes fall apart or something like that. But now it seems like every single game they're playing, they're just getting run over in the first 25 as once again, Falcons will find their mark with their movements around the map. They're just catching BB team every single time they smoke.
Oh, they're getting everything they want off these. Continuing to scale everybody up. Yeah, you're finding some rat action on the side lanes. You're BKB TPing out, but you're also wearing down your durations going into this late game, whereas Falcons have not committed BKBs yet. If they want to go for them later on, they're going to have a nice timing advantage with that. And we've yet to see Roche go down. It's another big piece of pushing high ground in this patch. Falcons yet to claim it if they want it.
Epicenter goes out. Surprise, Pure. He's going to be caught by that one. He gets off the rage, but it's so much damage he may not even survive. Gets off the infest. Inside save. They're going to bounce back. They go up to Sand King. BB team.
Oh, what
a big play. BKB. Wait, no. Oh, okay. He still goes down. The Burrow Strike is not quite good enough. And that is a massive kill streak to get up. 896 gold for GPK and an extra 550 for the team.
I mean, this game may not have been pretty for BB team, but they suddenly have the top net worth core. They claimed a huge streak. They lose GPK.
Oh, instant response from GPK.
What was that?
A quick little stun. And Amar at half. Not so certain if he wants to keep going offensively anymore. Has to arena defensively. Still going to be Dragon Tail. And yeah, BB team saying, well, they don't have the Sand King. Good little clip. No, it's not going to be good enough. They still found the Bushwhack to stop him. And Fiend's Grip on top of that one. What is Amar doing trying to fight without his buddy Maureen?
That was an incredibly sick stun from GPK.
That was
absolutely brilliant. Once more, he has been the rock of this team, having an incredible TI main stage performance. And now BB team, they feel a little momentum.
Third kill.
They will take everything here. Maybe into Roshan. This game just flipped on its head.
What just happened? BB team double their kills and get Roshan?
They're going to even out this lead completely.
They are.
One bad gank into turnaround potential from that infest on these tanky boys. They make the call to go back in. That's playing to win, right? You could just run away, lick your wounds, say, we got out, we survived. But they picked their point. They picked it well. They have a chance to turn this game.
Doesn't want to let anybody near the pit here. He's going to make sure they even get an extra kill out of this crit. He was trying to do something fancy, some sort of whip, maybe jumping into the pit.
It's just going to be another death on the board. I mean, that's basically a team wipe outside of the Furion into Roche.
Yeah.
This Bane is rich now. Oh, Falcons, what have you done? It seems you are doomed to enter 60-minute games no matter what you do. This one might go the distance as well. And now you have a BKB on this Lifestealer. The debuff immunity that has been causing Falcons problems is about to get a lot worse. This Lifestealer pick is good for that reason. Now he has an insane duration to play with. I just don't think you can really itemize against it. You were itemizing a little defensively against some of the single target bursts with this ATF build. Mallory's just going for pure damage, but none of this damage is going to do a lot to all this debuff immunity and the tankiness of these heroes plus the infest.
Sure, they got to be prepared to play longer fights where you make the jump, rage goes off, and then reset, and that's why he's going for Refresher.
All right, Skeeter has his work cut out ahead of him. Trying to man fight this lineup with a Furion. is going to be really tough. It's just not a hero that's going to, again, buy items like that Abyssal and put it to work, right?
Yeah. I mean, you're supposed to be operating off of a net worth advantage, and they still are, but there's another 4 minutes left on the Aegis. Katomi. He doesn't go down quite as quick as he used to, but they will still find the kill with the trio. And Falcon's not backing down when it comes to being aggressive either, still pushing towers, though those are illusions. Snaking will help it out. And looking after Miro in the mid lane. BB team,
if he wants to.
They do have this Lifestealer coming in. They can help him out. And he jukes him out entirely. Falcons completely whiff on that one. And in the Dragon Tail stun does come in. GPK, he blocks the own stun back with the BKB and ensures they can get this kill onto Amar. Amar trying to walk it off. Force step. It actually gets him pretty far. He got the Radiance burn though. And he throws away the Lifestealer, but it's not good enough. The Spirit Vessel will bring him down. Maureen, a massive hit in the back lines. He takes down the Hoodwink, does good damage to the Lifestealer, brings down Miro as well. Maureen, he went for all damage and it paid off in this fight.
Pure trying to stick around, doesn't TP out, wants to infest, maybe the turn.
He does still have it. Dragon Tail and a Fiend's Grip both being used. Can they save this Sand King? They will. An Aether Lens, a long-range whip, that'll bail him out for now and infest inside the Dragonite, knowing GPK should be able to get away. Zane jump back in onto Maureen. Maureen, yeah, he did have a heavily offensive build, but as soon as they can get a Dragon Tail stun on him with Pure next to him, he does blow up quick.
GPK is owning these fights. The fact he pre-BKBs to not get Lotus stun there counts for everything. You're able to kite this fight in and out. He has been a great infest target, and the tankiness of this lineup is showing. I think Falcons are punching a mirror right now. Like, they are playing up against the lineup that they would normally play, and BB team is abusing the strength of it, quite literally. And Falcons don't really know what to do. They're like, wait a minute, we're supposed to have the unkillable cores. We're supposed to be able to take the longer fight. They're getting worn through right now.
I love the fact that I think it was Robson who said, you know, like, you pick this sort of lineup, which is normally a Falcons lineup, and, well, they can show you how to beat it. Or maybe in this case, they're going to show that it's just unbeatable, and maybe you should just be playing 3 strength cores every game.
It absolutely happens. You can feel like you have a grasp on the meta. I mean, Falcons are going to play their style no matter what, and you can think it's unbeatable, and some team just plays what you do. They do it a little better, and you don't know what to do against it. It can be incredibly frustrating. We've seen it at TI before.
And this game that was one, you know, 65-35 sort of matchup is now dead even.
And Falcons afraid to try and jump this Lifestealer on the lane. Not an easy jump, but they're going to have to smoke up and make something happen. Lincoln's freshly done for Amar. This is as good as it gets for him for a long time. But it looks like BB team's jump is a little scarier. Full nullifier on GPK. If he finds his mark here on a big core target, the fight
Who's he looking
over.
for?
One Maureen.
Maureen, it's going to break on him. He blinks backwards up to the high ground. Amar, he can't do the same, nor can Snaking.
Nice
they
save.
get him the box. He might be able to get up to the high ground. He's still a bit in trouble, though. Skater comes in from the side. They do manage to get the Fiend's Grip, but it's still Katomi going down, and Save being caught inside that same arena. Both supports are dead, and a quick retreat from BB team. They pull the cord on this one. BKBs, TPs away, Nightfall to a man.
Smiley face coming through. I mean, what can you do? You don't have stuns for it. They can always just eject from the fight. That was a beautiful arena from Amar. He read that fight perfectly, hit in the tree line. No chance to jump him. I jump you. I killed both supports at the start. Take a lot of your control mechanism out. You can feel GPK's frustration with that angle, right? He wanted to jump past the Enchantress, but he didn't see anybody. He didn't know exactly where heroes were in that tree line. That's a very tough blind jump to make. He settles for the Enchantress, but immediately after you make that jump, you don't feel great about it. The box save comes through. You're on a bad target. Yet again, we've seen this before.
When is this going to be able to stop? Because these are not melee heroes that are going to build Basher.
I don't think it stops this game
soon. It's got to be entirely on Scythe, right?
I mean, maybe get an Abyssal on the Enchantress. I don't know. Get creative. Like,
yeah, you can do that.
None of these cores want to go that route. You pretty much just have to accept that that's the route this game is going. You didn't tempo it out and continue to scale in your own ways. Build your heroes up. Get the Hex on Amar. Get to Refresher territory. Refreshers can help you fight through this, right? If you survive through some of the early BKB duration, you come in with the second plunge. That can be strong enough to bring these heroes down.
That's not going to feel great for Falcons, knowing the game is going late, because I do favor BB Team's lineup going late.
It's scary. These 3 cores together, they punch together and they punch hard. Looking for another aggressive go. No Roche to get off this play, but just feeling super strong on the map right now.
It's fine there on the ward. Putting the SNY hero on the front lines with that Stanish resistance.
I mean, to me, it's crazy Falcons are still up 7K. Because it's felt like they haven't won a fight in a long time. I mean, they got the 2 supports top, they got another shard, but
I think that will largely be the advantage that Falcons have going into late game is their supports are scaling up much better. Not that they are better in the late game, but frankly, the start that they had, and, you know, Enchantress always pretty good at finding farm wherever she wants.
They will get more gold off the map. That's the difference right now, is the support difference. They can make the items work if they can contribute more damage in the fight or more saves. You get nags on the Ringmaster, that's his best scaling mechanism.
Sure.
Honestly, Ringmaster suffers a lot against T-Buff immunity.
Epicenter, blind save, and after that kill on save, looking at Miro, and if they could just kite him around, get another BKB out of him, that's pretty good.
He'll take that. Some pressure on the map. Does leave ATF solo top.
I can't believe Amar is showing this deep after they just showed all 4 of their heroes down there. It's not like he has a BKB. He can't do the same. He can't just BKB TP out. I guess Lincoln's Lotus does protect you against a lot of the initiation of BB Team.
He's confident in his defense against the Dragon Knight, as long as he can keep checks on where the Bane is or he has a good gut read of it. Somebody's got to get these lanes out. Another Wisdom Shrine steal. Have they gotten a single one this game?
Yeah, this is another reason why the Falcon supports are also scaling up more. They got to max out all their abilities so early onto the game, using those to farm up. I think surely the 7-minute one?
Yeah, they probably got the 7-minute,
But yeah, 14-21. I don't know about
really
28,
hurts.
but 35 got taken. Though doesn't really make that much of a difference if you just end up losing certain team fights to BB Team. You have all those levels, but it just gives them right back when BB Team kills you.
And he'll TP out now. Looking at who's the highest level in this game. It's pure out of everybody. Not who I would have guessed out of that laning phase, but he was almost level 25. Nice talent for him to pick up. This thing about Butterfly here. Not a conventional lifestealer item, but could be really interesting. Nice against the Furion in the man fight.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Abyssal is good for him as well. Falcons grouping up. Roche, guaranteed spawn here very shortly. Got to get the vision out. Got to control the pit. This is not an Aegis you want to give the BB Team, given the way this game has gone. Especially Ag's done on the Dragon Knight. I mean, their cores are scaling like beasts, but you put an Aegis on the Lifestealer, this fight is going to feel real impossible. I think this is a must-contest Roche.
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing how they kill him one time between the Rage, BKB, Infest into another Rage. Give him an extra life, then that pretty much kills the only way that Falcon can kill that Lifestealer, which is through the initiation. But Amar does have that tool now, a Scythe of Ice, so they have a way to get through this Rage or get in front of it.
This smoke is slow from BB if they're trying to get here to contest. This Roche is just gone. Way too fast with the Daedalus Mjolnir on the Furion. Hex done on the Mars, Refresher done on the Sand King. Falcons, they're hitting a really big power spike right now, and they got a Roche for free in this game.
What, was this an intentional, like, BB Team had to have known this was a possibility, did they?
Yeah, it was a guaranteed spawn time. They just gave it up. They rather play for their item timings. They say the Aegis doesn't matter. This isn't that third Roche with potential shard or any kind of nonsense like that.
Yeah, and the butterfly timing that the Lifestealer just picked up is massive alongside level 25, so an extra second of rage duration as if the BKB wasn't good enough.
Nah, he's just so high level. You have Black Dragon available as well. This next fight is very tough for both teams to get through these cores. There's just so much tankiness. A lot depends on the initiation. ATF with the Hex Arena, and if you're BB, all on GPK, getting in there, starting the fight off. Your Bushwhack and Grip can do some work once the fight develops. They're not likely starting it off. This Dragon Knight has to play fearless right now. And you have to keep crit in check. That escape act can absolutely ruin you.
And BB team, they'll take that bait. They will quickly kill him. There goes the epicenter. They go straight to the back line, trying to cancel the support. They only got Katomi. They did not get save in that. Amar does manage to get the spear onto Pure. And GPK is beginning to be kited. Now he still has that Black Dragon. He can walk over these cliffs, but Malrine is caught up with a Burrow Strike. GPK has to respond with his own PKB. Pure out with the Rage, and they'll all retreat here. It did have to buy back on both the 5 positions. This fight was just too crucial.
A true mirror match in all things here. Even the fight's completely even. That was an impressive amount of kiting going into that Dragon Knight in the river. He just kept getting hit by daggers and vessels. From crit, you just can't move. Pretty brutal.
Was pretty nasty.
I guess with the early nullifier, they can kind of ignore crit's positioning if they find a good core target. This box will not save you from the Dispel. So in some ways, you can leave him a little unchecked, but if the fight goes long, he's going to be an issue. Still, it's an even fight. Well, Falcons have this Aegis. If you're BB team, you're probably okay with that outcome. You wanted more out of that if you were Falcons. You know how strong Skeeter is right now with the 2 lives. Just hit 25 as well. He has the removed teleport.
Yeah, 2 lives and soon to be a Satanic. So,
that
in a way,
third interesting TP from ATF. He left.
It's going to find him.
Yeah, they did not expect this move coming through, or if they did, they were trying to get out last minute. I think ATF was looking for the split push setup bottom. But BB team making a very different call. So retake some of that Roshan area, but of course, I mean, Roche has already been claimed. Still 2 minutes on the clock for Skeeter here. They want to try and force the fight with the Aegis, and they're going to do that. They get scanned.
Amar goes for it. Side the Vice on the Bristleback. Lands the spear. Malrine with the epicenter. All in on this Bristleback. He actually went to the back line, hit JPK with his burrow. Now he's been Fiend's Grip, but that's fine. He got off the BKB. No, pulled it in by Bushwhack, and they managed to burst him down. And Amar! What is that damage between Pure and GPK? They just ripped through him, and now Skeeter is fighting this fight without his other 2 cores. They're trying to get him back to the base on this first life, but pulled back in by Save. That's life number 1. Do they have anything to buy back on the side of Falcons? Skeeter, second line, BKB, he goes out, pushing away Pure, and he's going to try and teleport away, and he will be fine to do so, but what about his base?
I mean, you're not TP'ing far. BB team win a fight right outside their base with a Black Dragon. They are going to go to town, and the all chat swiftly return here. Just
they're going straight to the tier 4s.
They only
Pure
know one direction.
Call.
Forwards into the enemy throne.
They'll get one buyback out of him. But Falcons, they've got nothing left in the tank. They didn't see this coming. The tier 4 shredded, the throne completely exposed, and there is nothing Falcons can do to stop it. Maybe they delay it with a little bit of Sprout nonsense. They try for the Burrow Strike. They try and do damage, but you cannot stop BB team. You give them the win condition, and they will rip it away from you.
What a game from them to start this series off, especially stealing a lot of Falcons playbook. They just ran it back into them, and they ran it better. They were outscaling them. They got through that incredibly terrifying mid-game that looked like Falcons were going to run away with it. They stabilized. They find that one turnaround top. They get so much out of that. They're able to stabilize, turn that game around, scale into the late game, and just power through those fights. Falcons look stunned. Like, yeah, I do not think they were ready
sorry.
mirror match, that
Baru
kind of
baca
team
nih
fighting
guys.
to come out of BB
Aku
team.
fokus nonton aja tadi.
And I'm going to repeat the question I asked.
Kita baca dari atas ya tadi ya. Paspur Raja Dota kah? Monster anjing, bisa gitu, jago banget Amar. Bang Bob, hadir. Lihat gimana nih Bang, dicek. Gila, this is why Bad Boom will win TI. Kita lihat lah ya nanti ya. Makanya di sini Falcon kan punya kekuatan ya kan. Mereka jago, iya. Cuman ya itulah tadi. Mereka chat all, kenapa kalau mereka menang bilang kenapa ngasih Sand King keluar. Nah, dijawab sebenarnya sama Dyer itu. Kebetulan dari awal secara drafting menang Dyer gitu. Dyer itu bukan orang bodoh kan. Jagoan semua itu tebal-tebal tuh, BB, DK, LS ya kan. Jadi tadi Radian sibuk ngejar, bukannya ngambil objektif, ambil aja, naik aja, push high ground gitu kalau lagi dapat advantage gitu. Malah mereka kejar-kejaran, kucing-kucingan gitu, sampai mereka punya rage, BKB rage lagi. Jadi dari awal aku sudah bilang kan, itu kacau, semua orang kayak gitu ya, apa aku bilang katanya gitu. Nah, aku memang mendukung Falcon, tetapi secara drafting menang yang kanan, karena mereka tebal-tebal banget, fantastis sekali mereka picknya nih, DK, BB sama LS. Apalagi LS kan bikin BKB dia sih di Mas Pur, dia respect, dia nggak kayak satanik, nggak kayak itu sih, aku mau bilang nggak kayak kristalis. Nah, Dyer juga nggak ngeladeni trash talknya gitu. Nah, mereka trash talk memang si Radian, cuman Dyer trash talknya itu ya kalau udah menang gitu loh, udah nggak bisa di sini. Kalau ngomongin trash talk ya bagaimana ya kalau kau tidak merasakan momentumnya gitu, kalau kau tidak melihat bahaya dari mereka, ya kau pasti kalah gitu. Lawanmu bukan orang bodoh gitu, lawan punya mental juga, mereka bisa melihat itu gitu. Jadi dari awal drafting yang kanan ini, drafting bad boom ya, mereka udah bisa menjawab gitu dari tim Falcon. Kok gampang banget ya recovery-nya, 10.000 gold kayak nggak ada bedanya. Itu dia gold swing-nya. Jadi ketika sesuatu tim itu menang atau mendapatkan profit dalam waktu yang lama, ketika mereka melakukan satu kesalahan, itu bandingannya itu fantastis sekali gitu, fantastis sekali. Anggap seseorang kill 10 mati 0, mati dia yang pertama kali, wah itu dapat duit banyak banget, dapat XP banyak banget, apalagi dibagi 5 gitu ya, atau dibagi 1 gitu, wah enak banget udah. Jadi tadi Falcon itu mereka kebakaran jenggot, ngejar-ngejar pure gitu ya, ngejar-ngejar DK, ngejar-ngejar BB. Nah, Dyer ini paham, mereka tahu kalau Radian tidak akan punya mekanisme untuk ngestop mereka punya BKB TP. Jadi nightfall away katanya. Nah, dibilang diejek sama Falcon tadi, nggak ada nightfall di tim kalian katanya, kenapa kalian kayak gitu terus. Nah, itu sebuah move yang harus dilakukan Dyer gitu. Cuman Radian terlampau sombong, memang mereka menguasai map gitu ya, sehebat apa 5 orang menguasai map Dota sekarang besar banget kan. Jadi sayang sekali mereka punya keunggulan, bukannya dipakai untuk mengambil high ground ketika mereka belum punya toolsnya gitu, tapi malah mereka kejar-kejaran, cari-cari gitu ya. Harusnya mereka rapat saja tadi berlima begitu punya sesuatu, karena literally kata Omi nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain tadi. Save juga tadi banyak, dia panik itu apanya, ultinya itu belum maksimal durasi tapi dia udah lepas gitu ya breaknya gitu. Jadi Dyer ini betul-betul main aman sampai di titik dimana mereka habis gitu ya. Inilah tadi berapa skornya, 15-2 kan jauh banget gitu. Nah, tapi sejago apa sih kalian bisa mempertahankan keunggulan ya kan, karena kayak kata Bob Heiwa lagi tadi ya kan, lebih susah menjaga keunggulan daripada menunggu comeback. Dyer ini menunggu comeback, sementara Radian menjaga keunggulan. Mereka menjaga keunggulan tidak bisa, apalagi tidak ada yang beli Abyssal atau Baser gitu kan. Sand King beli Baser bisa sih, cuman attack speednya tidak mumpuni. Atau Amar beli Baser bisa sih. HG susah nggak sih kena break hoodwing? HG harusnya mereka HG gitu. Jadi si Radian ini sebenarnya sampai menit tertentu tadi itu bagus sekali. Mereka bahkan bisa dengan jumlahnya, dengan kekuatannya gitu, mereka bisa untuk naik high ground gitu, karena Dyer nggak bisa ngejawab, nggak punya damage. Nah, tetapi sampai akhirnya si bukan naga sih bang, DK-nya punya nullifier, Lifestealer punya nullifier, selesai sudah, perkara waktu aja. Dibacotin sama Amar kan, nggak ada nightfall, tapi ya bagaimana, memang itu jawaban yang benar gitu loh, rage TP gitu, nggak ada yang bisa ngestop gitu. Saking mereka frustasinya kalau Dyer itu kabur-kaburan ya, BKB TP, mereka ngechat gitu loh, memancing mentalnya, tapi ya nggak bisa bos. Nggak ada yang break BKB, enak banget Bad Boom. Yes, mereka sudah, Bad Boom melihat game ini kemana, mereka tahu mau dibawa kemana. Jadi Malrin dan kawan-kawan terlalu sibuk dengan apanya, dunianya sendiri gitu. Mereka tidak melihat potensi bahayanya. Nah, sementara Dyer kan betul-betul melihat gini. Makanya orang yang berada di dalam tekanan itu bisa lebih melihat secara jelas gitu apa rencana. Aegi saja dikasih free. Bukan dikasih free tadi, memang mati satu-satu mereka, mati satu, ya udah mereka ngerosan gitu sampai tadi akhirnya Ringmaster mati kan di triangle. Akhirnya mereka ngerosan karena memang itu sangat logis sekali setelah 3 orang mati, akhirnya ngerosan. Nah, dibilang tadi sama casternya itu selain pure ini harusnya team wipe gitu. Kenapa mereka mati satu-satu gitu? Jadi bukan dikasih gratis, memang alurnya seperti itu gitu tadi. Kalau misalnya Falcon masih dengan apanya ya, Jumawanya melakukan itu, tidak melakukan punishment kepada Dyer, karena Dyer itu draftingnya itu untuk early itu jelek banget. Tadi pas rosan terakhir demi nullifier DK sama Butterfly Masport, nah nggak ada masalah bagi mereka gitu. Mau dikasih gratis. Oh, itu maksudmu tadi ya yang gratis itu? Oke. Itu sebenarnya memang itu tukerannya gitu. Kalau misalnya mereka meladeni Rosan, mereka tidak bisa beli Butterfly sama Nullifier, atau dia beli Aganimnya, jadikan Aganimnya. Jadi makanya dibilang Dyer ini bisa melihat proyeksinya ini kemana, sementara Radiant nggak bisa ngelihat, karena bahkan mereka tidak bisa menjawab pertanyaan dari Dyer. Bagaimana kalian ngestop kami punya BKB TP atau Rage TP gitu? Nggak ada, jawabannya itu nggak ada. Sementara Dyer bisa menjawab Radiant gitu. Ya udah, kita tinggal nullifier aja, tunggu aja. Dia simpan Ghost Scepter-nya itu lama-lama, dia beli sangat early. Nggak bisa, udah nullifier selesai, karena Lifestealer punya Radiance itu tinggal klik kanan aja disassemble kan. Jadi sebenarnya bukan dikasih gratis tadi itu. Kalau mereka kontes, malah mereka yang rugi. Karena lebih baik waktu yang mereka, nah ini tadi yang early itu, dia langsung TP, mandi darah itu Gorstrom ya, bagus itu. Kalau mereka tadi kontes Rosannya, yang rugi Bad Boom. Makanya di situ mereka punya skenario. Ada camuk dari kanan, mana bisa dia lihat itu kanan itu? Jebret. Skenarionya yaitu, guys, nggak penting, Rosan itu nggak penting buat kita, udah kasih aja, kita selesaikan item kita. Ya, aku Butterfly, aku dikit lagi nilfar. Jadi Bad Boom di sini memang dibacotin sama Falcon, tapi Falcon nggak sadar potensi Bad Boom itu kayak gimana. Bukannya mereka panis, karena draft Dyer ini jelek banget untuk early itu, jelek banget gitu. Yang menang jelas kiri gitu, kayak si NP bisa global, Senkin bisa nge-stun, buka arena luar biasa, bisa nge-save. Nah tapi setelah satu orang punya nullifier, perkara waktu aja nih. Sebenarnya sadar, cuman nggak tahu mau ngapain Falcon. Harusnya build apa, nggak ada yang natural Apacer. Senkin bisa Apacer, Amar bisa Apacer gitu ya, Abyssal gitu, harus nge-stop gitu. Tetapi jauh lebih penting daripada Apacer itu adalah ketika mereka gabung tadi, mungkin snaking dengan banyak creepnya atau unitnya gitu ya, bisa nge-heal, bisa nge-save, si Ringmaster bisa sembunyi di belakang gitu ya. Mereka harusnya naik ke high ground di menit yang early, di menit 21 mungkin ya, 20 sampai 30 itu mereka harusnya udah naik high ground, bukan yang ngejar-ngejar gitu, bukan yang ngejar-ngejar cari kesana kemari, tidak. Tapi mereka malah ngechat, all chat, bacotin gitu kan, senyum-senyum gitu. Ya nggak bisa, lawannya ini jago, lawannya ini pro player juga, mereka punya otak gitu loh. Nggak bisa, hal-hal mental seperti itu nggak akan mempengaruhi mentality mereka, nggak akan bisa gitu loh. Apalagi mereka tahu mereka bakalan menang gitu kan. Jadi sebenarnya nggak kalau secara hero ya, janganlah dipaksa. Kecuali tadi mereka mungkin ada sniper dengan attack speed yang fantastis gitu ya, beli Apacer oke lah gitu, demi untuk nge-stop itu. Cuman ya sayang banget gitu, value-nya nggak setimpal. Menurutku itu tadi sih, mereka punya profit advantage, mereka harusnya pressure itu sampai di titik dimana Dire itu harus ngejawab gitu. Mereka tetap bakalan farming curi-curi, tapi barak mereka akan hilang. Kalau mereka hilang satu barak, pelan-pelan itu dilepas saja. Kalau contoh nih, barak Dire yang bawah atau yang kanan itu jatuh, udah dilepas saja sama Radiant. Itu bakalan nge-push sendiri gitu. Terserah mau range barak atau melee barak, terserah gitu. Itu bakalan nge-push sendiri otomatis. Nah, setelah itu baru mereka panis lagi ke lane-lane lainnya. Habis itu bacot, nggak ada masalah gitu. Tapi mereka belum bawa pulang apa-apa, tapi mereka udah bacot gitu. Mereka nggak bisa ngelihat jauh gimana ini proyeksinya. Lagi-lagi mereka kan merasakan gamenya itu ketika main itu gitu. Itu yang mereka rasakan gitu. Tapi kalau secara proyeksi ke depan mereka nggak ngelihat itu. Jadi mereka underestimate, mutar-mutar, jalan-jalan, ngejar-ngejar, all chat gitu. Nggak ngaruh. Mereka itu sih underestimate sih, itu hitungannya underestimating gitu. Mereka Falcon bisa lebih baik daripada itu. Kalau mereka nggak tobat, mereka nggak panis ya, karena maruk banget ngepick 3 hero tebal seperti itu tuh maruk banget. Itu butuh waktu yang lama, minimal 35 menit itu untuk online gitu. Kayaknya susah HG soal nggak apa-apa, nggak mesti harus punya Aegis untuk high ground. Mereka punya hitternya itu si Skitter itu bisa nge-push dengan sangat hebat. Dia punya damage itu tinggi sekali. Nah, ketika Skitter bisa nge-push high ground, dia punya Sprout, dapat vision, entahlah mungkin ada 1 creep 2 creep dia bikinnya treantnya itu ya, bisa di cover itu, pasti bisa di cover sama Mars gitu, bisa di cover sama Sand King. Tapi ini ngomongnya ini 30 menit ke bawah. 30 menit ke bawah, bukan 35 menit ke atas. Udah bukan punya mereka lagi. Game itu 30 menit ke bawah itu punyanya Falcon, tapi 35 menit ke atas itu punyanya Bad Boom. Mereka nggak sadar itu. Mereka nggak sadar. BKB coy. Urwaco ya mah.
That's cool. Well, fantastic. That's awesome, man. What's your name? Koya. Oh, fantastic. Why'd you make the beep, KB?
Menit 25 udah kepanis, masuk udah top network. Masih butuh waktu itu dia.
Wow.
Meskipun dia tetap top
What
network
position
ya.
do you play? None.
Makanya susah itu, Kaf. Sama kayak di catur, Kaf. Ketika kau melawan seseorang, jauh lebih susah menjaga keunggulanmu itu daripada tidak membuat kesalahan. Karena lawanmu itu ketika kau tekan dengan sangat hebat, 1 langkah aja kau tidak bikin apa ya, tidak membuat keunggulanmu bertahan atau nambah, itu bisa di abuse sama lawan yang ngerti gitu. Jadi kayak kalau bisa ya kau langkahmu ya pentung terus gitu loh. Tidak ada sombong, tidak ada overconfident gitu ya, betul-betul habisi gitu ya kan. Pressure habisin aja, nggak ada kasih ampun. Nah itu baru. Nah kalau udah menang bacotin terserah. Live stealer tadi radiance-nya itu 16 menit, sekitar 16 menit 45 detik. Itu termasuk sangat lama dengan item seperti itu ya. Aku main live stealer itu 11 menit 45, itu rekor aku tuh 11 menit 40 radiance itu. Tapi di sini pure itu melihat lebih jauh ke depan gitu. Jadi secara drafting menang kanan sih aku lihat. Tapi kita lihat nanti ya, kalau misalnya Falcon lama tuh, kirain cepat, lama. Ayo ikut Rector Cup Bang Bob besok Minggu. Apa tuh? Apa? Rector Cup itu apa itu? Mencatur kah itu, apa Dota kah itu? Which team will win the first Rector Cup UGM? Iya. Gak paham, aku udah lama aku nggak ke UGM. Catur, udah nggak mencatur lagi aku, anak muda main Dota aja aku nih, udah dunia Dota aja udah. Bad Boom, iya ya, wah, pollnya berhasil guys nih. Bad Boom win ya, congrats for the correct prediction. Nanti kita predik lagi ya. Catur aku udah. Radiance-nya bagus menit berapa? Kalau misalnya live stealer-nya nggak diganggu ya, Kalau misalnya nggak ada apa-apa, dia dapat lasit semua ya, beres ya. Itu menit 13, menit 14 itu udah bagus. Itu sama kayak Battle Fury, karena lifestealernya itu dia bakalan puasa dalam waktu yang lama, dan dia nggak bisa nyicil item murah. Kalau misalnya kayak AM ya, atau Ursa, atau hero-hero yang beli Battle Fury seperti si Ame tadi yang beli Battle Fury sama BB, itu bisa dicicil dengan beli broadsword 1100, 1000 ya, 1000 itu 2000 ya kan. Beli cornucopia itu bisa dicicil, enak banget. Nah masalahnya dia membeli cuma 2 komponen, Sacred Relic 3400 sama Talisman of Evasion 1300. Jadi itu 4700. Itu lama banget. Jadi untuk contoh nih, kalau kau main lifestealer atau WK biasa yang beli Radiance kayak gitu ya, kalau kau beli si talisman dulu, mungkin uangmu ada, tapi itu tidak secara apa ya, secara grafik itu tidak akan mempercepat pertumbuhanmu, malah memperlambat. Jadi nah kalau mati hilang gold berapa, kalau mati hilang goldnya itu tergantung sama dia punya network, ada kali-kalinya, jadi ada formulasinya. Karena Dota itu kan ada goldnya itu berbagai gold. Satu dia reliable, unreliable, dua jenis goldnya itu. Jadi kalau reliable itu bisa diandalkan itu dari bounty rune, dari ngekill hero lawan atau ngekill tower gitu ya, itu bisa diandalkan. Jadi kalau dibunuh tidak akan hilang. Nah ada juga unreliable gold. Unreliable gold itu tidak bisa diandalkan. Ibarat kau gini deh, kau main Dota, Kavi adalah hero Dota, Kavi pergi ke jungle, ngebunuh semua creep itu, dan setelah kau ngebunuh semua creep itu, kau mendapatkan kantong-kantong emas itu, kantong-kantong gold itu. Nah kan kau habis capek nih ngebunuh semua creep itu di jungle. Nah terus ada yang ngegeng kau, barang ngecharge kau, ngekill kau. Nah dia ambillah banyak duitmu itu, unreliable. Nah sementara GPM-mu itu, duitmu yang berjalan ya, jadi GPM itu 60 detik itu 90 gold, tapi scaling dulu dia terus itu, semakin berjalannya waktu semakin kencang GPM-nya tuh. Jadi dari duitmu yang jalan itu secara GPM itu ya, 1 detik dapat gitu ya, itu langsung masuk ke rekening. Nah tetapi kalau kau berburu ke hutan, kau bawa 1 beko itu emas habis membantai creep itu bisa dicuri, itu tidak bisa diandalkan. Nah jadi formulasinya itu ada, itu mereka levelnya berapa, gold networknya dia berapa, total network dia berapa, unreliable goldnya berapa, terus dia ngekill streaknya berapa. Nah jadi ketika seseorang ngekill 10 mati 0, network dia berapa, terus levelnya berapa itu untuk XP ya kan, terus dia punya killnya itu berapa gitu. Karena seorang pembunuh bayaran udah ngebunuh 100 orang, harga kepalanya beda dengan pembunuh bayaran yang ngekill 50 orang gitu. Tapi ya beda lagi nih konteksnya nih, 100 orang ini orang yang kayak gimana gitu. Orang-orangan sawah kah atau orang-orang penting gitu kan, nggak, kira-kira kayak gitulah gambarannya. Jadi di sini sebenarnya aku routing kepada Falcon, tapi mereka masih mengulang pola gitu. Berarti kalau mati terus goldnya aman ya, misalnya nabung di Radi. Kalau mati terus goldnya aman, misalnya mau nabung di Radi, berarti kalau mati terus goldnya aman ya, misal mau nabung Radi. Nggak paham aku gimana, tolong diparafrase anak muda. Tadi skitter itu nggak ada bacot, crit juga nggak ada bacot, snaking juga nggak ada bacot, tapi Amar sama Malrin itu bacot ya kan. Mereka main core tuh dua-dua tuh, kayak 2/3 core mau ngebacot gitu loh, bukannya fokus main bikin planning game plan malah ngebacot. Ya gimana bos, malu sendiri cok pada akhirnya, buyback nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain. Ih kacau. Salah aku guys, salah aku. Kupikir kemarin udah humble si Falcon ini sama kejadian-kejadian ini, tapi tidak. Masih mereka kembali, penyakitnya kambuh. Ya Falcon kambuh penyakitnya. sama kayak China. Nggak bacot juga tetap susah itu. Mas Pur enak banget tadi recovernya, ambil creep gede pakai radiance. Yoi. Gimana tadi pertanyaanmu itu, tolong diparafrase itu. Berarti kalau mati terus goldnya aman ya, misal mau nabung radi, gimana tuh? Gak bacot tetap susah. Kalau mati terus goldnya tetap aman, misal nabung radi. Tidak, kalau dia, jadi gini, kalau dia ngekill creep itu duit yang dia dapat dari creep itu unreliable, tidak bisa diandalkan. Sama seperti itu tadi perumpamaannya. Kavi adalah hero Dota, pergi ke lane farming. Nah, kau pulang, kau bawa satu beko kantong-kantong emas gitu. Nah, kalau kau dijambret di tengah jalan itu hilang. Tapi ya nggak semuanya gitu. Nah, jadi yang bisa diandalkan itu yang langsung masuk ke rekeningmu ya, itu bounty rune, ya kan? Ngekill tower itu jatuh hancur itu reliable. Matiin Rosan ada itu 200 gold. Terus dari Tormentor itu nggak tahu lah ya, mungkin ada itu daftarnya, itu ada itu bagannya. Tetapi kalau ngekill hero juga ada, itu apa, reliable ngekill hero, jadi langsung masuk ke rekeningmu dia. Sama GPM, duit kan jalan terus Kaf setiap detik. Nah, itu langsung masuk ke rekeningmu, itu reliable meskipun kau mati. Contoh nih, kau habis beli Sacred Relic terus duitmu sisa 500. Nah, 500-nya ini hasil dari regen, anggap aja lah kayak gitu ya, meskipun formulanya itu 500 itu nggak bisa itu duit apa semua reliable semua. Nah, kalau misalnya 500mu itu sisanya reliable dan kau mati, kau tidak akan kehilangan apapun. Jadi ada dua dia bentuknya. Nah, gambaran paling sederhananya kayak gitu. Kalau misalnya kau ngejungle, kau kan membunuh creep tuh banyak tuh, ya kan? Itu tidak bisa diandalkan. Nah, jadi itulah logika Dota lah itu. Kau bunuh creep di lane itu tidak bisa diandalkan, unreliable. Nah, tapi kalau misalnya kau ngambil bounty rune, ngekill hero, GPM-mu berjalan gitu ya, atau dari itu greedy GPM, itu reliable, langsung masuk ke rekening, nggak bisa diganggu gugat, nggak kena pajak ya, itulah istilahnya kayak gitu. Jadi kalau kau dapat 10.000 gold, yang anggap 10.000 gold ini, tapi 10.000 gold ini hasil farming semua. Kalau kau mati, anggaplah ya dari 10.000 gold ini 2.000 dia reliable karena ada GPM-nya atau ngambil bounty dan kawan-kawan. Nah, 8.000 ini bisa hilang Kaf kalau kau nggak pakai dan kau dibunuh terus. Nah, gitulah kira-kira gambarannya. Aman ya? Atau masih kurang jelas? Kalau kurang jelas wajar lah ya, udah mau jam 1 pagi nih, kacau. Nah, biasanya jam segini keluar nih.
Find out.
Team Falcons versus BB Team. Game 2.
Oke, cakep. Mari kita.
Here we go. We got BB Team on Radiant this time around and Falcons on the Dire side. First pick goes the way of BB Team. Second pick and overall last pick to Team Falcons, and that means it's a complete swap over from a previous game. For BB Team though, they still want to pick up that Hoodwink first, regardless of which pick order they are. In regards to the bans, I do want to point out that this time around Falcons did not ban out the puck, so now we have our options open in regards to that as well. That Sand King though, still in.
I think not banning the puck is the fact that Falcons are second pick. If BB were to first pick it, there's plenty of heroes that Falcons like to play. The Shakers, etc. I don't know if Falcons are that scared of it, at least from BB being first pick.
Oke,
I'm a bit surprised that they've lost their confidence in their Sand King, but they've been.
Anda bisa main Dota, kayaknya seru. Kenapa apa, Kaf? Kenapa berkata seperti itu? Nggak bisa ngakses PC kah? Atau nggak ada waktu kah? Atau gimana kah? Apa kendalanya? Tidak ada waktu, nggak bisa ngakses PC, nggak, PC-nya lagi rusak, atau punyanya laptop aja, atau apa kendala? Kenapa bilang seperti itu? Nggak usah latihan Dota, nggak usah Kaf, susah main Dota. Beli item pakai kurir aja bingung. Tuh harus belajar Kaf, panjang Kaf. Jadi kau kan mencatur nih Kaf, Catur itu kan tingkat kesulitannya itu 9/10, ya kan. Dota ini memang di atasnya catur, Kak. 9,5 dia memang. Gak tahu nanti masa depan itu ada game yang lebih sulit lagi. Harusnya sih ada yang lebih sulit dari Dota ya. Jadi kalau kau mau belajar Dota karena nonton streamer atau ada idolamu, nonton Bad Boom gitu ya kan, kau ngefans gitu ya, itu motivasinya seasonal, hanya musiman gitu. Jadi ketika nanti agak berat, agak pusing atau nggak ada teman main, itu bakalan hilang, Kak. Sayang gitu loh. Jadi Dota ini butuh perhatian itu besar sekali, Kak. Jadi nanti lini-lini kehidupanmu itu akan terganggu sama Dota ini. Kalau tidak ada waktu untuk pasangan, tidak ada waktu untuk keluarga, tidak ada waktu untuk diri sendiri, pengen grinding terus. Jadi Dota ini waktunya itu boros besar sekali kalau dibandingkan sama Mobile Legends sama catur ya. Jadi kau harus bayarannya itu, gamenya gratis, Kak. Memang gamenya gratis, Kak, tapi itu tadi, bersedia nggak kau secara mental, karena yang kau tonton ini adalah seni bermain Dota gitu loh ya, pro player yang menunjukkannya. Tapi kalau kau main Dota nanti, itu bakalan jumpa orang toksik, booster, smurf, account buyer gitu. Kau bakalan kena mental. 640 jam masih nggak fasih. Mohon maaf nih, Kaf. Aku bermain Dota sudah hampir 25.000 jam, Kaf. Dan sampai ini aku masih mungkin 25.000 ya. Saat ini aku masih menganggap diriku itu banyak sekali hal yang mau diimprove. Aku ya 6.000 noob lah itu hitungannya ya. Kalau aku bandingkan sama yang lebih tinggi ya. Secara MMR aku sudah bisa dibilang sensei lah. Sama kayak Kavi itu ratingnya itu udah master apalah gitu kan. Kavi lah lebih tahu master IMF apa, MF, VD gitu nah. Kayak kalau aku secara MMR immortal memang gitu kan. Udah masuk ke 3% populasi Dota gitu, udah jadi sensei. Tapi aku tahu kelemahanku di mana, gameplayku gimana. Aku masih banyak sekali belajar gitu. Aku bisa bilang 25.000 jam secara apalah ya, bersih ngitungnya itu, karena aku mulai main Dota 2 ya. Dota 2 itu dari 2014. Udah 11 tahun yang lalu. Kavi lebih lama lagi memang. Dari kecil mungkin ya. Di Dota masih MMR 1000. Kalau main catur 640 jam harusnya udah rating 2000. Nah gini, Kak. Catur itu gamenya individu. Kalaupun kau main tim, itu tetap individu, performa individu. Nah Dota ini nggak bisa, Kak. Dota ini kerjasama, sama kayak Mobile Legends gitu ya. Ya pokoknya kerjasama lah gamenya. Jadi meski kau sudah bekerja keras, berusaha keras, belum tentu kau akan menang. Nah sementara di catur, ketika kau kerja keras, berusaha keras, mendalami teori, memperkuat basis, memperkuat mental, jaga kesehatan, itu akan berbuah manis, Kak. Karena kemenanganmu, kesuksesanmu di tanganmu sendiri. Nah tetapi Dota tidaklah begitu. Dota itu lebih kompleks. Ini 5 lawan 5 kepala lawan 5 kepala. 640 jam di Dota cuma coba-coba hero, beli aja manual, jalan kaki ke secret shop ya toh. Jadi dengan item sebegitu banyak ya, hero kita itu ada 126 lah. Sedangkan di catur itu bidaknya itu ada 8x2 16 16x2 32, dengan kotak 32 tambah 32 64 kotak. Jadi meskipun catur itu kemungkinannya banyak, tapi dia limited gitu, 64 gitu ya kan, 64 permutasi lah, kalikan lah, terserah lah gitu. Cuman ya kan nggak semuanya juga yang langkahnya itu bisa diaplikasikan toh. Nggak semuanya langkahnya itu logical toh. Nah jadi kalau dibandingkan catur sama Dota, ya bukan aku menghina catur ya, tapi tidak apple to apple perbandingannya ya kan. Jadi anggaplah anggur, Dota itu anggur, catur itu apel gitu. Jadi karena catur memang main sendiri, Kak, nggak bisa kan main solo. Meskipun kau main tim, ya itulah, aku pernah ikut beberapa turnamen juga kan waktu kita main catur dulu gitu kan. itu performa solo, understandingmu, pemahamanmu, mentalitasmu, jam terbangmu gitu kan, teorimu, pembukaan, middle game, endingmu, itu penting sekali gitu. Nah tapi kalau di Dota meskipun kau jago sendiri, tidak menjamin kemenanganmu. Nah itu tadi banyak faktornya, unlimited. Kalau di Dota itu kemungkinannya unlimited, literally unlimited. Jadi ya aku bilang gini lah Kak, pikirkan baik-baik. Kalau memang kau mau belajar Dota, pikirkan baik-baik, pertimbangkan baik-baik. Kalau aku sih bilang sama viewer itu nggak usah guys, kalian nonton aja, lihat aja gitu ya. Tapi kalau kalian memang mau coba ya nggak apa-apa, silahkan aja. Cuman kalian akan kusajikan fakta gitu. Nah tuh, kalian akan kusajikan fakta kalau yang kalian tonton ini adalah seni bermain Dota kelas tertinggi gitu. Tetapi nanti yang kalian alami itu adalah pengalaman main Dota paling buruk. Jumpa itulah tadi, jumpa booster, smurf, account buyer, impostor, main Dota AFK, abandon, pause, panjang lah pokoknya, jelek lah. Jadi andai saja ya, andai bisa main Dota. Nah itulah, aku udah pikirkanlah baik-baik gitu. Kalau aku sih sarankan tidak usah. Falcon dapat Shadow Demon, kayaknya satu-satu nih. Falcon dengan Shadow Demon, Shadow Demonnya di save, bukan bang. Ini snaking, ini cerit. Woodwing nggak sama disruptor ya. Ini GPK, ini hero BB lagi tuh. Nggak bosan dia bang, sukanya diambil bang. Trollnya kena ban ya, troll kena ban, Ursa kena ban. Ayo mau main apa? Ayo mau main apa lawan Babang Seven S-Band. Oke, aman ya guys ya. Aku apa? Kaf. Aku nonton full screen, jadi live chatnya aku matikan ketika aku nonton di kasur gitu. Paling nanti kelar game, atau kadang-kadang aku ngintip sih. Kadang-kadang aku ngintip live chat gitu. Apakah kita akan pergi ke game 3 ataukah kita akan tidur sebentar lagi? Mari kita lihat. Is this Mason's TI? No. Mason siapa tuh? Lupa saya. Wah, AM bang, berani dia pick AM bang. Yuk lon druid. Waduh, dia AM guys. Kacau. AM ya. AM lawan Seven kalah AM. AM lawan Shadow Demon, perkaranya flex. Falcon skitter bad boom pure amat bad boom. Aduh, dia gimana ya, kalau dikasih void bisa sih, faceless void, tapi bisa dicelup. Huskar offline ini, bakar AM ya. Nah kayaknya sih menang Falcon ini ya, mereka bakalan habisi dengan cepat. Gimana Kaf, pengenmu Kaf? Aku standby di live chat atau kita nanti aja ngobrol lah setelah game kelar? Anjay, udah pada tidur nih viewer yang lain tadi. Gak kuat mereka. Senyaman Bang Bob aja, WK. Kalau ini kan PC jalan nih. Nah, tapi aku nonton dari HP ini. Tapi baterai udah mau habis bang. Tiduran. Udah seger tiduran, dari tadi tiduran. Aktor aja wanita. Makanya tadi kan manggil-manggil kan. Sebenarnya aku nonton juga, nobar juga nonton dari HP tapi di kasur kan. Isinya di meja. Oke lah, saya ke toilet. Habis itu paling itulah nonton dari meja aja biar bisa pantau-pantau live chat. Oke, let's go guys. Let's go.
You could tri lane the Huskar.
Yep.
I mean, Miro's not going to have the easiest lane anyway. Might as well just bank on him to make a comeback through the triangle, make sure Huskar doesn't beat up on the anti-mage too much.
Do we think at all that this Huskar was still on the radar for BB Team? Or do we think they completely forgot about it?
I would never have this on my bingo card. 24 pick offlane Huskar. Sure, Amar maybe, but no. This is a really tough one to read.
Any final thoughts, T? Shaking your head.
I just want to watch a Huskar absolutely batter a lane and then probably lose the game potentially 40 minutes. Who knows? I don't know. It's offlane Huskar. It's kind of cool. It's that TI. That's nice.
Well, it does seem like my panel is kind of unanimously thinking that this Huskar might just push us to a third game of this series, and I think that will make a lot of people happy. But we're going to find out what's going to happen in game number 2. But before we do, we're going to jump to the stage and see Tsunami with AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by AUI 2000, coach of Falcons, where we had a very exciting end of that draft, but we'll go step by step. You led through GPK Puck. This guy's got a 100% win rate with it. What's the idea?
I mean, honestly, we're pretty confident against Puck as a hero. I think GBK is playing Puck the best in this tournament, but we felt like the other heroes were more deserving of bans.
Let's go.
Makes sense to me, but then some of the other heroes who maybe don't deserve bans come through. Anti-Mage 23rd pick. What's their plan here?
I think Pierre just wants to carry the game because I think like the lane's weird to Dusty because he burns your mana.
Kalau mereka main Krapi ya, nggak sombong
Honestly, I don't know.
Kenapa
Like,
nggak
we picked
Huskar
Huskar
aja?
last, I also have
Kebuli
no
nggak sih?
idea, so we'll see.
Yeah, I know you're a mechanics nerd. Huskar, no mana.
Si apa? Malrin bukan pemain Huskar, sementara Amar pemain Huskar. Dia offlane, dia mainnya bagus, dia pakai toggle dan kawan-kawan ya. Jadi kalau Malrin disuruh mid, sementara dia nggak tahu cara main Huskar yang kejam, sayang gitu loh. Dikerjain dia sama Pak. Memang secara hero bisa lah bakar-bakaran gitu. Cuman ya kalau kena silent sama Paknya ya gimana? Jadi mereka memilih untuk pemain kotor di sini. Malrin tetap mid. Huskarnya bakalan offlane ini, bakalan offlane. Ini salah satu strategi mereka. Jadi kalau misalnya Dire ini kan early banget nih, Huskar hero early, Sand King hero early, tapi selain Sven itu middle ke late game. Jadi kalau misalnya ke late game, Falcon masih bisa tanganin ini. Snaking bermain Enchantress lagi. Harusnya di sini kalah Bad Boom ya, harusnya ya secara drafting ya. Tapi kita lihat apakah mereka sombong atau mereka belajar dari pengalaman. Let's see. Let's go to the game.
Damage. It's a question of how much this is going to be a very difficult laning phase for Pure to get through, and then he has a long road of recovery. Whereas he's against a Sven who might have a lot better time and stacks to go back to, and the all chat is just raining it.
Oh yeah, Amar starts it by saying he's going to end the game by 20 minutes. Pure saying that Amar can only play cheese heroes. He's not good enough to play real heroes, apparently. It's quite the back and forth, and I'm sure we'll see more of it as the game progresses. But I cannot believe that coach interview. I thought, okay, Falcons are insane. Why are they giving GPK his Puck? And then when they picked the Huskar, I was like, oh, okay, it all comes according to plan. The Huskar will be able to provide an answer to the Puck after the laning phase. But apparently that wasn't even the idea at all. Amar just went rogue.
You can't stop him doing what he wants.
I guess
if
not.
If we learned anything, that is the reality. I do kind of agree with AUI's assessment. Like, most of the cores, as Save will go down to snaking quick first, but most of the cores that Falcons have in their arsenal are innately good against Puck. It's a lot of beefy heroes, a lot of heroes with stun and disable, a lot of initiators, right? You think of Skeeter's hero pool. It's all these carries that go in, stun, lock heroes down, give you some utility on top of the damage. These kind of lineups can be really difficult for Puck to play into because he has a trouble bursting them. Yeah. He's constantly getting jumped. I agree with that assessment, but it is a scary hero-player combination to give away. He has absolutely salvaged some horrendous early games on this hero.
Yeah, he certainly has. I think Malreen's hero pool as well, right? I mean, hit the three heroes that come to mind right now for him: Beastmaster, Sand King, Earthshaker. All great answers against the Puck.
Seeing this laning phase already heat up for Falcons, they absolutely want to push this to a game 3. They are hungry to get that game 3.
They may have gone even in series against BB Team this year, but last year at TI, Falcons were the ones to eliminate BB Team from the International. Now, this is not an elimination match. We're here in the upper bracket, but revenge
Pure,
is still on the table for
Pure
BB.
was the one to eliminate them.
That's
Do
true.
not forget that detail. So there is definitely some year-long run.
Ini 1K ini tidak fix. Jadi karena Dyer menang 100 gold aja dianggap 1K karena 1K itu konversi paling kecil. Jadi kalau misalnya Dyer menang 100 gold dibikinlah dia 1K karena 1K itu threshold paling kecil. Nanti kalau misalnya Bad Boom menang 200 gold dia tetap dibikin 1K bedanya gitu. 1K udah jarak paling kecil. Bahkan anggaplah dia menang 50 gold nih yang kanan, tetap ditulis 1K kok. Itu jadi 1K-nya itu nggak betul-betul 1K.
Like we have played a lot of games where Pure's laning phase is really difficult. We believe that. I mean, they have a lot of experience here, right?
I mean, there's difficult, and then there's flat out impossible. What is going on? Pure is gonna gank the Sven with a bushwhack blood grenade. They slow him down, and they will get that kill. And now they might get sinking as well. No, too many heals, and Pure's gonna die for it. Wait, one more hit for the tower, and he falls. Was it worth it, Pure?
Kind of. He couldn't buy out the helm. He's very close to it. He just cannot lane bottom anymore. You have to do something around the map. I like the creativity. If you can soak XP down here with Kataomi, I mean, this is what you're going to have to do in this game. It is an unlaneable lane. The Equilibrium got pulled back very quickly. Crit knows how to play these kind of lanes super well. He's going to block the camps. You're not going to get pulls off. You're not going to be able to reset it. In ATF, he will hold this here forever. And now you're mid, looking for, you know, you're just looking.
He's looking.
What's up?
He is looking for sure.
I'm sure
not finding it.
You know, this is like what happens in pubs is where GBK is like, bro, get out of my lane, man. You're stealing my experience.
He's hitting neutrals as a level 3 Animage. I mean, if Pure makes a comeback from this, it's an all-timer for sure.
This is not fast. Not fast at all. Well, GBK, you got your signature hero. Let's see what you can do this game. It's going to be a carry job for the ages if you can pull it off. Is this where you just lie, you know? It's like, you know, if you're GPK mid, hey guys, how's bottom lane going? It's going great, man. Yeah, we're owning. We're getting solo XP. Amar suffering.
Yeah, Kantaomi's like, I'm doing great on levels. That's going really well.
He's getting a little leech down here.
Yeah.
Let's just not look down here for a while. You know, that lane's over. AM's into the jungle. We've all been there in our pubs. Just 5 reports on him. Focus on the mid lane.
And hope GPK can carry BB Team through the mid game once again. Crit, I was going to say, he's the one who's kind of freed up in this game. He can run around and do what he wants, and that's extra disgusting because if he ever runs into the AM, it gets a disruption on him. Animage does not like facing his own illusions.
Crit has the most freedom here. Sometimes you have too much freedom. It can kind of be hard to decide what to do when your lane's just empty very early. You can try and harass the support out. You can go for stacking here as well. They have an incredible stack clearing lineup. Shadow Demon, one of the best in the game. Ideally, you give solo XP to Amar.
Amar, half a second too late to stop the Lotus from being grabbed. That seems like an unforced error there. Blood Grenade going to be used on Miro. They are
not getting him.
That was optimistic, but maybe they still catch him. Burrow Strike and the stun. Okay, chaining up the disables a little bit. Not great. Miro will be able to walk away from this.
Too much damage. Gotta respect the Quill Sprays coming out here, even with some Sven armor. Way too much to commit. It's a failed rotation from Mallory. Needs to be top for that. Does have the regen rune, so these moves are not costing him too much in terms of resources, but time for GPK to farm. Puck top net worth out of the laning phase. Despite Huskar having an empty lane, this Puck is up there with him.
Katomi, a Hail Mary, hoping that he will be able to glimpse the support off this Wisdom Shrine and take it for himself, but he is sadly going to find that he is being sandwiched in this situation. Teleport away though, smart, so he will not be ultimately punished, but that does leave Pure alone in lane, which he was already kind of alone.
I mean, he
Just
TP'd
wasn't
down.
in lane.
He TP'd down here just to get the 1 CS before the Huskar came back, and that is all he's gonna get because he's about to get
Oh, he's been burrow struck, and now he's going to be silenced, and the spears will finish him off. That Helmet Dominator, it may have unlocked Animage as a hero, but what happens if the Helmet Dom is just far too late?
He needs to find 1,000 gold somewhere, and that is going to be a difficult 1,000 gold to find. This bottom tower is just going to go down here. No one can come and defend this. And it's also the inner fire silencing you now, right? Really nice interaction against this AM for a lot of the early game. It's one of those matchups where losing that disarm doesn't hurt you too much if you can continue to hunt him and just build an insurmountable lead. This Huskar is off to the exact start Falcons want.
And that's why it's also going to be a good answer to the puck going into the mid game.
Cemas nih, cemas. Pendukung Bad
Yep,
Game
it's going to
cemas
be great
nih.
against the puck. Honestly, not even bad against the bristle. This might be a lineup you rather have the silence than the disarm for a lot of this game.
Yeah, they were talking about Legion Commander being a great answer to the AM and also an answer to the Bristleback. You have the duel. You can force the Bristleback to look a certain direction. That's an opportunity the Huskar has later on to the game when he builds an axe.
I think the Huskar is giving you everything the Legion gave, plus an absolutely free lane. Whereas the Legion, you could have played that lane with the AM. You would have lost it, but you could have gotten more XP. You would have gotten to your helm off the lane. The Huskar just prevents that entirely. It gives you a 3-on-2 in terms of the core battle here. A lot of stacks coming out from the Hoodwink. Maybe they can give him the Pure, you know?
Yeah, win. 30 minutes from now?
Just keep stacking them up, you know? He's getting beat up by these Marsh Mages, man. Good news for him is his tower dive. Normally not good news, but very good news for him because now he'll at least be able to grab some CS under this tier 2. Little harder to push him out of that area.
I'm sure not for lack of trying, though. Lamar, I'm sure he's going to be quite aggressive. Level 7 Huskar, totally free farming. 4,400 net worth. An armlet done. Tier 1 already taken. Guess the question is, when you succeed this heavily in the laning phase, like I sometimes feel a little lost after I take the tower. Like, what do I do here now?
It can be awkward because the game progresses faster than you're used to it normally progressing. You don't really interact with heroes in the same way. You almost wish they would have stayed on lane longer so you could have killed them a couple more times or whatever. You know, the stacks might not be ready yet.
Yeah.
Amar's definitely going to have to keep the pressure up, keep playing on BB's side of the map.
He just uses Blink. That's a little dangerous. And Amar will punish him with a couple of spears to the back.
You are on fire. That is what the tooltip says.
It's very helpful, very helpful. I mean, fire is kind of self-explanatory. You should know what comes with that.
Getting XP on the Hoodwink, GPK continue to just sit mid. It's going to be about this mid tower to me. Like, that's the next pressure point for Falcons, particularly with this Enchantress. They're currently swarming it. This is a tower you want to defend in this game if you're a PB team because it's going to hold the map together. You lose this, your AM is just going to have nowhere to go in the long run. But your outspam is really limited right now. And nobody was set up here. They're going to keep this catapult alive. This is good, efficient damage. What's the response?
The roaming anti-mage. That'll be the response. GPK does actually sneak in and teleport here, but he does not go for Snake King, who is already level 6. So they can't even attack him, really. You want hit in, there goes the epicenter Burrow Strike, and Pure almost dies to that much, and Orb goes out, and does a good amount of damage with a double bushwhack, and the ult from Save, he got his level 6. He was left alone in lane, and what a turn! A jump-in silence from Amar catches GPK. It's not entirely free for BB team, who cannot fight back against this Amar Huskar.
That's a massive win, though. You defended the tower, you got Pure involved. He got so much off that fight just in terms of experience and gold. And you brought down the Sand King. A huge win. He's the big tempo setter for Falcons here, besides the Huskar taking objectives. It's Helm done for the AM. I mean, that was probably the lowest impact Mana Void I've ever seen in my life, but it got the job done.
Yeah, he did get there. And right now, what an amazing amount of space the support Animage is creating. Got himself a Lotus.
Also, like, he went in that fight, instantly helmed the Enchantress creep, insta-died to Sandstorm, plus 100 straight to them all. Wasn't the greatest usage. I mean, his early games have just been rough, man. I feel for him. Like, he has been targeted. He has been last pick, counter-picked. It's not a skill issue, it's just you're put in rough positions.
You know, I think my favorite part about this situation, there is somebody out there who's 3K MMR who is an expert on this exact situation as Animage.
Oh,
There's no snaking.
Somebody out there has hundreds of games on this.
They're like, what is this guy's doing? His map movement is terrible. This is not how you're supposed to play jungle Animage.
I mean, that was the expert they should have consulted in preparation for this game.
It's true.
Another Dom creep kill. Adding up here. The lead is building. The thing is, it doesn't look too bad right now, but I mean, it does look bad, but it doesn't look as bad as it will soon if this Sven gets away with what he wants to do for free.
Yeah, they keep on finding kills, thanks to, largely, GPK and the supports. Another Mana Void attempted, but now he's going to be silenced off of the disruption. A lot of damage comes in. He will burn out again.
Nice patience from Crit. Gets that counterspell out of him throughout the disruption, set that easy kill up. No Mana Void to come.
They're going to try and break him. Huskar bursted down. Amar thinks that he is untouchable, and he may be true on the one-on-one against Pure. But now he's drug Crit into a bad situation as well. Looks like they will both fall to the GPK puck.
You gave this man his signature hero. It's gonna do work. Malrine trying to counteract the play.
Do manage to get the epicenter right on top of GPK. There's gonna be a decent amount of damage. Bushwhack pulls him away, and GPK with the coil and an orb will be able to escape. Snaking is here on the other side. GPK does have enough mana for TP out. No! Malrine catches him right on the tail end of it. What a hit from Malrine. And now to run down Save as well, who's going to stick himself in the trees, but that's Scurry. It'll only last so long, and the sandstorm surrounds him.
What a sequence from Malrine. Turns that fight around completely, puts his amp damage and Blink Dagger to use. The push will come from the AM, but not enough to secure this tower.
He's got a haste rune. He's got mobility for days to relocate around the map. At least Miro's getting some time to hit the tower as well, so there was a decent amount of space on both mid and top. Damage being done.
They're just farming so much across all three cores, whereas this BB lineup is a bit gimped. I think their scale is also going to be a lot slower to come online. Like, you need to go really late for this AM puck to get in a position where you're battling these three cores. Sure. The script is not the same as it was game one. You didn't mirror Falcon's lineup. You don't have that innate tankiness to fall back on. This game can accelerate a lot faster for Falcons, particularly if the Huskar starts going through the Roshans and pushing high ground. That's when you're going to be in big trouble here. Need to keep ratting this game as much as possible.
Glimpse back, keeping the Shadow Demon out of that range to catch the heroes as Malrine was right behind him looking for a kill.
I mean, this is good action for BB if they don't lose anybody off these plays. Make Falcons run around, don't give up kills. Continue to find a little farm here or there, get the lanes out. The Bristle's going to shove in mid, the Puck's going to shove in bottom. That's effectively a failed gank move for Falcons. I mean, we saw how much work BB did in that game one in terms of playing from behind. This is not a bad team at playing from behind.
Oh, Malrine. There was an opportunity there. The Animage had already used his counterspell. Pure is just dragging him around the map. It feels like Falcons is chasing too much at this point in time.
It does feel like that a little bit. They just want to shut the game down so much. They're committing a lot of resources for it, but there's easier kills to snag here.
Malrine will hold the tower. Amar has made the call. He doesn't want to be the man to do it. His BKB is flying out now. Did not want to risk getting picked off before that is in his hands. Now that it's here, I would imagine some of Falcons would love to be able to take a fight, but initiation is a little bit awkward unless Malrine is the one to do it. If Malrine is trying to clean up lanes, they don't really have anybody to start it.
Sand King shows you know where the catch is. That's the big issue right now. He is pushing towards the Ags. At that point, you can easily force a fight. You can also just put this Huskar into the Roche pit and let it clean it up. Dare BB to contest you.
I was a little bit surprised that Amar didn't go like the Glimmer Cape or the Blink Dagger build that we've seen some of these Huskars go for.
Could have been interesting. A lot more aggressive early. This is going to scale a lot harder and give you the Roche confidence to just solo it up.
Crit will be found by the smoke through the gate. Was unaware of the situation because he had that ward on the Tormentor area. Still, though, Falcons will still look for that fight. Trying to get a silence on him. Burrow strike. Now the silence attempt, and they got him. The puck is going to be controlled, and despite the bushwhack, can they take away at least Amar's life? Not quite. They are super clumped, but no punish from the BB team.
Nah, just nothing you could do to capitalize on that. No good mana void target. And that'll be Amar going into the pit. He came to this part of the map for Roshan with this BKB timing. He will leave the part of this map with Roshan, do or die.
Yeah, this is the part where Falcons may start really escalating that net worth difference, right? You take 100%. This Roshan, Amar sticks up here, he starts taking some of your Ancients, he takes the Tormentor, it's going to grow and grow unless BB team can find a way around it. Certainly not going to be through contesting this Roshan, it's got to be through ratting out the map, which BB team have shown they've been able to do time and time again, particularly Pure on some of these more annoying carries.
It's going to be a tough game. Maureen looking for the setup.
Pure, does he know what's happening? He does not. Burrow strike hits him. Demonic Purge as well. He will attempt to teleport out. The Demonic Purge, though, it kills him inside of the fountain.
That was so close.
That extra bit of epicenter damage that found him as he was teleporting away, I think, spelled his demise.
Yeah, he got hit by Searing Signet off the Shadow Demon plus level 3 Disseminate. Little bit of extra damage boost to help you push through that.
True.
Nice pickup from them. I mean, every time you take AM out of this game, you gain another 5, maybe even more minutes that you're going to have to push that high ground. Second Roshan, that window's going to be a lot better for you.
Sure. And then, you know, it's even worse because then you still have the problem of Sven versus Animage, which, you know, is still a matchup that Sven can take to the lake.
Oh, yeah. Skeeter can just take this 1v1. No problem if you get super far. And great Silver Edge fire. Slight surprise stun that AM if the counterspell's thrown out early. Huge burst damage, huge physical burst.
Miro trying to draw attention, but he's going to draw perhaps too much attention as both Amar and Skeeter double down on him and will take away that tower kill they were hoping for denied.
This feels like game one. Falcons taking an early lead off of a lane victory. This time they did it with a little extra cheese.
So in that case, do you think BB team is just as capable of making a comeback as they were in game one, or are they in a worse position? Got the bushwhack, a lot of burst. Skeeter,
huge kill if they can get it.
Static Storm, they just need a bit more. They're going to dance around him a little bit, but look at the heal coming out from Snaking. It's keeping Skeeter alive, and if they miss certain things like that orb, it's not going to go well. They actually go back into it. Now that Amar's here, Skeeter goes after the kill on the Katomi. They claim that. And an extra one. Crit in from behind, gets the disruption, and the Demonic Purge on save to end his life. 7-13, an 8,000 net worth lead now for Falcons.
This game is not going to be as easy to wrap for one big reason. You can't BKB TP out. Like, your heroes are just not going to get it online super early. I mean, you can, theoretically. They have no BKB Pierce, but you're not going to build it early on AM. You don't have the Lifestealer Rage that's going to let you rat around super early, right? You're not going to get it super early on the Bristleback here. Puck's not going to want to buy it this game. So you can't play as confidently super deep in the lanes. The Helmet Dominator is going to have to give you the same type of action here. That's what Pure's trying to replicate, but it does make it a lot more difficult. Falcons should be able to find more here. They can play on BB's side of the map and constrict the lanes. Particularly with how strong this Huskar is. He's just going to be able to push lanes in and show. You have the Hoodwink Sharpshooter for some burst damage to try and bring him down, but these heroes are tanky. And we saw how much the two supports as well. They're both saving supports. The Enchantress can run in and tank the sharp shot. She can heal the target you're trying to burst, as we saw there. You have a Disruption to play around this game as well. And I think Falcons are going to feel a lot more confident scaling this game with Shadow Demon versus the Ringmaster. Just a way better hero at that 50-60 minute mark.
I think also the how strong the Bristleback is going to come into question when you're matched up against double Dispels, right? You've got the Demonic Cleanse and you've got the Cauterize, thanks to the facet on the Huskar. Yep. So the Goo is just not really going to be too impactful against the Huskar most of the time. Run into the Enchantress. Again, the Hoodwink.
Yeah, I've seen this one before.
Yeah, but they do get it because Falcons they're not going to back up from the map position that they're in right now. They want to stay on the Radiant side of the map. They're going to take these tier 2s. They do not want to go back and try and bail out their 5 position.
If I'm Falcons, I don't want to turn this game into trying to catch the AM. I want to turn it into we buy Pipe and go high ground behind this Huskar with Pipe, Solar Crest, something like this. Buff him up, give him a little extra sustain for the burst, and just force BB to respond to you time and time again. That's the type of gameplay that's going to feel great if you can get there.
I was going to ask you who was going to go the pipe, but then I see it. Snaking is so farmed. He's got Solar Crest, Drums of Endurance, and is working towards that pipe.
This is the power of Enchantress. Spells, not always that impactful in the pipe compared to a lot of other 5s, like a Phoenix or something, but you get to farm so much more, you can contribute a lot of utility. And this can be something that helps you go high ground early in this game. Way before Pure is ready to take that engagement.
Pure he's getting there. He's got the Battle Fury. He's working his way towards his Manta. Once he gets to the Manta, you've got full rad action. I mean, even more disgusting than traditional anti-mages because he's going to be ratting with both his hero and his illusions and his Helmet Dom creep. But Mana Void on the creep!
Nice.
Goodbye!
Nice.
That feels real good if you are Falcons right now. That feels so good. Skeeter has a full BKB, by the way. He is mega farmed. Level 18 off that kill. Level 3 God Strength already available. You're looking at level 13 AM. The problem with the Dom ratting is you miss a lot of the experience. You get extra gold, but you're not getting XP there.
Sure. There's that disruption. They still will be able to land the shot on the Huskar. The BKB, Demonic Blades, they've got a lot of options. Just beautiful Burrow Strike with the Epicenter on top of it. There is no chance
Where's
of
the all
BB
chat?
team.
Yeah,
Where's the all chat? Where's the tips is what Maureen is asking.
This is going to be a very fast game by the looks of it. Falcons, they got him in the draft. They got him with the last pick. They said you ratted us at game 1, but never again. They're just going to force the issue. It's Huskar completely out of control. He has heals behind him. He has saves behind him. You just don't have the time.
And Amar the Friendly, he might be a tad bit tardy, but he did promise a 20-minute victory. 24 minutes in, and it feels like it may already be over.
I don't think you can ever come back to these base defenses of Pure either. Unless they completely overextend into your tier 4s or something. Like, you just don't have good Mana Void targets. It's really only the Sand King that you can turn around, and that's 870 mana right now. This is not Leshrac. It's not Storm Spirit.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what he can do.
Another quick smoke from Falcons.
Farhan Hanif.
He's looking to jump the Sven in. He'll take anybody here.
They've got to try. Go after the Bristleback. Bristleback does get jumped, but oh wait, maybe. They got the coil on him. Any more damage? Anybody? Anything? Nothing. Cauterize heals him up. A disruption goes out. BB team was close. They really were. But it slips through their fingers. And now that high ground push is coming. Falcons, they don't need to wait for an Aegis. They can kill you without any of all that.
You just don't have damage. You can land all your spells perfectly. It's not going to matter. You maybe bring down one hero if you're lucky.
And Pierre's hitting the tier 3 like he's really a threat, but he doesn't have the damage to actually hit buildings yet.
This pick just completely backfired with the last pick counter pick.
Yes.
That's why that slot is so hard, because you have to pick a carry blind there. You're worried about all of the laning heroes that ATF has that can ruin your day. You will always find one. It's really difficult to find a carry.
I did like GPK just rushing straight to the Parasma here. It's the only chance that they have to be able to burst down the Huskar, right? Like, he gets that hit on him, amping up some of this damage, the Hoodwink with the Boomerang and everything else. They really have come close sometimes. Not that they would, I feel like, change the game too much, but...
that's the issue. You could go in a fight, you bring this Huskar down, you still might lose the fight. Yeah. That's the scary part here. All that execution can count for nothing. You have to go for that route, though. I'm not even sure he can afford to go something like Aeon Disc here that he's looking at. Yeah, have to just go full damage, full throttle, try and go for that kill. Pray that's enough. Full Daedalus now online for Skeeter. He is looking to double up his opponent's net worth in this carry matchup if he can get there. Level 20 as well. Very nice timings for him. You're looking at second Roshan, guaranteed spawn in the minute here. You get that, you go high ground again. This game is just over.
Might be over even sooner if they stop what is one of the only high ground defenders that they have. Miro, he's spotted. He activates the Blade Mail. Mars gonna wait out the Blade Mail, but Skeeter, he doesn't need to wait so much. And they've got him controlled. He's just gonna put himself in a corner, beg for his life. But Falcons give you no mercy. Disruption there. That was a close call.
I mean, Skeeter blocked the shot anyway.
Oh, he did.
Falcons on point. Maybe still looking for something.
They don't want to let these supports just take the outpost like this, but you can't jump. And Skeeter has already jumped you, Katomi. Second one down from BB team. Back to the Roshan pit they go.
Yes. Rough problem, man.
I just don't know where the damage is going to come from. Has to be third item on Pure, something else on this bristleback so he can survive.
1400 saja HP-nya, Cok.
This Roche is just gone. No way to contest this. Rat bottom lane. Creep has done a pretty good job continually pushing it in, forcing somebody back.
Yeah.
Sakit.
Plus 100.
Tower's not really in danger of falling anytime soon, but he can draw their eye. I feel like you have to go for this.
Yeah, they might just try and contest it. It's a really tough contest, but you give up Aegis here, it might just be the game anyway. Falcons have the read.
BB team, their last stand. It's going to be on the offense. Boomerang goes out. Amar, he's already gone out the BKB, so it's too late to get that kill. Miro, he'll run after the supports as best he can, but Skeeter is making short work of him with all that extra damage. 3 down on the side of BB team. This is truly a hopeless game for them.
Yeah, this one looks like it's just in the books. I mean, you tried to go for this crazy play, you didn't get the angle. Falcons were ready for it. You jump the AM in, hoping you find an isolated Shadow Demon. Guess what? The whole team's there. There's the Enchantress pipe. This will break the high ground completely.
Well, look at that.
The only question is, will there be any more all chat in this game too?
Salah draft ini.
I think that's what we're all waiting for. Bated breath here.
Mereka tidak. They don't
calculate. I think we all know the outcome that's coming. A 5-man push from Falcons. 4.5 minutes on the Aegis. Yeah, at the pipe. Hard enough to get through that as is, considering BB team's entire focus right now is this magic burst.
Is nice.
And the Animage, he's just not ready.
The 1 point of hopium here.
Okay.
You do have Kataomi rushing Ags on Disruptor, and he will get it here.
Okay. They give the last pick anti-mage.
Yes, absolutely.
They want to be Ame.
Always a powerful item. I don't know if you have damage to bring the heroes down under it. But Falcons might confidently move into it because they've done it time and time again, and they've just shrugged it off. Might not expect this Axe to come out in this game, given how one-sided it is.
Yeah, there's a real chance if, like, the Enchantress gets caught inside of it so you don't get the pipe off.
Yeah, the issue is you have Shadow Demon. You can always bail a hero out under it anyway.
Yeah.
But hey, maybe you land a 4 or 5-man here.
I mean, Falcons, he hit a 4-man Static Storm earlier. Falcons have not been shy about clumping up. If they can burst down the Enchantress at the start, that would be beautiful. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work. And now Miro, now the Epicenter goes out. There goes that Static Storm, and the BKB is already activated by Skeeter. It's not good enough. It would never be good enough. Falcons, they'll stay healthy. They'll stay up as 5. They will not lose a man as they push into the high ground to end game 2.
Already asked for the tips, and he received a few as this series will go the distance. The all chat's heating up. A little toxicity heating up, and some good old last pick Huskar. I don't think ATF is going to get that again. You catch him once, fine, but you should not catch him twice. That said, this is a scary team to give that last pick to when you have to pick that carry blind. And I think if BB team are in that position again.
Kalau Sven menang lawan Troll, mereka tidak akan ban Troll. Karena Sven kalah melawan Troll, mereka ban Troll. BB udah kalah berapa game? 1 sama, skornya 1 sama masih. Bagaimana Mas Kavi? Apakah masih di sini? Apakah sudah di alam tidur? Acor ya.
That means that maybe the breakdown of this game, Kezu, is going to be quite straightforward.
I mean, it probably could be of. I mean, we can mention other things also that do matter. So I want to say that this was the best possible last pick Falcons could have gone for. But at the same time, I do think it starts with you picking anti-mage. I don't think it was a particularly good AM game.
Nasi telur mantep nih. Game ketiga.
You know, it's not just like let Falcons have the hero, but also starting yourself. And overall, Falcons, they get their good heroes. The snaking and she goes in, makes it
counter Sven. Yes.
They're happy with what's happening. They're protecting each other. So it's also the
Pandai dia
gameplay
Ben.
that
Yeah.
comes on top of it.
I think another
You can watch the replay, my friend. Falcon ban Ursa and Troll because Ursa can counter Sven. Because Troll can counter
fix whatever he could wherever he
Sven.
could. He couldn't stay on that lane and
Troll
try to make a
also
play
can
with a
counter
riskier
Faceless
farm. They
Void.
were chasing this Huskar, trying to
But the last
slow
pick
him
is
down a little
anti-mage,
bit, and
right?
because of that, Sven
The
was
last pick
also
for
free to
Bad Boom
just
is
try to
anti-mage.
without any question.
And after the last pick anti-mage, Dire, Falcon get the last pick, the real last pick, which is Huskar. Anti-mage cannot win, no matter what.
No matter who goes in,
They should have swapped lane.
A heal and a dispel from the Shadow Demon, a disrupt
And
from
even
the
if
Shadow Demon.
anti-mage
So you have
win,
this confidence. It's like
they
this
got
ability
Sven.
to not care. And
Sven
that's
can
what
easily
Falcons
kill
were lacking in the first
anti-mages.
game. They couldn't just simply go. They had to
CK, CK cannot, CK cannot,
This time
because
around,
Sven
it's
can
just
easily
pure
kill CK.
brute force, just
They got
full
Sand
send,
King,
in you
right?
go, and of course
Sand
it
King
helps
can
with that
kill
mid-range jungling
CK
at the end.
Illusion
They needed
easily.
like a, I don't know,
And
quadruple like performance from maybe
if
even
they
all
pick
the other players to
CK,
actually like
Shadow
make it work.
Demon
Like everyone puts in like
can copy
3x, 4x
CK,
overtime.
and
Because
that
it's
will
not,
be bad
it's not that common and
for
normal, especially
the
nowadays
CK
that you
team.
get like this
Wang
Exodia
sekali
last
cok
pick where
parfumnya.
you're just like 90% of people watch this game. They're
Parfum
like,
siapa kayak ini?
they're screwed. What are
Jam
they gonna
1.
do about it? And he tried with like some
Hai.
you know, minute 2.
Aduh, pusing. Anjing wanginya pusing. 7-1-0-7. That's a draft problem. From Malaysia, my friend? Farhan Hanif? I'm from Indonesia, by the way. We got subscriber, we got membership from Malaysia, Dato Seribandi, we got Afik. Cheers. Neighbor. We got Malaysia, Indonesia. Thanks, yeah, man. Brothers. Saya selalu tengok live, I see, tapi jarang komen. Main Slart, yes, correct. Betul. Thank you, man. Thank you for always been watching. Appreciate that.
You need the guy to even be a Huskar player.
Huskar.
He does it 617. There's nothing more I can praise.
I nak beli nasi telur karena sudah lapar tengah malam. I will go for a while, guys. This is gonna be taking around 5 to 10 minutes while I'm gonna eat my... What is this? I don't know. Midnight? Snake snack? Okay, I'll be back in makan dulu. Yes. Pergi sebentar ya guys ya. Tapi ya tetap lanjut aja nih live streamnya. Punten.
The story of this series though is whoever has second pick feels like they've utilized last pick really well, right? The lifesteal in the first game had this kind of inevitable timer. The Huskar this time dominates the lane, so I feel like whoever's got second pick is going to have the advantage. I don't know who's won the coin flip for this one, but yeah, second pick just feels broken, at least in this series.
Yeah, I will also say, I mean, they should have maybe thought about it. Is that really mean to say? Because I do remember there was a period of time when everybody played the Huskar against the anti-mage.
But it's like all things, it comes in and out of favor, right? Like 7 months ago, Phoenix offlane and Phoenix mid was the counter to the monkey mid and the monkey carries. It then disappeared. The joyous thing of meta, it is never set. Meta is able to be set through the players going, I want to play it. There's no like rule book which says you need to do this, you have to do that. We don't have game mechanics that stop you unlike other games. You know, like we can do literally anything in Dota.
It's true, and this is like, just look, I mean, Pure has 100% kill participation at this point because he's like roaming, but just look at the network. This is a 2k deficit, and yeah, I feel like it's not easy to fault them for not banning Huskar. In hindsight, yeah, you can swap out Mars for Huskar if you want anti-mage, but like, there is no other player, there's no other team in the world that is gonna do this to you. I think it goes back to the AM pick itself. What do you think, Mira?
I think that all of this is true, and maybe it's hard to remember things like Huskar, but at the same time, anti-mage is wildly optimistic in that position.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like, it's not like, oh, they should have banned the Huskar if they're going to pick anti-mage. Why not just pick Marcy? You had you have the opportunity to pick something more stable that gets countered by less, but they went for something a little bit wild. I think they wanted to give Kira a hero he'd have fun on and maybe catch them
that was
off
very
guard.
fun.
Yeah, they wanted to catch Falcons off guard, but what they ended up doing was just tripling down on that. If BB team don't have a good laning stage, their games look awful. I mean, that hasn't changed at all from yesterday.
Yeah, this was definitely a rough one for BB team. But hey, man, it might just be a fan service to get us to a third game, you know? That's always fun. What was not fun was, I think, the amount of fun Pure had in the game. I don't think that was fun at all. And I know we talk about it a lot, and Purge is going to talk about it some more.
Thank you, Cheever. Yeah, I just wanted to break down why it is so bad. For those of you that don't know exactly how these heroes function, some changes that have happened in the last year since you've been here. If you haven't noticed, Huskar doesn't have any mana anymore. He used to have mana, he no longer has any mana. That means that when you're playing an anti-mage who drains mana from your opponent, you just don't get that bonus damage. That means the first skill you have that you normally skill here just doesn't do anything to Huskar. So that's the first problem. The second problem is you're also laning against a Shadow Demon, who's actually quite good against anti-mage, because if Shadow Demon disrupts anti-mage and he has his first skill skilled, your illusions that are created will drain your mana as well. So he just doesn't even get to skill his first skill. It doesn't do damage to Huskar, and it would hurt him against the Shadow Demon. So he basically relies on his second skill, the Blink. That's going to allow him to disjoint some attacks that are flying at him and decrease some of the damage that he's taken. He could also skill his third skill, which reduces the magic damage he's taking, which he is by the Burning Spears, but it's only going to reduce 15% of the damage that he's taking from the Burning Spears. He could maybe reflect a Shadow Demon spell, but it's not looking great. So basically he gets into the situation where he is just dumping regen into his body, trying to keep his health up enough so that he can get some last hits, and he's just struggling on it. He's at 860 net worth here, and the Huskars are already at 1200, and once he gets a boots advantage, it's basically impossible to lane here. So AIM is just getting what he can, which is why he went for that cool rotation, which did work quite well. The fact that he assisted in killing the Sven is huge. Him dying afterwards, I don't even care that much because it's going to get him back on the map a bit quicker. But this was the next problem. He's teleporting into lane. He gets a Helm of Iron Will. He tries to drain some mana from Malorine. That doesn't quite work out. And then he goes to jungle. And here's something that basically has not mattered in almost any game is the Rabble Rouser here. This is the buff from Enchantress. This means that any creeps that are attacking your enemies do more damage. So he's forced in this jungle at an abnormally early time, 4 minutes in. And these creeps are now doing 20% more damage to him. So his life is already almost impossible, and made even harder by the fact that there is an Enchantress in the game. So extremely tough situation for the anti-mage here. Goes back to lane finally, and then he just immediately gets ganked as well by Mallory, who probably anticipated this based on the fact that he went to heal. So insanely tough game for him. We'll just have to run it back and hopefully give him a better hero.
I don't think we're gonna run back that anti-mage, that's for sure. And Rabble Rouser, I mean, not for me. I learned something new today.
I forgot about that entirely.
Yeah, me too.
Because that innate from Enchantress was not really relevant when they gave it to her. Like, we thought it would be game-breaking when we first saw the change. It sucked. It didn't mean anything. Carries were still clearing camps anyway. Not if your carry goes jungle, level 3, then it owns.
It definitely did own, and right now I'm sure that there's some good talks happening with both teams about how they're going to approach game number 3. And while they're talking, of course, you see loads of people still around the arena, and they're walking back and forth, and you're wondering, like, what could they possibly do other than watching DotA here in the Barclays Arena? Well, Slacks has found out exactly what you can do here.
We are here for the meet and greet session with Heroic. Now, you guys might not know this because you're not at the arena, most of you, but if you are at the arena, after everybody wins, they get to go and have a meet and greet. We're not talking about a lame-ass signing session where they're away from you. Look, they are physically touching you. So this is the greatest kind of moments you can have. Let's go ahead and talk to some of the folks in the crowd. Hold on one second. Sir, if I may, what did they smell like?
They smell like honey.
They smell like honey, ladies and gentlemen. Get down here quick. Quick, so sweet, so beautiful. Let's go talk to some crowd members here waiting in line. So sorry. Who's over here? Oh, whoa. We have seen you going absolutely ballistic in the crowd. Every Heroic game, you're top of the cheering here.
No recollection of that whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about.
Fantastic. Well, it is so good to see you here in their winning fan meet and greet. Did you go? Oh, you couldn't go to the last one. They didn't win. But Are you going to do more of these? Are you going to come every time they win?
Of course, yes. I'll be here all day, all night if that's what I need to do.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for keeping us alive.
No.
Upatae!
No.
Upatae! Hey, all right, well, enjoy. Delete Sniper, thank you very much.
I have a tip for Ice Frog.
Okay.
To make Dota the best game in the world, just delete Sniper.
Okay, delete Sniper, but put back in old techies. Do you agree?
Yes. Please, yeah.
Hell yeah! Best
old stacks back.
Yeah.
That's it.
Best of both worlds, baby. Thank you very much. And I did want to say, would you mind if I showed off your cosplay? I love cosplayers, and we finally have a Grimstroke cosplay. I've never seen a Grim before. What made you want to choose to do Grimstroke?
I haven't seen it before.
You have not seen it before either. Well, that is fantastic. Thank you for the Glimmer Cape. I didn't even notice. I'm such a noob. I'm so sorry. Okay, please, Glimmer Cape and disappear for us on the camera, all right?
My boyfriend told me this is your favorite hero.
What the f is this? Thank you. I thought we were friends. I don't want your disgusting Wind Ranger. I'll take it. Thank you very much. Absolute filth. And that's it. After every single game, you can come and see one of the players or the whole team. You can see them, you can talk to them, you can greet them. So make sure to find your favorite winners whenever you want. There are a few things to do around the arena here at the International. Thank goodness we have some really cool stuff to check out. And one of these really cool things is this nice wall of history, which features all of the different jerseys from all the different TIs, including their championship rings, which is really, really cool. This one, 2019, oh, beautiful, with the purple and the little indents in there. The golden TI, I think that was 2021. The best jersey, I have to say, that represents Dota 2, in my opinion, I do have to give it to the purple jersey. Look at it, it's iconic. Rings, though, are super sick. Let's take a look at the rings. So, we have some not too interesting rings here at TI1, but they do grow in power. We start going for the Aegis to the nice, more purpley Dota logo, but the years of the NA Dota, that's where it begins. EG on the ring, that is super sick. The Wings ring, unbelievable. Liquid is nice. OG, very nice. Second OG is a little better, but if I had to choose, best ring ever, guys, this Wings one is unreal. I could see some very, very rich person wearing that in real life, so very nice. Anyway, cool trip down memory lane. What else do we have going on in the arena? Let's check it out. Okay, next up is the graffiti wall. This is a classico of the International. Lots of people coming in and signing it. See if I see anything interesting here. Zowie! I wonder who that was. That's very nice. Oh, here we go. Death is my enclave of the beer. Let's see here. Oh, somebody did their Twitch handle. Twitch Kitty, I'm not gonna read it. Kitty Kraken, I hope you got 1 million subs. Thanks for putting it on the wall. You got 1 sub right here. That's very good. Anything else? No, it's just literally a bunch of random Twitch channels and names and curse words. It's fantastic. I actually think that sums up the community pretty well. Good job, guys. Well done. Those aren't the only activations we have, of course. There's a bunch of stuff all around the arena. Like this beautiful little monument. There's a little selfie station. You guys thought I was toxic before. Now you can pretend like you're Viper. That's just like that. That's a classic Viper voice line. Just like that. Thanks for watching, everybody. Back to you guys.
Awesome to see all the things you can do and take pictures with. I will say, though, that Glimmer Cape definitely for me took the cake there. That was very cool to see, and I hope that the upcoming series we're going to watch is also very cool to see, focusing our attention on game number 3. Clean slate with these two teams here. Effie, we got Falcons, we got BB team. Both teams very much deserving and to be the top 6. One of these will be top 3.
Yeah, I mean, even though BB team won that first game, I'm a little bit worried for them going into this game 3. Because in both games, the one that they got crushed in and the one that they won, they also got crushed in that, especially at the start.
Amen.
There is something going wrong with their early game that needs to be fixed.
The one good thing is the fact, like, the manner that you just lost in is so bad, or like, it's so easy for you to just say, we can go next. You know, it's like the one time where I feel like usually people say this to like cope. It's actually real this time. It's like, guys, whatever, 24 Husker, like this guy, he won't get it again. You go free and easy. And I think Falcons are gonna do a similar thing about game 1. We were up 10, 15k gold. Make it simple, go.
I'm watching the coin toss. That's all that matters for me. It's going round. You don't see it, but oh. BB won the coin toss. So I think they're probably going to take second pick, and with that, they can protect themselves from this ultimate last pick, because again, both teams have shown that they're very good at utilizing this, and in game 1 BB showed excellent scaling under pressure, the ability to fight. In game 2 they never got to get on, even get to the game, right? So if we ignore the previous game, BB are competitive along the side of Falcons. It's just draft dependent.
I think if you give Falcons first pick though, you're in for a world of pain, because there's either going to be the Sand King coming out, or the Chen, or the Enchantress, or even the first pick Hoodwink themselves to take it away from BB team. That's a tough one. There's not enough bans for a Falcons first pick.
Yeah, I did want to touch upon that, because both games now, BB team did open with that Hoodwink. Of course, once from second pick and then once from overall first pick. Surely we're going to see something different for game number 3. At least I would imagine that there's something different prepared.
Yeah,
do you think that Hoodwink is still so highly demanded?
I think it will probably be picked again, but maybe if BB team get to close the phase later and then get into the bans, maybe it will allow them to take out the Enchantress, which Falcons have now ran twice into it, which it seems to be posing a huge problem to them. Or Falcons, like Mira is saying, maybe they first pick the Hoodwink themselves, but I'm not sure. I feel like they should still rate the Sand King incredibly high. It's 2 games in a row where he just rolls on everyone. He has good early game, has the stacks, does his Blink Dagger. We've seen it again, and we'll see it again if they allow it.
I think you just break one of the 2 pieces in what BB team have shown is their Sand King solution, DK plus Hoodwink. You either ban the DK so you can comfortably first pick the Sand King, or you pick the Hoodwink, take that away, and then see if you can get that second phase Sand King.
But it's also in the interview, right? In game 2, before game 2, Aoi contradicted himself. He said they're a good team against puck. They liked it. They don't mind playing against the hero. But in game 1, they banned it. In game 2, they give away the puck. They beat it. So maybe going into the third game, they just don't bother with puck anymore. They just let that through. And then like you were mentioning, you ban a DK, you ban a Bristle, you ban one element of how a second pick BB was able to pick apart Falcons.
Yeah, I will say the DK was banned in the previous game, but by BB team themselves.
That's because they were in a position where they could get their puck. So they wanted to ban a puck counter, but when Falcons saw that DK was taken out, they were like, okay, well, pick Sand King.
Yeah,
so there is something going on there with the DK plus Sand King.
No, for sure. And I think this is also really cool when you do get deeper into these tournaments, and suddenly it's like this series, we don't see the DK, then suddenly you do see it. You see it banned in the next game too, even by their own team, because they're like, okay, if this is banned, we can take the other thing that we do want. So yeah, going to this game 3, I'm just expecting, both teams to play in top form. I feel like neither of them have really anything to lose. Like in game 1, BB team make this incredible comeback. Game 2, Falcons kind of get like a freebie win. So going into game 3, both teams should be feeling, I would say, maybe as clean as 2 teams could going into a third game at TI.
Yeah, I was going to touch upon that, because how do we feel these teams are feeling? Because we've talked about both teams, and the experience is there. But for both, other than for Skeeter and Snaking, the TI experience is not. And it is different still, T.
Yeah, I think Falcons, if anything, probably toned down just a little bit going into the second game. Sure, they're still spicy with their all chat, but you could feel that there was no, cockiness anymore. It was just like disciplined, strong DotA with the element of like the odd, typing here and there. Game 1, you could feel that they were being a little bit more making mistakes, and for BB, I feel like they've had every emotion possible so far at TI. They've had the lowest of lows, the highest of highs. It's like, I don't really know where they're sitting right now.
I know where they're sitting. They're right there.
Wow.
Got him. I'm sorry.
You had to do that one. It was too easy.
Oh, well, that's okay, because we should be talking about this third game. We should be talking about what is coming our way. And I am happy to announce that it is time to see exactly that.
Team Falcons versus BB Team. Game 3.
So we do have BB Team on the Radiant side, and they will have overall last pick, and that means Falcons is dire with first pick for themselves, and we're in the draft, and we are about to see what changes will be made. There are some things that just don't change though, because the Naga Siren's still getting banned, we see the Pugna still getting banned. Lycan, also not a hero we're going to see a lot of anymore, because today it had great success, even on some of the losing games, but we'll see. There's already bonus time being used right now to go for this ban, and they do respect ban the Kataomi Bane.
Yeah, it seems like it. So they did play into it in game 1. Maybe they didn't really love their Ringmaster response. So like where they feel like, okay, if they do this, we're more likely to pick this type of hero. I'm not sure if there's much else. Like maybe they want to first pick a specific hero that also Bane is very good against. But yeah, you're also taking out the Comfort. In BB team, they're doing the same, taking out the Sand King.
The dance is over. The Sand King, DK, Hoodwink, we're going in a different direction, which suddenly beckons the question of Beastmaster. He's been relatively ignored in these games.
Wow, Chen also. They've left in the Snake King Chen for the first time, I believe, in this series.
Correct.
That's a scary one. I mean, last game you had Falcons that broke 2 of the unbeaten heroes from BB team with the Puck and Bristle. Let's see.
And the ignored Marcy is actually banned on the side of Falcons, and we will see the Chen from Snaking in action.
But we did see this in the first game, right? The idea of BB gave Falcons a dominant hero, and then they picked it apart, right? Same thing could be happening here, where Falcons finally get access to their Chen. Again, very strong hero for them. And yeah, I'm interested to see which angle BB's going to go. Against Chen, you can go for like Primal Beast and really dominant, strong offlaners to try and bully through the lane, not caring about Chen. But you have to respect all the auras they're going to bring.
Oh, just go for the Hoodwink again.
Yeah, sure.
3 games in a row, why not? I will say, for similar reasons, Chen is considered pretty good against Hoodwink. You have the mana burn, you're kind of annoying, you can fight back, so both teams, again, should be happy with what's happening, but this is an undefeated hero and a most banned hero against this team for a reason.
I need to see damage on pretty much every pick, though, from BB. If they just go for like light control and scaling, Chen will take over the game. Your 20 to 25 minute important fights around Roshans and towers, you just feel like you won't be killing anyone. So I really want to see if BB want to be competitive against Falcon's best hero. It is killing in lanes, damage in the early game.
What do we think here for BB team? They do have to open up again out of the phase themselves. They have another band that they can protect themselves with.
Could still be DK. I think they're pretty happy with how their DK plus Hoodwink went.
But if we argue that that is picked up against the Sand King, Sand King's not in, do you still like it as much?
I think it did a lot for them and it enables their Hoodwink. I mean, another approach they could take would be something wild, like picking some anti-zoo hero, like the Timbersaw that we haven't seen in a while. Beastmaster still in the pool as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to build their own Miro.
Something nice that you kind of want to do against Chen. Chen lineups generally fall apart if you can kill the first guy. Like AoE is not, sure it's good against Chen, but then there's Hand of God, there's a pipe, there's your AoE magic resist creeps, whatever it is, you need to kill this one guy to break this formation. So if you're able to have a single target high DPS hero, or like Effie's mentioning, you have a DK with a Hoodwink and give it like another DPS guy that when you jump this first guy, he just gets blasted out of the game through the heals.
But with heroes like SD still being available for Falcons, if Falcons identify that's scary. That's a route BB's going to be taking, Crit's going to be able to pick up another hero to try and combo break that.
Has Miro played much of Pangolier? I know that this is a hero that tends to be liked, it can't be flags, it's like okay team fight. I'm not saying they will pick it, but I'm looking more for something like this. I would say there are other heroes like Crystal. They feel like okay early on, but there's a lot of auras and physical like armor that the Chen gives to his teammates where I feel like Crystal isn't actually that amazing against the hero.
Miro has not played Pango so far at this.
Okay, then I feel like that's just not happening.
And are we really just forgetting about Beastmaster? Have they just deprioritized that hero in this series?
Maybe they feel like they will just go for the DK. Why not? Maybe to go back to the Beastmaster, maybe they don't really want to play it into Chen, even though you can still play with, the Axes and the Aghanims. I don't really think it matters.
Well, what if you play it with Chen, because it's still in the pool?
Oh, you mean for Falcons?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it would have been good for either
No, this
team.
is yeah, why not?
I mean, we mentioned the DK, but yeah, it's just half of their duo that allows them to play make, lets them set up for quick kills around the map, always have some kind of potential to make it so that Falcons don't farm for free.
Yeah. I mean, you have, in my opinion, one of the two approaches. I like what T mentioned, where you could look for a save with like the SC. Here's the hero that you want with the Beast. Yeah, I was saying you can either go for the save against the DK, or you just give yourself enough damage that you kind of lacked earlier. Against the DK with like the long range, you don't have the Hoodwink, so maybe there's like Grim, there's Snap. God, this looks super chill.
I prefer it with the fact that Malreen's been playing it mid more than offlane. I think in the way that Falcons are playing, I don't want to see Amar take it to offlane. I want to see it still go to the mid, still be the pick-off style of play, and kind of give life to your game. Because Beastmaster will always activate a Snap or a Chen. And then it opens up for both Skidder and Amar to be farming a lot.
Oh, a main stage favorite. It's always fun to
Magnus
watch
is like
in action.
Iconic TI hero. You've got the scaling, you've got the displacement, you've got RPs, you can flex him, he lanes well. this is just an amazing hero.
Doesn't have the win rate though, but that's okay.
That's okay.
And what if their idea is that because you see a Beastmaster plus Chen, you know there's going to be early tower pressure, you know there could be early attempts at high ground. Magnus is a hero that's good at punishing those attempts. Maybe they want to have them 5-man into like skewer isolations, maybe forcing them to go a little bit too far out into the map and punishing that with Magnus.
Not opposed to that at all. So like Magnus is a very good insurance policy to have. They just need to make sure they have layers of the fight with it, right? And for Falcons, when we talk about the killing that one guy, right? Kelly, you're saying about bursting that hero. When you have the Snapfire with the Aghanims, you get a good enchantment with cast range, you get a Blink Dagger, you're going to be able to stop that DK Hoodwink initiation on a hero. Sure, if you get hit by an RP, you're also going to be dragged back and killed, but there will be so many moments in this game for Crit to shine and to give more life to the fights.
Just a nice combo, too. Mortimers into Roar, like you've always got some kind of play to make.
It's also something that Falcons have in like every draft. It's like this 1+1 kill combo, sometimes even on multiple people, like 1+5 or 2 with 4 or the offlaner with the 4. We get a Warlock. It's not a hero we've seen too often, but it's a very good hero. He has good laning, can have an early ultimate, can also buff up people. Makes it easy for your carry also. It's most likely a last pick hero. You lane with Warlock. I mean, you should be chilling.
Warlock's the support which gives life to any carry against any offlane combination. Because of the heal, the Fatal Bonds, in a difficult lane, you shove the wave. In a good lane, you find the kills, right? So Warlock's enabling Pure to utilize that last pick in the draft and go, no matter what you want, we will try and give it life. You're not going to be an anti-mage in the jungle, because this Warlock will fix every problem.
Yeah. It also just lets them play versus the Zoo in the sense that you have the Fatal Bonds for the early group up that's going to happen on the side of Falcons. It seems like they have this idea that they can just punish the early group up with their big team fighting spells. I don't know if I personally believe in that idea. I think playing against Beastmaster plus Chen feels so overwhelming and so exhausting, even if you think you can out-team fight them.
It does, and they're proposing some very strong lanes. Like, you still have most likely Amar's here that's going to be picked later, but Chen plus Troll is a very strong lane. Like, you've got the creep, Chen is hitting you. Troll is one of the most aggressive carries in lane. He will always help his support on the side. You're going to get 2v1'd over and over and over again, and it's a lot of buffs too.
He's also not a carry that if you skewer back, that means that you've killed him successfully. Yep. Unless you chain it with the RP and you have enough burst to kill him during that, he's going to live through it, turn on his ult, get healed by the Chen, and then the team will turn the fight. It breaks the idea of wanting to skewer back a carry and kill them.
And it feels like every core that Falcons have at the moment is the same recipe, right? They're independent cores that if snaking is a second late with the hill, it's not that much of a problem, right? A mid Beastmaster, he goes for Aghanims, BKB, early refresher. Like, as long as he doesn't die in the RP, he's going to be able to turn it around. Like you mentioned with Troll, the same thing. Yep. So Falcons, no matter which core is offered up to the Magnus, there is a chance that the fight can kind of be extended, dragged to the new position, and they can still take it. It's not as if the one person who's dragged away is, I'm really sorry, it's not like we're seeing like a sniper or a drow, like these type of heroes that once they're caught, they are just deleted from the game.
So Falcons...
Dead heroes, by the way, at TI. Don't know why
it's true. Like, so Amar has to pick out of phase. Generally, when Falcons play, they like having this double team fight. Like the double jump, like, so I'm assuming that they're gonna look for like another beefy guy that's gonna go in. You have a strong lane with Snap, unless they want to run the beast offlane, which I feel like they're probably not going to.
They could play Pango, and then they'll keep it open. Pango could go either mid or offlane.
That's true.
It does seem like Falcons, with the ban of the puck, they still keep it very open as well, where that Mag and the DK are going.
I still do quite like Pango for Falcons, but what I need, regardless of what comes out from Falcons, is a wow factor pick for this overall last pick for BB team, because I think their idea of just punishing a group up early by out-team fighting them is so hard to pull off. Like, you have to play exceptionally well to do that, and you know one of your side lanes is already losing because you see this Troll Warlord.
It's definitely not that. I mean, these picks, as always, like the last two picks in the draft, they're very detrimental to both teams. I would say for now, I see a slight ease of execution for Falcons. Luckily, what's on BB team's side is that they are the second pick team. They're supposed to wow us with like the very last pick of this entire game.
The thing with Falcons is they just need additional team fight, right? That one way to start an engagement, right? The Panga that's already been mentioned, the Mars, just if I'm here, we can fight around it.
Team Falcons.
The respect.
The Huskar band coming out. Gotta appreciate.
I mean, I guess
that.
it kind of makes sense. Like, if you're a BB team, you most likely want a melee carry in this lane or DK, because you do have the Magnus offlane to play with the Empower.
If they don't care about stuns in regards to Mars and Pango, then going back for like the Underlord from Mars could be an option. Just another hero that can quickly jump in. When Mag grabs a hero, you just pit right on top of them, TP in, throw down whatever auras or buffs or right clicks that you want to provide. Again, there's a lot of options for Amar. Again, we've listed 3. He might even just probably pick a 4th different one, but...
Yeah, he's got plenty of good heroes or like signature ones available. You mentioned the Mars, they banned the Ursa, there's some other like even dead heroes. I mean, we don't need to like go down the list. He's got a lot of options that are all very good.
Let's see which option Falcons go with for themselves.
How often has the Melon Man been picked at TI?
Not very frequently at all, I'll tell you
That's
that.
a bit sad.
That's Tidehunter.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
Would be pretty cool. Outside of the break of Hoodwink, other than that, yeah. Strong, independent Tidehunter.
Well, let's see. The one other good thing for BB team, they have a lot of reserve time later.
I don't know if that comes through on the microphone at all, but a couple of very happy people here.
As they should be.
As they should be.
2 seconds.
And
that's the Mars.
Yeah, they go for the Mars. Instant Pangolier.
Instant.
They don't even think. They wanted it. Of course, the pressure of the Chen, if you go to the tower, you want a bit of wave clear. BB didn't really have that hero to just stop snaking from running around the early tier 1, tier 2 towers. And GPK now on the mid lane from Pango, he can be that force to give time for BB to scale into the game.
This Tango pick gives me more comfort as well in their ability to play into this early zoo, this early group up with the Beastmaster, because the reliance on, okay, Magnus and Warlock are going to have big ultis and pop off, that's way too hard. Tango, on the other hand, he can always play into them. He's always going to give you that AoE damage and the means to like fight into the arena as well with the Rolling Thunder.
I like this quite a lot. It's quite good against lane, like in the lane against these two. You're physical against the boars, you can kill them. Like you were saying, the team fight against the Chen, against the Snap, against the arena. I like it quite a lot. I would also say pure DK takes me back like 1 or 2 years. I've seen him own on this hero quite a bit. To me, this is the most even draft that I've seen from the 3 games.
And that says something, because if we're looking at Falcon's draft, I feel like that is comfort all the way. This is a lineup that you could literally hand pick. If this was what Falcons got to this place to begin with, it would be these 5 heroes.
And this is what this series feels like it's becoming, right? After the type of games that we had in Game 1 and Game 2, I feel like we're expecting the Game 3 to be a lot closer for both teams to show that. And yeah, I think Falcons will be very happy, BB's going to be very happy. I'm interested to see, will Skidder and Maureen ever combo a Raw plus a Troll ultimate to kill off the Pango during the roll? There's a lot of cool little things that can be happening in this game.
I think Falcons got almost everything that they wanted, and I have a lot of faith in them when they're playing these heroes. For a BB team, what I like that they have is a safe lane that's not going to get completely destroyed like we've been seeing for a while. So maybe their entry point into the mid game will finally be comfortable for once, because DK should not die on that lane. I'm saying he should not. With that being said, I do think this Beastmaster plus Chen, that's tough to play against.
Yeah, overall, I'm also leading. I would say Falcons, maybe slight favorites. I'm looking for BB team to maybe invade a little bit. You've got the Pango, play to the safe lane, make it happen, but I'm expecting a long, even, close, and hype game.
Oh, we want that. That's what we come here to see here in the Barclays Arena, and it is time for that third and deciding game. Which team will be top 3 guaranteed? Find out with Cap and SVG.
That's right, there is a podium finish on the line for one of these 2 teams, but there's something even greater on the line here, Avery, a chance at revenge.
Oh, that is sweet, especially on the TI main stage. There is no better feeling in Dota than knocking out your nemesis. Someone who's been trash talking you, someone that's been saying we're gonna do it to you all year at the biggest point of the season. This would be a very sweet victory for either team if you could take it here in the last game of the day. Give yourself some momentum going into the rest of this event. And boy, do we have another draft that is scary for a BB team to go up against, because you are looking at so much tempo coming out from Falcons, and you gave them a Chen, a hero they've just not lost on, a hero that gives you so much pace, so much scalability, and snaking is a master on the hero. You gave them the Beastmaster with incredible scaling with the double roars going into your hard carry potential. You counteracted a little bit with scale from that Magnus and Warlock, but this could be another game where you just get run down on the towers, and it's all on GPK to try and control any of that, right? Like, he has to bring some pace with this Pangolier.
What'd you think of the swerve here? We're going to see the Dragonite moved over to the safe lane, and instead a different pickup for GPK. Did you like this adjustment? Because either Falcon saw it coming a mile away, or they just didn't give a damn.
I think it's just pure saying, I don't want to get punished on lane anymore. I'm going to construct a safe lane that I know I'll be able to farm with. Skeeter maybe getting run down?
Yeah, maybe the punish comes Skeeter's way instead. Does not happen here for first blood, but perhaps laning phase will still provide that opportunity.
Not the best chase down for that first blood you've ever seen.
No, not great, not great.
I think this is BB compensating. It's really hard to fix gameplay in a series compared to draft, and they're going to try and fix the laning issues by just building a draft that cannot lose that safe lane. That was the biggest pressure point teams have exploited. That was the biggest pressure point in that game too. They got that last pick in the draft, so they were not counter cheese picked. That's a big component of it. But Warlock DK, I mean, if you can't farm the lane with Warlock DK, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that's true. Now looking at it that way, they really did put a heavy emphasis in making sure that Pure actually got to play DotA in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, he will be able to lane. He will probably have more CS at the 3-minute mark than he had at the 6 or 7 last game.
Yeah.
And this DK was a very successful hero for them in that game 1. It gives you a lot of scale. It can be a tough hero for Falcons to just power through because it has some extra sustain, armor, scalability in the late game fight. I think it can be a pretty nice matchup against the Mars as well. Some cool things going for the BB in this draft, particularly if they can get the bonds and the Empower online. I mean, their team fight is insane with Warlock Magnus as this game goes later, and they have a lot of BKB Pierce, which has been a factor in this series. That said, Falcons also made sure they had some. They do not want to get BKB TP'd out ever again in their lives, I think.
What about the Pango itself? A hero that has been nerfed so many times and yet still comes back for TI. GPK, is he happy about the matchup that he ended up against? I mean, the Beastmaster obviously has the counter to the Rolling Thunder later on, but Matt, like laning phase-wise, it's actually pretty good for Pango, right?
Oh, he's chilling here. Especially if you can get some of those power runes. If you can ever invade and steal stacks away from the Beastmaster, you come online a little faster. The mid-beast can be slow. If he loses lane, if he loses some stacks, he can fall into that I'm trying to farm for that big item for a long time. GPK can drive the pace this game. He's had a really good series so far. I think even in that puck game, he played it well. That was just a hopeless game too.
Yeah,
and here
for
he's
sure.
starting off really well in lane. 15-6, leading that CS chart. Really nice start for him. And on the flip side, Skeeter up there on that troll. Not having the best early time despite having the Chen. Having issues CSing against the super high base damage on this Magnus.
Do you think that over time the Troll wins this because of the impact of the Chen? Like he's just going to start burning through all this mana? Like eventually you're just going to chip him down, right?
They've already used a lot of the resources on the Troll, but he gets Lotus, so this is actually a big win. He got all CS under the tower into the Lotus. This will refill the mana pool for those axes, continue winning this lane. Try and delay the Magnus Helm as long as you can, because once that's up, these heroes become way harder to kick out a lane. Nice bonds on this bottom lane for the Mars, as Save also taking some harassment. These lanes are heating up. I mean, there's going to be a kill here soon, because nobody wants to abandon these lanes as you try and race towards the Helms. Don't want to be giving up free CS, and at the same time, there's a lot of harassment coming through.
First blood is still on the table.
This mana burn is just insane. I don't know what you're supposed to do against it if you're Miro. Just get wand charges and spam for some range creeps, but this lane is getting really difficult. Strong start. Impossible lane to win over the long run.
Oh, Cookie back, and the spear into the tower, not quite good enough. They do have the God's Rebuke to push him back under the tower, and even a Blood Grenade to try and slow him down, but Amar taking too much damage, and they didn't have the burst anyway. If it was just a little bit longer, they would have had the pin, and maybe that would have served to be enough damage, but as it stands, the sustain on this lane, it's pretty overwhelming.
I mean, again, they built this lane to say, I don't care what you do, I'm not going to have a bad laning phase. And this DK will be guaranteed a good laning phase here. Bonds is super good against Mars. It's just painful to fight through. So this will be an even laning phase for once in this series, by the looks of it. And if you're a BB fan, that's got to be a nice sight to see.
What are the adjustments that you think Falcons made in turn?
I mean, let's be real. This team doesn't really adjust, right? They just play their game. They're gonna pick their heroes.
Yeah.
They're gonna do what they've done for 2 or 3 years now. You know what's coming. It's just a matter of can you out execute them in the team fights? Can you outscale them? And can you survive the laning phase? I mean, there's not a single hero in this draft that anybody is surprised to see Falcons play.
Yeah, I actually think the only, like, everybody is playing one of their quintessential heroes except for maybe Crit. I don't really think of him as Snapfire. Obviously, he's played it a fair amount, but
He's super comfortable on any of these 4-position range playmakers.
I mean, if you were planning on picking Mars, obviously this is one of the best combos you can get your hands on, right? Cookie into a spear back like they tried earlier, but then obviously when you get 6, that is also a death trap. Get the arena with the kisses going. It's a team fight victory early on, guaranteed.
Nice bombardment threat against the Pangolier. If you go in and stun this Pangolier, suddenly these kisses start coming through. He might not have time to get the Rolling Thunder out. You might not have time to bail him out with your turnaround in the Golem or the RP. I think that's the big threat it provides this game. A lot of extra magic damage to bring the Pango or the DK down early before they get too beefy.
Once again, Amar, he has to spear defensively. As many bracers as he builds up, he simply does not have the HP regen to deal with all this harassment.
And first power rune goes GPK's way. Maybe not the rune he wanted, but he'll snag it up here, and he's still top of that CS chart by a couple denies here.
Does feel like Falcons have given GPK a lot of runes in this series.
It's just not their biggest priority, right? They're more of a stacked, farm-oriented team than a get early power runes and make aggressive plays with them team. It's a stylistic choice. It will give GPK a little more freedom, but then it's up to BB team to use that to build an advantage. Not always the easiest against this team that's very disciplined and doesn't provide a lot of openings. They maintain their resources well, they keep high HP pools, they TP and react very quickly. Something like going for a dive play under a tower to kill a troll with a power rune or something can easily go against you. Just want to get that diffusal up and start skirmishing. That's your game plan here.
Well, while BB team are clearing out some stacks, it leaves the troll alone in lane, which the Chen is happy with. Staking's just been able to play farming jungle.
Build your own Dominator.
That's true.
We're seeing the Chen and Enchantress come back for a reason. This creep shove has been super important this TI. At least this is the honest form of it.
That is true. Now, Crit's play here. This seems a bit of a stretch. If he can get the cookie onto the troll and he slows down the hoodwink, then maybe, but...
I mean, this tells you how strong that safe lane is for BB, that Crit doesn't feel like he can exert any pressure down there with a Snapfire Mars. That he feels the better play is to go up top with this catapult and the Chen timing.
But GPK he has wanted to rotate up to this top lane already once, and now he finds in time to make that rotation come through. The cookie trying to push away from the Rolling Thunder. Skeeter tries to skirt the edges, gets the other side of the cliff. It gets him away from the Rolling Thunder, but still, Save and Miro will pursue. Blood Grenade to try and slow down Miro. Good swashbuckle hit, and they got it. First blood goes the way of BB team.
Costs them a lot of resources, but they get it. They defend the push. Nice little defensive maneuver for them. You give up an amp damage to Maureen. That was kind of the downside of pushing GPK up there and forcing the reaction, but he's got to be happy about a troll kill this early on. That was an aggressive push from Falcons. Felt like they didn't think there was a lot of places to attack on the map. That was their best choice, but it still felt a little forced that early on.
Especially if Maureen isn't matching the rotation of the Pango. Maureen invested in taking the power rune, which he does get it. It's an amp damage, but it came at a certain cost.
I think there's definitely some mid players that might have tried to rotate up there and play that even with the Beast, but it's just not Falcon style with this hero on the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that the point of the Beastmaster? You're just supposed to match the Pangolier every single time he tries to get a Rolling Thunder. You just meet it with the roar and
no,
done.
Your job is farm ags.
Oh.
I mean, your game does not begin until you have ags on this hero. You need to prioritize it. You need to get that up as fast as possible. He's going to try and make a move with this amp.
Got the arena on Pure. This is not an easy kill. Managed to get the Dragon Tail, stopping the spear, but there is still going to be that roar and a follow-up spear after that. Sometime, maybe today, or maybe never. Amar just holds on to it and lets Maureen's amp damage do all the work.
The boars are super effective against these melee cores in the early game. Stick some boars on them, hold the stun, nowhere to go, nowhere to run. There's the diffusal for GPK. Still having the best game on BB team. I'll have to make this item work.
Yeah, these are not heroes that have immense mana pools. All three of these cores on Falcons are dependent on mana pools because they have low costing spells. They do not like getting mana burned out whatsoever.
Downside of these, pseudo triple strength core lineups. Your mana pools are pretty lackluster. Your spells can be equally as important. Diffusal can absolutely do some heavy lifting here in the early game. Rune denied from a boar. GBK will have to settle for some tower damage as Malrine pulls ahead off the stacks, man. This is classic mid-Beastmaster gameplay. He got that one nice gank with the power rune that he did get, and then straight in the jungle, clears through all the stacks before any contest comes through. He is giga farmed right now.
You fought and died.
Crit bites out of smoke. See what they do with that, because Malrine has headed back to base, and he's going to heal up right as his TP comes up, and he has another 12 seconds to roar. So I imagine you clear out this mid lane, and then you and the Snapfire go from there.
You have really good single target focus from a decent range. You don't want to go into being...
Oh, nice cookie play. Crit. He'll get the solo on save, and an extra bit of damage on GPK. Very nice.
Big plays coming out on this mid lane. That's going to finish his arcane boots. Nice little pickup in XP as well. Level 7 3/4 on this snap.
Yeah, massive level difference between the two.
I don't even know where he found all these levels, because he made the one move top, it didn't really work. He abandoned bottom early.
I think he probably shared some of the experience from the stacks. Yeah.
I mean, it's a huge level difference. And these are the two playmakers for the squad. Almost level 8, and this Hoodwink is still level 4 for save. Incredibly sacrificial game from him.
It is also part of the MO of Falcons, because they have these strong laning cores that are rather tanky. They've been able to just leave them alone in lane.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, say the Beastmaster, for example, doing those clears, the stacks, Snapfire sitting in mid, soaking up experience. Snake King will be run down here. Bushwhack tries to give him some extra armor, but it's not good enough. It does give the heads up to his carry, who is able to get away from all that nonsense.
Nice little connection for the Pangolier. I mean, you got to remember, this is an Empower lineup, and they have good Empower targets, not the pseudo-Empower ones.
They do, yeah.
This Pango Magnus duo is just nasty. It's a combination OG love to run. Channel your inner tops in here on the main stage. Just make top 3.
Malrine, a regen rune, and 1,000 gold left to that point booster. Meanwhile, Pure, he's having a great time.
Oh, this is the best early game he's had.
Seriously.
It's amazing for him. And he's just going to pick up the farm pace from here. And the flip side of that is, I say this very rarely, but it is ATF coming out of lanes the poorest.
Yeah.
Not something he likes to see, not his usual play style, so he'll have to make it up with some cheap utility here. He's looking at like Yule's Blink. He can play the fights for his other 2 cores and catch up that way, but it's going to be slow from him. Smars really got punished on that lane from the Warlock pick. That was its job. It did that. And now you get to hold on to its ult for the right fights. If
they really want that Pango. This is where that smoke was going to come into play. The arena into a GPK. Can he get ahead of it? The spear, it stops the rolling thunder, sure, but now you don't have a stun to stop it. The second go around, GPK will slow down Amar, do a little damage before he rolls on out of there. So the arena kisses combo does not come out.
Didn't get the cookie connection they were looking for. That's a tough kill regardless. You just don't know where that Warlock is. You can drop a rock, interrupt if they really needed it. ATF's game continues to be a little slow here.
Well, Skeeter, he's got to his Battle Fury, so he's feeling fine, and he will likely start pulling ahead of this Dragon Knight if things stay calm.
I mean, it is always scary to go even or lose early game slightly to the Magnus lineup.
Do you think that's scarier than going even against a Troll lineup?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Magnus at TI, man, this hero can do work. People play a little more scared. They get caught off a little more easily. How many games have we seen Magnus pull ahead, right? I don't even have to name the players that have won that Aegis on this hero for everybody to know who I'm talking about.
I guess the way I see it, though, they are such a stun-oriented lineup. If this game goes late, I think the Troll is kind of unstoppable. Like, he's going to have that Battle Trance strong Dispel, right?
It's a strong Troll game. You are right. There's not a lot that prevents the Troll doing what he wants to do in the fight. It's just a matter of can you survive it and push through it with the scaling on your cores. I will say Skewer in that high ground defense. Like, what is there to stop the Skewer play? It's pretty much the Roar interrupt. You have to be really on point. There's no Rubik in this game. There's no one dying to just drop it.
Amari's immediately going to break the smoke. He's got a shield rune too to help tank the damage. Immediately uses the Arena Spear onto Miro, and with the kisses, try and take him down. He actually used the RP to try and protect himself. That final glove, it's not going to do it. Maybe they've got a spear. The bonds is great. It hits a lot of these heroes. Can they put the damage in though? Especially with the extra life on Maureen. They do not want to be fighting into this Beastmaster with the Ags. That means GPK, he's going to roll on out of here. They've already lost one hero, and they've given up the Roshan. These were heavy losses to BB team. They cannot afford for GPK's game to slow down much more.
That could have been an amazing fight for them. 4-man bonds off that flank in the river, but the roar comes out of the Pangolier, stops all the damage in its tracks. The counter is working for Falcons right now, and Maureen, he just had such a fast game. You're able to push
and the troll, he already used his battle trance, plus he wasn't the one to take the Aegis. A cookie saves him.
That is close to ticking out there, 70 HP. Maureen looking for his own maneuver back here. But no roar available. Pretty limited catch potential. Get the D-ward around the pit as well. Very successful objective-based move for Falcons. They're not completely snowballing this game like we saw previously, but they are controlling the pace right now. You still got to get this tier 1 bottom. I can't believe this tower's still up, actually. I mean, that shows how poor of a laning phase ATF had. This tower is normally just gone by default. You have to use this Aegis to clear out the junk down here.
Yeah, Pure has been able to just dragon form off cooldown and play in both on the tower and farming those ancients, but move to the other side of the map. Falcons will finally take the safe lane tower. They also took the mid tower at the same time, thanks to the Chen. I mean, the Chen's start going to be impactful. He's got the drums. Once you get the mech, it's going to be a lot of early game. BB team, they're going to be reliant on Miro to separate the big team fight that Falcons has. He needs his Blink Dagger badly.
Especially if the towers start getting sieged. That's your best defense mechanism in combination with the Pango Warlock team fight. Be very interesting to see when Falcons decide to group up this game, because grouping up can cost you a lot if that fight goes wrong. You almost rather just split the map, but then you're splitting the map against the Empower farmers, which feels a little bad in itself. So you really have to make these moves count when you combine the Beastmaster and the Mars here. Try and take away PB space. Like, that's the biggest factor right now. If you can take camps away from their Empower farmers.
Amar, he still gets the arena on Pure. Kisses, roar, so much damage, man. Pure doesn't stand a chance. Still though, BB team, if they could get some sort of skewer RP, they have a chance to punish, but no. The Rolling Thunder doesn't hit. Amar is able to blink it out. And that was an Arcane Rune use too, so the arena is not going to be on cooldown for long.
GPK just messed up the roll in there. Just didn't get in there in time. Awkward space to fight for that Pangolier, and your DK's dead no matter what. This is not a lineup that really wants to react to Falcons jumping one of your big damage dealers. You have the blink on the Magnus, so you have a little turnaround potential, but that's the strength of the kisses in this early game. Once that hero's pinned, once he's stunned, he's pretty much dead. Even if you go in and counter initiate, the damage is going to be done.
A lane ward, Miro. He could have gone for that Snapfire, opted against it.
This lineup's picking up steam. This is where Chen starts to feel really scary.
All right, just flat out RP him. They do finally pull the trigger on that one. I'm sure Crit realizes, yeah, there's some sort of lane ward. He's already pinging it out.
That'll get the job done. There is an RP connection. Slow this pace down, take at least one of these heroes off the map.
I think there is a lot of weight here on Miro's shoulders. He's got to continue to find pickoffs like that, and not just with an RP, but Amar, he's already struck first. Got the pin right next to Skeeter. You could not ask for a better setup if you're the carry troll.
I intercepted that move perfectly. I think they were heading towards Pure, but they'll take the Magnus for sure. ATF, he's not done.
Amar's crazy, man. He's just blinking into 1v2. There was no upside to that. He just wanted to taunt Pure.
I mean, the upside is you send a message. Maybe they start thinking they have vision there.
The real vision is in the triangle. They do know about it. Dragon Tail stops Amar. He doesn't actually hit the spear into the trees, but they do have good control of the area. The tower is fall.
This is how you're going to build a lead. Take the camps away from BB's cores. There's a little rat action happening off the Helmet Dominator from the Magnus, but that's about it. They cannot afford to lose too many of these ancient spawns before you just have to take the fight straight up. That's what Falcons want, fighting into the Chen, into the BKB troll. This Chen is going to give you a lot of auras to play with. It's going to buff up the EHP across the board. And an easy Tormentor cleanup for this troll.
And Crit, who already bought out his shard, so Akor had an opportunity to get it. And Falcons, they roll real well on the 50-50. Amar's going to get the shard. We'll see if he can hit the two-man spear.
Absolutely can find some two-man spears in this game. I mean, this Pango is a great target, no BKB. The Magnus BKB is going to be a long ways away. Especially if you can catch some of these supports in the arena.
All right, BB team, feels like it's about time for them to strike back. Pure has his BKB. So he could deal with the overwhelming damage that Falcons is throwing his way, as long as he doesn't get chain stunned. So he can stand up to the troll, but what about his backline? The two supports, and there it is!
Beautiful.
He got the shard, and it immediately pays off with a two-man spear. Now they're going to catch Pure. No, wait. A skewer back into the tier 2. RP to lock him down underneath this tower. Amar in trouble. They can try and get what heals they can. Not good enough. Skeeter, he pops his ultimate, but that's a Dragonite. It's a pretty tanky hero. The help of Malrine, though, the BKB does not allow him to stand tall. Malrine gets through that BKB with a Primal Roar.
Once the Beastmaster there, that fight is over. Nice connection with the RP on the Mars, but that's the downside of using it on one hero. Falcons play these tri-core lineups. It's going to free up the fight for the other two. You just go in, pick your mark, find the big kill on this Dragon Knight. First BKB usage, not netting a positive result for Pure here. Starting to lose some map control with this Empower lineup as Falcons build a substantial lead. And again, a lot of it's on the supports here. Just so much utility coming in to back up his front line. This is exactly how they like to play and build an advantage. You have to either match it or find ways to kill their supports first. And so far, it's just been the other way around. It's ATF finding your backline, taking your control out of the fight. I don't think GPK can do it alone. I don't think this Pango can go in, find the Chen, and just bring him down 100-0 in a timely manner. Especially against the Roar. Maybe later on you have some Lincolns, some nonsense like that, it's a different story. But right now, this Beast protects the backline, and the backline protects the front line. Formation from Falcons is hard to break.
Well, it looks like BB team is going to just have to play defense for the foreseeable future, which is fine. I mean, they've shown multiple times on both the road to TI and here on the main stage itself. They are more than capable of making comebacks.
There's only so much defense you can play, though. I mean, this series has felt like 3 games of defense.
That's true.
At least with Magnus, it's, you know, it fits the setup of the hero. This hero is very good at playing a defensive style. Gives you scale confidence, gives you high ground defense potential, but that also means potentially giving up a lot of Roshans.
Yes, and Falcons did set the pace very early on. They took a super fast Roshan.
Already up.
Radiant side, 23 minutes, second Rosh.
Yes, this is why you take that early. So BB are just going to turtle. If they're going to play a strong defensive game, you just take the biggest objectives away from them and you accelerate out of control. Here's a smoke designed to get that pick off into that play. Would love to find GPK here.
The scan behind the tower doesn't find GPK. Falcons still go looking anyway.
Surprised he didn't jump the pace.
Don't find him there. Now another ward placed behind the tier 2 to see if he'll poke his head out in the mid lane. Somehow GPK is dodging all of these plans from Falcons.
He has not died in this game yet. He has no plans on dying right now. Could just go straight into the pit, though. Like, you don't need a kill to force this objective. You have BKB on the Mars. Amar has recovered really nicely in this game. This gives you the confidence to just force the play. It's unlikely BB can test. You would have to get this Magnus somewhere close in the vicinity and find a big RP. I mean, your lineup is great around the pit. There's no denying that. It's very tempting to contest this.
Rainbow TPs, all the BB team. They're going to come down here. The Roshan roars, and Falcons will back away after the roar. They smoke up. They want to get that initiation first. It's going to break on Malrine. GPK with his fresh Blink Dagger He blinks backwards, trying to deal with the boars. But Amar, he found the spear. No way, it got interrupted. The roll-up goes out, and GPK has a chance. Can he get off the Rolling Thunder? Can he roll away out of this? Now with the golem being dropped. No, he got knocked out by Skater. He rolled right into the troll, and the troll locks him down.
What can
to
Pure
the force
do?
down. Another arena. Amar, he's trying to protect against Pure, against the right click. Skater dodged away from it, waiting for the spear. Now the stun is there, and they can finish him off with ease. Falcons kite away from the big Dragon Knight beautifully. Thanks to, in part, Amar's initiation, the follow-up there from Maureen, there was just not much GPK could do.
Rolled right into the hands of Skeeter. That's a death sentence. This troll during BKB is so good against your lineup right now. And he has the sustain to back him up. You're just never going to burst him down. You have to be able to win that long fight. And that means landing an RP on multiple heroes. That spear just forced so much chaos out of this BB team lineup. Miro feels like he has to throw it out based on the troll running in, but it's just not the best target you want because he's always going to get spells off here.
Yeah, GPK, I mean, what a beautiful reaction to get the roll-up there in the first place, but it's just, he's stuck in a situation, he's countered by too many heroes. There's two different BKB piercing disables that are going to go through that Rolling Thunder.
Just no way to take that fight when Amar gets the jump. Like, that's what these fights are coming down to. You have to either land a massive RP or get the jump of your own, and Falcons are always one step ahead of you. They're playing really well right now, really fast.
A second Aegis, and this time a banner. Potentially for a high ground push, but as you said, BB team, you're going to be pushing into a Magnus.
Have a look at the auras and the utility they're getting up right now. Mech, Vlad's Drum, Cobalt Cup, done on the Chen.
Okay.
Solar Crest, plus, well, Blink Dagger flying in for crit.
Got a little ice armor in there, plus...
Yep, all the creep auras.
If you could get the pickup of the Magnus, if you could just get a free high ground push, what a world it would be for Falcons. Maureen finds that opening. Will Falcons push it?
This is escalating too fast for the pace that BB want right now. And the push is coming. Falcons are not going to wait. They are not going to extend this game. They're going to make you find an opening.
23 seconds left.
Just harassing Pure.
Yep. Seeing if he can get a BKB out of Pure, seeing if he can slow him down. But with the banner and another 12 seconds, I mean, the troll is just demolishing buildings. They try and slow him down as best they can.
So many buffs behind him right now. And no chance without the Magnus. Miro backup still doesn't have BKB though. So all you can do is give up a rack.
Davis gain on Pure. Pure, a BKB does not guarantee safety. He's going to be roared up. Now he's going to be pinned. It's too many chain stuns. He's gone.
What a scan, man. Absolutely on point. Falcons, they can taste victory right now in this game 3.
Falcons knew exactly the kind of player Pure is. He's going to try and push his limits, especially when he's behind in the game. He likes to play on the enemy side of the map. He likes to cut waves. And Falcons knew after he took that mid tower, he was not going to back up. He was going to keep sticking around, trying to play greedy, trying to play for more farm. And that will be his undoing, at least on that life. Still, BB team, they have a chance. That we haven't seen them in a 5-man high ground defense, but we may never see that happen if they continue to get picked off.
It's losing Wisdom Shrine to the Chen right now. Rough stuff. Do finish up the BKB on the Magnus. That's your hope for this next fight. All eyes on Miro. He can try and land a big ultimate. They're going to need it. This was a brutal Aegis period for BB team. Such a net worth swing off of this one objective. Falcons just splitting the map, continuing to scale up, and this is why this is why I would never want to play against Beastmaster in this meta. The hero does a lot in the early game, he does a lot in the mid game, he does a lot around the objectives, and then his scale is just insane. You go in, you get to this late game, you can potentially get double roar up with a refresher, you just put both into the enemy carry. You're just going to be sitting there for almost 10 seconds.
Yeah, I feel like this hero has evolved to something different. He used to be picked up because, oh, it was an aura and a zoo hero, right? And then, oh, maybe this BKB piercing disable is going to be good. But now it's just flat out a damage dealer. It's just carries through team fights by itself. And as you go late, it's still helping out this troll. This attack speed buff is allowing the troll to get to those max fervor stacks nice and quick. We're going to see that happen again as he assaults a tier 3 with 70 seconds left on the Aegis.
That's the crazy part. You still have a minute here. This Aegis period has felt like forever.
Miro, he's got to do something wonderful here. And it may have to be more than just getting a skewer back on the troll. He's going to start with the troll, skewer back there, immediately going to be roared up though. He's in trouble. They can't afford him to die right this, but it's just going to be a chain stun. An easy follow-up from Amar and a second life now for Skeeter. GPK rolls through him, but when the Rolling Thunder is down and you don't have the Magnus, what is going to stop this troll?
And guess what? Refresher already done for Amar. He has a second arena if he really wants to throw it out here.
The Dragon form isn't going to last for much longer. And frankly, it's not much of a threat as is. And Dragon Tail goes out and a double spear. That is sick. Puts him right into the melee barracks. They drop the golem in response, and Falcons say, okay, we got something else out of you.
That was a big bounce that landed on a lot of heroes. They are respecting what that spell can do right now.
Another one goes out, this time catching Save, as his ultimate will push him back, perhaps out of danger from Skeeter. But the buildings, there is no retreat for them.
Magnus is back, still has BKB and RP available.
Smoked up, but they can't get there in time. Falcons have already taken the objectives and backed away.
Just so clean. Didn't even end up using that Mars refresher. Still have Troll BKB. So much in the tank.
Two lanes of barracks down by 30 minutes. BB team, they've had some steep hills to climb before. This one's beginning to look like a cliff. Playing up on the high ground, playing up in the triangle, hoping that Falcons will gift them an opportunity at a pickoff or maybe even an easy team fight, but Falcons will just play to their side of the map, play for that overwhelming advantage that they have played to so many times in the past. This has been Falcons' MO from this year to last, where when they get an advantage, they are willing to slow down the game and just build that advantage more and more and more. Taking more Tormentors, taking more Roshans, farming more neutrals until a 20k gold lead becomes a 40k gold lead.
Just get the refresher on the beast. That's going to be all you need. I think the one hope for BB Team is the DPS that Pure can output when he's empowered. If he gets Daedalus up, there's a real chance that he can just chunk these heroes down with a power on top of the burst damage. But if you have a Refresher Beastmaster with double roar to put into him, no defensive capability against that, I don't know how you stand in that fight and output that DPS when there's just so much stun to disable facing you. Unless you jump this Beastmaster first. I mean, that is the dream. And that is something the Falcons should never let happen. It should always be the Mars or the Troll as that point of contact. Still is getting to this Daedalus. I mean, that is going to be your best item to try and turn this game around as Falcons continue to just progress this lead, near 30,000 gold lead. And that refresher on the Beastmaster already done.
Yeah. Doesn't even need his boots. Puts him in the backpack. He's got a haste rune in his bottle. They're going after Pure.
Oh, yeah,
Pure.
done.
This could be the game, just done and dusted. A BKB might save you from the kisses, but it will not save you from this troll.
I'm gonna push with it. I feel like he could have buyback potential. I mean, Roche can spawn in 30, so if you go, you have to go hard here.
Looking for that second pickoff. They bypass the lane ward. Look to get a ward inside the base. Looking for that opening, and it spots the two supports. The spear whiffs, but the arena, it still lands. And Skeeter, he will calmly walk into the arena to take out one of those supports. GPK does what he can. He takes out the Chen with his Rolling Thunder and does manage to swashbuckle back up to the high ground.
Nice find from GPK to even this out and slow down the push. That was a sick high ground ward. If that spear lands, it might just be the game. The fight gets stalled. Falcons get repelled here.
And I don't think Falcons, knowing them, playing into the high ground in the first place when Roshan is about to be up,
yeah,
they don't do that too often. I feel like it took very little. They were always going to back up at some point in time to make sure they secure Roshan. The last thing you want to do is throw on the high ground and give BB team the opportunity at a comeback.
especially when you control so much of the map and you know they have to contest this objective. It's his third Roche at 35 minutes.
They're walking into a landmine. There is so many wards around this jungle area.
No Chen at the fight, though. If you take it right now, none of those auras.
Miro, ooh, his smoke is the one to break. The one initiator that BB team has. The opportunity of surprise is gone. They're going to have to play for the Roshan on the other side of the map. Fortunately, there is that. It will kind of reset. They can play on their outpost. Don't think they're going to have too many buybacks to work with, though.
You also got to keep in mind, both side lanes have been taken here. It's a lot of map pressure going into the phase.
Certainly.
Somebody has to show, and if somebody has to show, that is a gank opportunity. Falcons can just be ultra patient here.
Maybe Miro can get to his Axe, though. If Falcons are patient enough.
They're just going to go Roche. They see heroes in BB's base, they're going to threaten the Roche. They're going to make you come out of base to fight them, and that's exactly what they want right now.
And Pure, as always, up to some adventure on the enemy side of the map.
He just wants his Daedalus. You get that, you have a chance. It's not a good one, but you at least have some damage to play with.
Katomi playing the drums for the crowd. Malrine has drums of his own. 4-man smoke up from Falcons. Surprising that Amar is not the one in that smoke. The other arcane rune.
Yeah, this is like a defensive smoke. You're just waiting if they come into you with this Roche sitting up right now. BB are not contesting it. They don't contest it, just go in the pit.
Yeah.
No reason to make this game complicated right now. That's going to be a refresher shard Roche. Downside for Falcons is they're so farmed, they already have the refresher, so all of this will likely just go to Skeeter here. And it will.
Okay. This is not a 5-man squad that is pushing into you. The number of refreshers they have. There's so many heroes here. BB team are trying to play on their high ground ward. Falcons know all about it. They pinged it earlier. They want this outpost first. Before they walk into this vision, they want to make sure they have the opportunity. And they found Miro. Not good. BB team, they have the buyback on him, and it's going to have to be used here. Amar fighting for his life, does manage to get the arena walls up, and Pure, well, there's the RP. Can it save Pure's life? He's trying to do damage to Skeeter, but it looks pathetic, man. They can't do anything. A second arena goes out surrounding the BB team, and there is nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. It is going to be Falcons. Witness me, says Amar, as he triumphs in the upper bracket. He will claim a podium finish here at the International.
This team is real scary to go up against right now. They have cheese picks, they have their strats, they have an incredible laning phase. They can play slow, but they can also play fast. They put that on display in this series. You give them the heroes like the Chen or the Beastmaster, they will run tempo on you. They will go high ground early. This is kind of a myth that this team will always just wait for that 60-minute mark.
It's true.
It's just dependent on how well that early game goes. And man, they played such strong early games in this series. I don't think BB won a single lane phase outside of maybe this game 3 you could argue is a draw, but that's because they had to draft to compensate.
Yes.
For that. And that has its downsides, right? This Warlock did work in the lane phase, but it's also a very slow hero, and it really suffered against this game pace that Falcons set.
Absolutely, especially if Miro, like, they put a lot of pressure on him because they drafted so defensively on the laning phase that Miro had to give them all of their early to mid-game action, all of their initiation there, and he was not able to get to that fast Blink Dagger, and even then, when he found the openings, they were not big consequential ones, right? The pick off on the Hoodwink, that was the first reveal of the Blink Dagger. It's not going to get you going.
Just an uncomfortable series for BB team. I think we all felt it watching this. There was probably some more potential in there, but they just could not find their footing outside of maybe that one fight with the lifesteal. They turned that game around. That was the only moment in the series where it felt like they were in control. It was Falcons all the way.
It was indeed, and led by their carry, Skeeter, who is on the stage, ready for an interview.
Thank you, Cap and SBG. Top 3. Skeeter, tell me the story of this series versus BB.
I mean, we had gameplay problems in game 1, fell behind a little bit, made some crucial mistakes, but I'm just very happy we pulled through and we took it to game 3 because all the other series were 2-0. So I'm very happy for that.
Yeah, I think the crowd's happy for that one as well. Finally a 3-game series here. That is what they wanted. What was the conversation like after that game 1? A bit of a surprising comeback maybe. How did you recover?
Our wonderful coach, AUI 2000, had a speech ready. He kind of fixed what we lacked in the game 1 and it was easy afterwards.
All right, can you give us a bit of insight as to what exactly he said? Well, what exactly did he say in that inspirational moment?
Stop being bad.
Very inspirational, Skidder. Thank you very much. There was a lot of old chat in that game as well. Can you share, is that a friendly rivalry you have with BB? Is there a little bit of spice there? Where do you sit with those guys?
I think it's friendly, but you gotta ask Maureen. I was not really involved at all.
Okay, you're going to stay a side guy, right?
Yeah, I'm too mature for that.
Too mature? Well, talking about mature, actually, I believe it is your birthday today, so happy birthday. I believe you want me to say it? What's the best birthday present you've been given today?
I mean, top 3 is up there for sure, so I'm very happy.
I can imagine. So, well, you already know who you're playing against in those upper bracket finals. What do you think P-Vision are going to be bringing against you tomorrow?
Just a bunch of dominators, I guess.
And do you have a plan for that?
Nope.
All right, sweet, excellent. Sounds like you're going in with a great mentality. Well, Skidder, congratulations on making it to top 3 here at the International Crown. Let's hear it for Falcons!
Congratulations indeed, and that also means that they have hereby topped their record from previous international where they managed.
All right. That's it, guys. Thank you for watching, guys. Thank you for the like. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for watching. Thank you for participating in the vote. And seems like Team Falcons gonna be on top today. I'll check my prediction. We got update pending. Close bowl, that's it. That's it, pretty good. Okay. Thank you guys, thank you. Rest good, okay? Thank you for watching, thank you for the like, thank you for the sub. See you when I see you again.
Rapatnya dengan Menteri Keuangan berapa ratus hari dalam setahun. Kenapa tidak pernah mempertanyakan itu? Dan sekarang saya datang ke sini tiba-tiba saya datang.
Presiden